Under his able leadership, C-DAC has backed various awards and projects at national and international level. So we would be joined by Colonel Nath online. Please give him a big round of applause. Please greet him online.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you confirm?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. You are audible.
Okay, thank you so much. Very good morning to all the dignitaries present online as well as offline on the dais. Indeed, it's a proud moment for me to address such a able guided gathering and such a gathering full of all the luminaries who are present there. And I congratulate Mr. Aditya Sinha and C-DAC Patna, C-DAC Kolkata and Jitesh who have put together such a wonderful seminar covering so many diverse topics of great interest to all the people engaged in the study of quantum information science at such a short notice. I think it's a... Can I... Anybody? Yeah. So, am I audible? I think
yes, sir,
someone saying something.
Sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So, congratulations to both the center heads and C-DAC Kolkata, C-DAC, all the staff of C-DAC Kolkata and Patna who are involved in putting together this seminar. A lot of effort goes behind the scenes in organizing such events, and I really wish to felicitate the efforts put in by both the centers to have rigged together such a seminar to get all the people together and to explore what is there in quantum information science, what's happening in India, what's happening in the world. I would just like to say that a lot of traction is happening in India now in quantum technologies. A lot of work was happening earlier also, but in fragmented means in IITs and TIFR and a couple of other institutions like ICERs with very limited funding from the government of India, because quantum being an area where there is no ready market available, it is actually demanding a lot of funding from the government. And there were some projects happening in all these institutions I told you about. There's this Quest program, there is the iHub in IISER Pune under the NMICPS program, and a lot of research is happening in TIFR, DRDO and all these institutions. Now with the government announcing the National Quantum Mission, we look forward to a lot of big time programs happening in propelling India, from the TRL levels 1 to 5, which we are present here in our laboratories, to TRL level 8 in rolling out real-life quantum systems, which can actually do the compute and compete at the global level, taking care of the entire ecosystem which go to actually make a quantum computer. So I'll be talking more about it in the session, so I'll not dwell more upon it. But I think it's a very good time for India now, with government taking this quantum information science, quantum technology as center stage, and giving such a lot of emphasis, and very rightly pointed out that by the speaker before me, that any nation gaining advantage in this particular field, the strategic advantage, stands to gain a lot in the overall scheme of things in the world. And there are very few countries right now which are concentrating and developing systems in the quantum area, and India is one of them. However, we need to concentrate on all subsystems which go to constitute a quantum computer. We need to get together all the institutions which are working in a fragmented manner in this area into a single well-lit program, and closely mentor them, closely evaluate the progress, and give them timelines, give them intermediate deliverables, and be very, very strict and be vigilant in evaluating their progress, do mid-course corrections and come up with some very tangible deliverables in the mid-course of this entire mission which has been planned for 8 years. And then only I think India will actually be somewhere in the world. The world is also galloping in a big way, and every day we hear announcements by one of the Google or the IBM that they have unveiled. IBM has unveiled the 433 qubit superconducting processor. They are going to unveil 1033 one later this year. IBM has published that they have reached quantum supremacy in certain use cases. Google sometimes says they have also reached quantum supremacy. There are companies which claim quantum volume of up to 5 lakhs using some technologies. So these are the kind of announcements which keep coming and which tell you that the rate at which the world is progressing today in the quantum technologies. So we need to take serious note of such progress and get our act together and try to move on at that pace. And also we need to actually evaluate our strengths, and we need to compare our strengths with the world and see which areas we are still quite way ahead and forward, and build up on those strengths so that at least we can stay ahead in these areas where we are ahead. So there are a lot of areas where we still have the advantage of being almost at par with the world, like HPC quantum integration, the world of simulators. Our companies are doing a great job. They got a lot of use cases going on. There are companies in the world which have started getting quantum ready, and a lot of money is being spent in getting use cases developed. And our companies like TCS, Tech Mahindra, Infosys, they are getting good clients, and they are developing use cases for clients all over the world, like Boeing, like Tesla, and the Mercedes, and these kind of companies. Even the other cargo companies and so many others. So this kind of work is happening in the background, and a lot of interesting work is happening. So we need to take note of all this progress happening all around the world and see how and strategize, how we can strategize ourselves in order to move fast and pitch ourselves at the strategic places as far as the global development is concerned. So with this, I wish the seminar all the best, and may it for all the takeaways which are being designed. All the best to all of you, and let's have a good 2 days ahead of us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that stimulating speech. Now, before we go to the next part, I would like to inform all of you that we have been joined by 85 participants online. So we extend our warmest regards and welcome to these 85 participants who are with us in this international symposium. Now, I would request Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor R.P. Singh, Physical Research Laboratory, Ahmedabad, to address us. Professor Singh is currently working as a professor at Physical Research Laboratory, Ahmedabad, and is the chairperson of the Atomic, Molecular and Optical Physics Division at PRM. Being a believer in collective achievement, his research work encompasses a variety of experimental and theoretical activities. His research interests are quantum entanglement, quantum space communication, multidimensional entanglement using optical vortices, quantum imaging, and quantum cryptography. Optical vortices and their properties, light scattering, non-linear optics, applications of optical vortices, and other singular beams to optical trapping. Sir, we would request you to address us. Could you please give him a big round of applause, please?
Thank you very much for this generous introduction. It was not required. Thank you for the invitation. Um, generally, I don't give this inaugural lectures. Um, this is the first time I have been asked to give this inaugural lecture. Otherwise, I give technical talk. So I'm not director, I'm not secretary of the. So I'm not used to this kind of lectures. Anyway, so nowadays we talk of this quantum technology. Everybody is talking about quantum technology, as if earlier we were not using quantum technology. So this is not the case. We were using quantum technology. Laser is product of quantum technology, which are used in mobile, computing, everywhere. These are the products of quantum technology. But there we were studying collective system. We are using Schrodinger equation. We are using all the tools of quantum mechanics. But collective behavior of electrons, collective behavior of photons, collective behavior of atoms. So we are studying already quantum technology and we know what kind of revolution they have brought. They are everywhere in your pocket. Like so much of computing power you have now in the mobile phone. And without that you can't survive. And they have generated a lot of industry, a lot of employment, a lot of wealth they have generated in quantum technology. And when we talk of present day quantum technology, it's called quantum 2.0. So it's different, that's why. And it's going to be very disruptive. It's going to change the market. It's going to bring new industry. And you can guess the kind of employment the earlier quantum technology has generated. It's going to have more employment and wealth, this quantum 2.0. So when we say quantum 2.0 or second revolution of quantum technology, here we are manipulating single quantum system. We are manipulating single atom, property of single atom, single photon, single electron, and we are using that to our advantage for better sensing, secure communication, faster computing. So now we are in the age of second revolution of quantum information science or quantum science or quantum technology. And it is going to generate a lot of employment and a lot of wealth for the nation, for the globe. So it's becomes very important to train young minds, and it would have been very nice to see young guys around. We are holding this symposium in IIT, BHU. BHU is big campus, so many students around. But I don't see many students. I hope they are online and they are listening. They have not left their PCs, their mobiles just by logging in. They are listening to the symposium speakers. So it's very important to train young minds to take leadership in this new technology which is emerging, which is going to generate a lot of wealth for the nation. And with this, and government has taken note of this. Okay. And under the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, National Mission on Quantum Technology application have been announced. And with generous funding, and such a generous funding that all the organizations, all the ministries now vying for how much funds they can get. So there is a lot of competition, which ministry will get larger fund. And everybody is organizing meetings, symposia, either it's DST, or Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, or Department of Telecom, everybody is organizing. I think it's time, as earlier speakers also told, to consolidate the efforts. There should be less meetings and more work. Okay, it's very important. You should have less meetings and more work, and tangible outputs should come out of these meetings. Because I attended a meeting in Mysore and some young guys from industry, and it was also a big meeting. They asked me over lunch when meeting was almost over. Sir, what will happen to this meeting? Something will come out. They were very expectant. They were hardly 25, 30. They were from company, TAG, BIT and QII. Okay, these are the meetings, so many meetings happening. The report will go and let's see what comes. Okay. So, but young guys are very much excited about this future technology, and opportunities it will generate. And we should not disappoint them. We should work together and something concrete should come out of all these meetings. And government is making all the efforts. Government has announced this mission, but the hiccups when it comes to execution of the projects. Government has given funds, but how to use that funds? There's so many restrictions, and that should be removed. We don't have trust in our scientists. We don't have trust in our researchers. For buying or procuring any item, it takes so much of time. Sometimes it takes years, not months, to procure the items because of the policy, because of the rules and regulations, bureaucratic rules and regulations. My students who are abroad, they say when they need anything, within a week it is there on the table. And here we are taking more than a year, sometimes 2 years. You won't believe something I started procurement process. In 19 itself, still it is not there. We are again and again indenting. So these things should stop and we should trust. There may be 1 or 2 guys have done some mistake. Okay. So because of that, whole community of scientists and researchers should not be put into trouble. We should trust. Then only we can expedite the delivery of the research. So with these words, I thank you all to be here and listening me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that thought-provoking speech. Srimati Sunita Verma, Scientist G, she was with us online, but due to professional commitments, she had to disconnect. However, once we get connected to her, we shall again have a word with her and listen to her inspiring words. Now, I would request our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Binde Kumar, Director IGIMS Patna, to give the inaugural speech. Now, what should I say about this person? Accolades are uncountable. In the year 1987, he had done MBBS from Patna Medical College with 4 honors in MBBS examination, topping twice in the MBBS examination. Thereafter, he pursued Master of General Surgery and followed by Diplomate of National Board of Examination from New Delhi. Thereafter, Pediatric Surgery, PGI from Chandigarh and FRCS from Edinburgh, UK. He did postgraduate diploma in hospital management from NIH FW, New Delhi. If I am to talk about his experiences, they are myriad. He has worked with Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi. Initially, he joined as a professor and head pediatric surgery between the years 1996 and 2012. Thereafter, as the deputy and additional medical superintendent for 7 years. After which, in AIIMS Patna, he was professor and head pediatric surgery, associate dean of academics, chief vigilance officer, nodal officer, faculty in charge of procurement, and finally, director, IGIMS Patna. Not just at home, he has also vast experience abroad. He has gained WHO fellowship from Sydney, fellowship in pediatric urology from Dallas, training in advanced lab surgery from France, training in pediatric urology from London. 110 publications in reputed national and international medical journals have already been accomplished. He has published 12 book chapters. He has also established 2 pediatric surgery departments in Bihar and started postdoctoral courses in IGIMS and AIIMS Patna. Sir, we are honored to have you here. Please, if you could guide us. Please give him a big round of applause.
Very good morning This morning in the city of Vishwanath, I am privileged to be among you, a doctor by profession, but sitting in the luminaries of computer giants, the quantum computing experts, the persons on the dais, Mr. Aditya Kumar Sinha, the director of C-DAC in Patna and Kolkata. Is a man I have seen in the last 10 years. We have MOU with him, Patna, being a leader at C-DAC Patna. We have MOU with him at IIT Patna, and I want to share that artificial intelligence, computational, quantum computation, and machine learning is now not a new word for the doctors, and all efforts goes to Aditya Kumar Sinha by his persistent effort here. Mr. R.P. Singh, a senior person sitting here, I can understand, sir, the pain you have at this mature age, 62, I am standing before you, and being in administration for a long time, I am administering 3,500 bedded hospital. As a director, I can understand the pain he has. As a department, as a unit in charge, we have gone through the drama, but this way the life goes. Things have become easier over a period of time. Mr. P. Sai Shankar was a signal from the army, a man of few words, but emphatic words, sir, were most emphatic saying what you are telling me. Person sitting in the audience. To start with, I will tell you that this is the place, after MBBS from Patna, I joined the post-graduation journey. And you know, in 1990, exactly October 1990, there was a meeting going on the cancer department here at IMS BHU. And one of the persons sitting in the podium was me. And the discussion was, where the cancer treatment will, and cancer diagnosis will proceed in coming century. It was 1990. And the person who died and has a very robust presentation, Mr. Dr. K.T. Vami, who was telling everything will come to G. We know quantum computing, by knowing the single cell diagnostic, now we are going to have this. We know what the genetic pattern is, how the aberration has taken place, what mutation abnormality has come, and how the things will move on. So if you go and find a patient of blood cancer anywhere, they are not going to take the peripheral sample to see what the blood count is. They are going to see what the gene says, what are the aberrations are there, and what type of medicine will be effective based on the aberration on that. And thanks to the quantum computing and the other developmental work, we shall see the whole day today that has paved the way for us, doctor like us, to tailor this thing, tailorize this medicine. When I was a postgraduate student at PGI Chandigarh, one of the patients from tribal patient from Mandi came to me and I asked, Baba, ko kya problem hai? Sir, how can I tell what problem I have? You are a knowledgeable woman sitting there. You can know what I am having. So it was a bit bizarre and embarrassing for me to hear from a patient कि problem भी नहीं बता रहा है, बोल रहा कि आप ही जानो, आप तो बहुत पढ़े लिखे आदमी हो. This was aberration in 2000 when we were there at Chandigarh. But now we know that by knowing the changes which is happening in the cell, we can decide, we can design what the diagnosis is. And not only that, based on the degree of variations and the pattern, we can standardize the medicine that is known as the personalized medicine and also the precision medicine. So this is the thing which was not heard of, which was not imagined of at that time, is now a reality today. Coming to the medical genomics and later on the medical imaging. Now we have the quantum computing which takes help of the quantum mechanics and computing those data which was exceptional and cannot be believed 2 decades before that we can go for such a thing. By taking the quantum algorithm and overlaying this in the X-ray plate or CT scan or MRI, we can diagnose and see those tiny regions which are not visible, which is not perceivable by your naked eye or by any imaging methods. And if you are doing this, you can diagnose it very early and treat it totally. What is known as complete cure. It was virtually a word which was utopian word for us. We are big cure. Just the ठीक हो जाएगा. We are not doing that. Coming to this stage, we are only there to help them to get a relief. But taking out everything was not possible. But it is possible if we detect it early at very micro level or minute level that can be taken care of. Coming to the medical encryption, the quantum cryptogenics is also doing a great work to deliver and to safeguard the patient data, and safety and privacy of data is one of the most important things in a net where we are, everybody, all the informations are shared. So these things are also going to help everybody. This type of meetings will give a platform to sharing the information, to making the interdisciplinary people to come together to share the ideas and come up with an idea that a single person, a single discipline cannot think of. So we welcome everybody for this meeting, and I'm very much thankful to everybody to give me this chance to be among you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that stirring speech. Now, I would like to call upon stage Sri Jitesh Chaudhary, Director, C-DAC, Cine. Jitesh Chaudhary, sir, is a committed and focused individual with a comprehensive knowledge and understanding of product design, development, and project management. Presently working as the Director in Center for Development of Advanced Computing, Silchar, he has over 16 years of experience in electronics product design and development, project planning and execution for the entire product life cycle, including systems design, requirement gathering, scheduling, budgeting, and commissioning. He has a good amount of experience of working with other production and quality assurance agencies. He has worked on many important projects throughout his career and acquired the technical skills of project management, product designing, hardware design, firmware development for microcontrollers, EMI, EMC design practices, product qualification testing, and product manufacturing. During last 16 years, he had developed many diversified and innovative radiation monitoring products for nuclear power plants, reprocessing plants, and defense establishments. He is skilled at bringing people together and working towards the common goals. His technical knowledge and experience is successfully leading teams and managing projects, led him to work as driven technical project manager for the past many years. Before joining C-DAC Silchar, he worked with Electronics Corporation of India Limited, Hyderabad for 14 years. There, he was involved in design development of new products for nuclear establishments and upgradation of existing equipment with latest technologies, the area of nuclear radiation. Other than development, he was also responsible in establishing nuclear test calibration facilities to qualify the products being developed. He was also instrumental in setting up of various facilities, labs at ECIL for calibration and qualification of high-range nuclear radiation equipment. Sir, we are grateful to have you here. Please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. The task has been assigned to me is for the present vote of thanks. So thank God we are coming to end of this inaugural session and just going to start the actual game of this symposium for which we all are waiting. So we are here, have great speakers from the field of quantum computing, from the artificial intelligence, from the high processor computing, and I'm sure we all are going to get enlightened with their knowledge. So I am not going to take much time in expressing our vote of thanks for all the delegates, participants, and the guest of honor, and the chief guest, and other guests. And we will start the session soon. To start with, it's my privilege to present vote of thanks for this inaugural event. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude, appreciation for your presence and active participation in the inaugural event of this International Symposium on Quantum Computing and Innovation 2023. This event has marked the beginning of extraordinary journey into the world of quantum computing and its vast innovation potential. Although I have written a couple of lines to express my vote of thanks, but I feel if I read those lines, it is a disrespect to the kind of affection shown by our speakers. So I would try to express my thanks from bottom of my heart. So I'll start with Shri Colonel Sai, who has rightly said the army or the defense forces believe in the action more than words. So I'm sure, sir, you had rightly said that now it's the time to take action and speak less and come out with the great results in the quantum computing also. I would like to thank Professor R.P. Singh, who has rightly highlighted the gaps of the system, which is actually pulling down our efforts in technology and innovation sector. But I am sure, sir, with time, we all will come out of all these gap areas and soon we will see the day of light. I would like to express thanks to Colonel Nath, who is a guiding force in C-DAC for the quantum computing mission. Under his guidance and his support, we all C-DACians are trying to do our best in the quantum computing. And he rightly expressed the kind of quantum innovation ecosystem present in India. With his words, definitely our participant is going to have a good knowledge about the overall picture of quantum computing. So sir, we are looking forward for your session in the coming days. Thank you again, sir. I would like to thank Sunita Verma madam, although she has, because of some professional commitment, she not able to address us. But I am sure, under his guidance and support from the Ministry of Electronics and along with his team, C-DAC and all other organizations who are working in quantum computing in this country, they get all support from the administration and the ministerial point of view so that India can become a superpower in quantum computing also. I would like to express thanks to our chief of guest, Shri Binde sir. So he has given an entirely new dimension to all of us. Mostly all of us are engineers in this room, but he has given a health informatics or the bioscience perspective to the use of quantum computing. Definitely, sir, your aspirations and your requirements from this kind of quantum symposium, we will try to address those gap areas also. In the last, I would like to express the leader of this entire organizing team, Shri Aditya Sinha sir, under his able guidance, the team of C-DAC Calcutta and C-DAC Patna has done a marvelous job in conducting this inaugural session. So I express my heartfelt thanks to Shri Aditya Sinha, the staff of C-DAC Kolkata and C-DAC Patna for their rigorous efforts in the last few days to make this event happen. The last, again but not the least, the participants, the delegates, the people who come from all across the India and from the Banaras itself, we all are very thankful for your gracious presence to make this event happen. To end my words, it is injustice if I not express my thanks to our media friends and the press friends who has come all the way to cover this event, and I hope they will take this information and spread among the society. Thank you again. To end my words, without expressing our thanks to the Baba Vishwanath sitting in Banaras will be incomplete. So once again, I thank each and everyone and the Lord Vishwanath to grace us and the blessing to make this event successful. Thank you very much.
as we reach the concluding part of the inaugural program, can we have a round of applause for the audience who have joined us online and offline. As I conclude, may you all have an enthralling experience in this 2-day session. Now we'll have the technical session, which will be taken up by Mr. Gyan Pratipat, Technical Officer, C-DAC Patna. This is Madhura Biswas from C-DAC Patna, signing off. Thank you.
May I have your attention, please? By the time the stage settles down, we'll have an intro video for the symposium for you to look at. Hello. अनेक संशयों छेदी परोक्षार्थस्य दर्शनम सर्वस्य दोषरं शास्त्रम यस्य नास्कंद एव स. It blasts many doubts, foresees what is not obvious. Science is the eye of everyone. One who hasn't got it is like a blind man. To explain the importance of science and discipline in life, this is an apt Sanskrit show. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, good afternoon and once again a very warm welcome to the ISQCI 2023. It is an honor for us to have you all here today as we delve into the fascinating world of quantum computing, a field that is rapidly transforming the landscape of technology and research worldwide. I am Gyan from C-DAC Patna and I will be your host for this program. As you all might be aware, that the National Quantum Mission has been approved by the Union Cabinet recently. And to further accelerate the mission, this symposium has been organized. The symposium will feature sessions focused in 4 verticals: quantum computing and optimization, quantum sensing, quantum accelerator and HPC/QC integration, and quantum technologies for the strategic sector. This frontier that marries the principles of quantum physics with those of computer science has the potential to revolutionize numerous industries ranging from drug discovery and cryptography to octave acquisition problems and artificial intelligence. Throughout the symposium, we will explore these applications and gain insights from experts, researchers, and our esteemed speakers. Over the course of the symposium, we have gathered people who will shed light on various aspects of quantum computing, its potential applications, and exciting advancements being made in this field. We encourage you all to actively participate in the question and answer sessions, which will be followed by each presentation. Your engagement and curiosity is what we look forward to, that will help foster a vibrant and interactive environment. For our participants and speakers, aside from the presentations, we have arranged networking lunch and high tea during breaks where you can connect with your fellow attendees, exchange ideas, and explore potential collaborations. Networking is a key aspect of events like these, and we hope you make the most of this opportunity to expand your professional network. As we embark on the exciting journey into the world of quantum computing and innovations, let us all keep an open mind, embrace new ideas, and foster a spirit of collaborations. The challenges and possibilities presented by quantum computing require interdisciplinary efforts, and it is through events like the symposium that we can collectively push the boundaries of human knowledge. Now, we shall begin with our session, where we should begin with our vertical one shortly. Let me take this opportunity to introduce the session chair, Dr. Bhanu Prasad Das, Director, CUQRE, TCG Crest. He has worked at some of the best institutions in the world and has done his PhD from the State University of New York at Albany. He has been a professor in the Indian Institute of Astrophysics since 1993 and has worked there for 22 years. Dr. Bhanu Prasad Das is a distinguished professor, and he has also worked at Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan. He was elected a Fellow of American Physical Society, and his citation reads, and I quote, "For his seminal contributions to the theory of parity and time reversal violations in atoms in the internal collaboration in the context of proving the standard model of particle physics, and for his leadership in promoting international collaboration in frontier areas of atomic, molecular, and optical physics." His domain of research is quantum many-body theories of atoms and molecules and its application to fundamental physics and quantum computing. He is a recipient of several prestigious fellowships, including the Japan Society for Promotion of Science, and has been a member of various organizations like DST, Government of India, Indian Physics Association, Indian Society of Atomic and Molecular Physics, etc. Please welcome Professor Bhanu Prasad Das. He will be joining us online. He is already online. With a round of applause.
Shall we start the session? Can you hear me? Yes.
Hello, sir. Are you?
Shall we start the session?
Yes, sir. We should begin with the session.
Okay, so I'll just make a few brief remarks. So let me begin by thanking the organizers of this international symposium. It's indeed a privilege for me to chair the first session of the symposium, which is on quantum computing and optimization. I'm sure all of you are very familiar with what quantum computing is, and it was explained very well by Mr. Aditya Sinhaji. So I will not go into the details of what quantum computing is, but I will emphasize one point, which is that the promise of quantum computing is immense. And I'm sure all of you realize this. This has been touched upon by the other speakers as well, and it is ideally suited for solving certain classes of complex problems in many areas of science and in the real world. The focus of this session is quantum computing and optimization. And quantum computers are really ideally suited for solving optimization problems, which we encounter both in fundamental science and in real world. There are two ways of doing quantum computing, or two known ways so far. One of them depends on qubits and quantum gates, which is called gate-based quantum computing. The second approach depends only on qubits. It doesn't make use of quantum gates, and that approach is called quantum annealing. And so far, our experience is that quantum annealing is very well suited, actually in some sense better suited than gate-based quantum computing to solve optimization problems. One of the best examples of an optimization problem in real world is traffic control. Now, that is something which is very relevant to us in India because we face traffic problems all the time. And quantum computers, particularly quantum annealers, are very well suited to get to grips with this problem, and it actually has been tried in different countries. And without getting into the details, let me just say a few things about the progress that has been made in quantum computing, including quantum annealing in the past few years. Starting from 2019, the progress in quantum computing has been remarkable. So I say 2019 because that's the year when we first achieved quantum supremacy or quantum advantage, as it's now called. And this was achieved by Google using a superconducting quantum computer. And so the very next year, in 2020, and the year after that, 2021, scientists in China also achieved quantum advantage using a photonic quantum computer as well as a superconducting quantum computer. And in the past few years, there has been tremendous progress in in all platforms of quantum computing, in particular superconducting quantum computing, trapped ion quantum computing, and neutral atom quantum computing. It has been mentioned earlier, and you're all probably aware of the fact that IBM now has a quantum computer made up of 433 qubits, and very recently, using a 127 qubit, they achieved an important milestone. Trapped ion quantum computers are probably the front runners now in terms of performance. That is known as quantum volume, and the best quantum volume that any computer has now is that of a trapped ion computer built by a company called Quantinuum. And in addition, IonQ has also made rapid progress in this area. Now, what is also remarkable is that neutral atom quantum computers have progressed tremendously in the past few years, both for quantum simulation and optimization. And last year, a neutral atom quantum computer with only 6 qubits could solve some of the most difficult quantum algorithms. And this was published in Nature. This was achieved by Professor Mark Safman from University of Wisconsin, who is also the Chief Scientific Officer of Cold Quantum. So I think this is a brief background that I wanted to give. And with these few words, I think we should now move on to the talks. And the first talk will be given by Professor Som Shubro Bandyopadhyay of Bose Institute. Professor Bandyopadhyay, please. So your talk is for 30 minutes. So it's 25 minutes, and then followed by 5 minutes of question answer.
Thank you, Professor Bhandyopadhyay Das. Now, moving forward with the program, I request Professor Som Shubro Bandyopadhyay from Bose Institute to present his session. Professor Bandyopadhyay is a serving professor at Bose Institute, Kolkata, in the Department of Physics. He actively publishes in quantum information theory and foundations of quantum mechanics, and his articles are well cited. His research interests lie in the theory of quantum entanglement and its application to quantum information and cryptography. Quantum communication entanglement, entanglement transformation, quantum state discrimination, quantum channels, and quantum networks. He also teaches graduate students. I also request Dr. Alokesh Ghosh to please come on the stage and felicitate Professor Som Shubro Bandyopadhyay.
I would like to thank the organizers for this, organizing this symposium, particularly Mr. Sina, who I met a few months back, and when he actually put forward this idea of this symposium. And I'd like to thank all the members of the C-DAC family. As many of the speakers pointed out, that quantum technology is probably the one which is going to revolutionize our life in many ways. And my idea was to tell you about some of the basics, some of the distinguishing features of quantum information theory that underpins all the applications in quantum communication, quantum computation, and quantum cryptography. So this won't be very technical in nature, and there will be technical talks right after my presentation. Professor Chakravarti will talk about quantum complications, and Prasanna will talk about that. But my idea is to give you a flavor of what the subject is, and then I'm going to tell you about distinguishability of quantum states. So, since I have just 30 minutes, so I will skip all these things, and I will start from what is information. So you know, RPC actually pointed out something very important, that we have been using quantum technologies for a very long time. So what is quantum information that we are talking about these days? So let's start from the very basic idea of information. So what is information? And out the point of view of physicists would take, or someone like me would take, is that information is physical. And that's the quantum view championed by Rolf Landau of IBM. And what exactly does he mean by that? Information is physical. What he means is the following, that whatever your understanding of information is, whatever your intuition about information is, there is no information without physical representation. So whenever you talk about information, right, you must, and you repeat, you must be very precise about what is, how you represent the information. So there is no information about physical representation. So once you have physical systems, so once you decide on which physical systems you are going to choose to represent your information, then information processing, it could be a communication task, it could be public communication task, it could be a private communication task, cryptography. For instance, it could be a computation task. It could be an optimization problem, it could be a factoring problem, it could be any information processing task. That any such process can be described by the dynamics of a physical system. So that's the underlying physics of information processing. Now what is distinguishability? Now distinguishability is something which is at the heart of information. And information is the ability to distinguish between various alternatives. So what we mean by that is that when you have distinct messages, and distinct messages must always be represented by distinct physical states. So if you come across a traffic signal here, okay, so if you come across a traffic signal and there are two instructions for you, you need to stop or you need to pass. You cannot use traffic signals using the same color. You cannot have both red, you cannot have both green. Okay? So these are two distinct instructions, stop and pass. And to make you understand, we have used two color lines. One is red and one is green. So this is something very important. Distinct messages must always be represented by distinct physical states, which we call signals, so that they can be distinguished from one another without error. Now in classical information theory, the indivisible unit of classical information is a bit. So what is a bit? It's a currency of information. A bit is a two-level physical system. essentially a physical system that has two distinguishable states. One of the states will be represented by 0 and another state will be represented by 1. It doesn't matter what your physical system is. For instance, an electrical switch could be a bit. When it's in on position, it will represent 0. When it's off, it will represent 1. It could be an electrical circuit. When it's open, it's 1. When it's closed, the current can flow in that circuit, then it will represent 0. Okay? It could also be electric speed. When it's up, it's 0. When it's down, it's 1. So as long as your physical system has two distinguishable states, you are good. And you can use that physical system to represent your information. And any amount of information, doesn't matter how big that information is, you can represent it in a string of bits. And how much information you have in a string of bits is simply given by the number of bits that you require to represent. But there is something else. There are few things about information that we always take for granted. For instance, it can be transformed from one physical representation to another. So, for instance, if you are looking at the slide, here it is one representation, here is another representation. It can be copied without disturbance. Right? I simply copied from my lab and I sent it to Google, who sent it to the organizers, and now it's here. So there is no disturbance while copying this information. It cannot travel faster than light or backward in time. So if you think these are very obvious statements, these are very obvious properties. Yes, they are obvious properties because we are used to it. But why these properties? I am telling you about these properties because all these properties of information that we take for granted actually are consequences how we choose to represent information. We choose to represent information in a different physical system, many of these properties will not hold anymore. And that is what we are going to talk about. Now the universe is classical. That is something we know. The universe is classical. So what it means that information is something that we can encode in quantum state. We can choose quantum systems to represent our information. And immediately it follows that any quantum information processing is a dynamical evolution of that quantum system. It is as simple as this unitary dynamics governed by Schrödinger. Okay? So quantum information processing in a nutshell is the following. You choose to encode information that is your bits in quantum systems. And any information processing task, be it function computation, as in quantum computers, or something else, quantum teleportation to send for quantum communication, reduces to the dynamical evolution of that particular physical system. So once you have this here, but I think you know what quantum theory is. I don't have to go through it. It's the theory of the microscopic world. Extremely successful. So far, no experiment has predicted anything with any result which is on the wrong side of quantum mechanics. As RPC was talking about this, these are our quantum devices. Without these devices, without quantum mechanics, we would not have these devices. All these devices work on the principles of quantum mechanics. But these are all information processing devices. But we don't call them quantum information processors. We don't even call them quantum computers. So let's come back to that idea that we can actually represent information in quantum systems. Back in the 1960s, two guys, Stephen Weisner and Charlie Bennett, both students at Brandeis University in US. They were undergrads and then they were having this idea of using quantum mechanics for information processing. Not real information processing, for something that would be useful. And in a paper, latest Weisner wrote in 1973, he talked about two protocols. These are the earliest protocols in quantum information. Quantum multiplexing and quantum monitoring. The ideas were very rudimentary, relied on uncertainty principle mostly. But these are the first protocols. This doesn't work, quantum multiplexing, but quantum money you can still make it work. So this paper was rejected from IEEE Transactions and Information Theory, but eventually published about 10 years later in C-DAC News. And this is my 24th February 1970. This is handwritten notes of Charles Bennett about his discussions with Steve Weisner, where he first coined the term quantum information. Qubit was the term coined by BHU in 1992, and the quantum information seems to be coined by Charlie Bennett back in 1970. So it's not really new in that sense. This was a discussion what we had with Steve Weisner. So what is quantum information? As I said, quantum systems as mediums to store, transmit, and retrieve information, and therefore information processing is subject to the laws of quantum physics. Which means, now that's not easy. Now you have to deal with wave particle developed. The quantum systems, like electrons, right, they have particle properties and they have wave properties. An uncertainty principle. What it means that a system can have many properties, but you cannot measure accurately all the properties are the same. And the act of measurement fundamentally changes the state of the system. So if you have an electron spin pointing up, you measure in the wrong basis or the wrong standard apparatus, then it changes the system universally. You cannot get it back. And entanglement. So entanglement is something that bothers a lot of people for a lot of time. What it tells you, roughly speaking, it tells you the following. If you have two quantum objects in some definite state, now the classical intuition tells you that if I have complete information about the individual objects, then of course I should have information about the entire system. So I know the components very well. I know the state of the components as accurately as possible. Then I should be having all the information about the entire system. Entangled tells no, you cannot. And maximally entangled states, we will talk about the gas. These are the states of very distinct properties. The individual components contain zero information. The individual components contain no information about the entire system. You do measurements to learn about the system, you get random outputs. So entanglement is a property for quantum system that plays a huge role. It's a huge role because as you can see, it's just bizarre. You talk about classical systems, you look at every particle, you identify the particle, you measure the particle, you get to know the state of the particle, then you get to know the state of the whole system. It doesn't work in that way. It just doesn't work. So there are many reasons why the quantum machines are so powerful than the classical machines. And this is one. And so what are the basic questions that we care about? The questions are, how can quantum theory help in information processing? So of course people will talk about communication, cryptography, algorithms and regulation. For this symposium, people will talk about quantum sensing, quantum metrology, precision measurements, and there are a lot of things. And for quantum computation, which problems can be efficiently computed in the physical world? So quantum computation is just a paradigm, it's just a model of computation. You have the classical computing models, the Turing model, the charge-driven thesis, extended charge-driven thesis, which tells you that any computational model can be simulated by a machine. The quantum computer changes everything. The Shor's algorithm in particular breaks. Okay. So quantum computation is just a model that nature allows to solve problems, certain problems that cannot be efficiently addressed by modern days digital computers. Okay, so I will skip this part and we will hear about a few things in this symposium. So let's get to the main topic of this talk, that is distinguished state. Now, what makes quantum information different from classical information? So what is the key property that distinguishes quantum information from classical information? So as you can see, in the classical information scenario, the current system gate, which is a physical system, two distinguishable states, it can be value 0 or 1. In the quantum case, we call it a qubit. So it's just an indivisible unit of quantum information. The quantum analog of classical bit is a qubit, and it's a quantum state. And how do you represent classical information at a bit? This being voltage levels, magnetization, electric circuits. For quantum bit, as we said, it's just a physical system with two distinguishable states. Any two-level quantum system, it doesn't matter what it is. So it could be a photon, polarization of a photon. It could be the spin of an electron. Okay? Or it could be a two-level atom. So you might ask, if you're simply focusing on the spin of an electron, what about the other degrees of freedom? An electron is, of course, the wave function of an electron is just a spin function. It is a space function. So many properties you can attribute to an electron. But we are really not bothered about all those properties. We simply focus on one degree of freedom, which is the spin degrees of freedom. And for a spinor particle, it's a two-dimensional space. And how do you store information? In classical case, we store it in a string of bits. In quantum case, a string of qubits. And now we come to the most important. In the classical case, the bit strings can be copied. The bit strings can be copied without any interference with the original string. Without changing the original string, we can copy classical strings. And the bit states are distinguishable. So if I give you two n-bit strings, you simply look at the bit values at every position and tell me whether they are identical or different. It's as simple as that. What happens in the quantum case? Okay. So let's start with some of the basics of quantum information. The state of a qubit. It's a spin of particle, that will be our prototype, for instance. So up is represented by 0, down spin is represented by 1. Up means up in the z direction, down means down in the z direction, what we call the z basis. And this is the typical block representation. Every state, pure state of a two-level system can be represented in the surface of a unit sphere, the block sphere. And it's the general state. And the direction of spin is represented by m, and these are the Pauli matrices. And these are the Pauli representation of our qubit. So, since it's a vector space, so when we have a quantum system, the mathematical description, we associate the vector space, it's a complex vector space, equal to Hilbert space. And for a spinor particle, it's a two-dimensional vector space. So which means there are infinitely many orthogonal bases. So Z is one of them, X and Y are typically that we use in quantum information problems. So let's see, what are the basic operations? So if you look at the quantum circuit, you will see that there are gates. Gates are unitary operators. And the gates belong to two families, either single qubit gates or two qubit gates. That is, these unitary operators acting on a single quantum system or acting on two quantum systems. Okay? So once we, and there is something else. These are called measurements. So what happens? What is a measurement? A measurement is a process that you perform on a quantum system to learn about the state. So how do we learn the state of a quantum system? We perform a measurement. And we have to do the right measurement, because if we choose the wrong measurement, it completely destroys the state. Right? Completely changes the state in such a way we cannot get back to the origin. So typically, the measurements are in the Z basis, in the X basis. So students who are here, the Z basis and X basis measurements simply refer to Stern-Gerlach apparatus where the magnetic fields are pointing towards Z and X. So when I say Z basis measurement, imagine that you have a spinor particle entering a Stern-Gerlach apparatus. In that apparatus, the magnetic field is inhomogeneous magnetic field pointing towards Z. So when I say it's an X measurement, imagine is once again is done by the separators, we have particle interinterpolators in which the magnetic field is pointing towards x waves, positive waves. So, what are unitary operators? Unitary operations are simply rotations on the cross field. That's it. I have a qubit, I have the unitary operator like this. Okay? So these are simply rotations on the cross field. Unitary physical meaning of unitary operators are rotations. So as long as you keep that in mind, you should be fine. Now let's come to distinguishability. So now let's see that how quantum mechanics completely changes our idea of distinguishability and as a corollary how classical information processing works. So let's say we have a message, just a classical bit 0 and 1. Okay? And I want to represent this information in quantum systems. Fantastic. So I choose a state psi for representing 0. I choose a state phi for representing 1. So far, I am within the basic principles of information theory, encode information in physical systems. I am choosing quantum systems to encode my information. I am doing the encoding in this particular manner, where 0 is encoded in psi, 1 is encoded in phi. Now, what happens about decoding? Decoding means the signal states must be distinguishable by the receiver. So what happens? So I prepare my system in either side of file to convey the information, that is 0 or 1. I send it to the receiver, and the receiver performs this decoding operation, which is a quantum measure. Because the receiver wants to learn about the state. Right? The idea is, if the receiver sees that the quantum state is in state psi, the receiver will conclude that the information is 0. If the receiver obtains the state phi, the receiver will conclude that the information is 1. So we need to have two decoders. The first one will click if and only if the input state is psi, and the second one should click if and only if the input state is phi. Okay? So this is the basic idea of any information processing. You have an input, you have a processor, you have an output. And you need to reliably distinguish between the outputs. So let's see. We have a fantastic encoding procedure where I represent 0 by up z, 1 by down z, 0 by 1 by orthogonal states, which means they do not have any overlap. And successful decoding requires distinguishing between 0 and 1, and it was a measurement. It's as simple as listening at a child speak. Right? You just put the standard like z operators, you distinguish between 0 and 1, and you are happy. Right? So this is a very easy way of decoding information. But remember what we said. Distinct messages must be represented by distinct physical states. Now let's look at this following, where I encode 0 in the state 0, 1, but not in the state 1 anymore. I choose an eigenstate of sigma x. It is the particle whose spin is pointing towards plus x. Now, think about an electron spin. Okay? Think about an electron spin. In the first case, an electron spin is pointing towards plus z. In the second case, the electron spin is pointing towards plus x. Do you think these two states are different? Of course these two states are different. There are two different physical procedures giving rise to these two states. And since these two states are different, I should be able to tell you which is which. Right? So it should not make any difference to us. 0 and plus, I should be able to distinguish between, and so I can learn about the message 0 and 1. So the decoding process is very simple. It says that the first detector should click if and only if it's 0, and the second one should click if and only if it's plus. Remember 0 is plus z, plus x, plus x. Remember that, two different physical states. Is it possible? Let's see what happens. If I choose a standard set, then you see if the first detector clicks, you have a problem, because that would come from 0 and plus. Why? Because when you prepare a plus state and you measure it in the z basis, there is a probability half in which you will get 0, that is upspin, and probability half you will get 1, is the downspin. So if the first one clicks, okay?
Excuse me, Professor. Excuse Professor Mohammed.
5 minutes.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Please make sure that you finish your talk in 5 minutes. Thank you.
So I will take questions. So the first one doesn't work. Because if the first detector clicks, you won't be able to tell whether the input state was 0 or false. Now we say, look, you can say, okay, that's a bad strategy. Instead of Z, we are going to use X measure. What happens? Same thing. Now, you can conclusively identify the state if the first one clicks, but you cannot tell about anything about the input state if the second one clicks. So you have a problem. Okay? Although 0 and plus are two different physical states, we have no way to tell which one is which all the time. All the time with 100% success. So this doesn't work. The question is, does there exist a quantum measurement? Does there exist a quantum procedure? Yes. And this is, my friend, this is the idea behind B92 quantum cryptographic protocol proposed by Charles Bell in 1992. 0 and plus, we cannot distinguish them with reliability. And that's what gives you the state. So quantum states are completely distinguishable if and only if they are mutually orthogonal. So our idea, the classical idea, that distinct messages should have distinct physical states. Not what you're in. Because 0 and plus are distinct physical states, but you cannot reliably distinguish. So how well can we distinguish one of those? Does it mean that we cannot distinguish them at all? We cannot learn about them at all? No, it's not like that. We can still learn about them, but not with 100% success. So I will, Professor Manudas has already told me that I have a few minutes, I guess. So I will simply tell you about the main things here. Now if we have two non-orthogonal states, I will find this is the probability of correctly distinguishing states. Okay? So what this probability tells you, for instance, for 0 and plus, the probability turns out to be 0.86. It tells you that you will be right 86% of the time, but it won't be right 100%. So I will skip that. Let's see. Now there is something, like 2 things I would like to mention before I end. Now suppose there exists a quantum machine that does the following. Suppose you have an input state psi, and you have a blank state, and you have a machine that creates 2 copies of the input state. Right? Now you see, if you have a machine like that, then any 2 quantum states will become distinguishable. What I just said, that psi and phi, non-orthogonal states, you cannot directly distinguish. That statement would be invalid if you had this machine, because this would allow you to distinguish any 2 states with any desired reliability. This, the right, the second one, equals to 1, as n goes to infinity. So there does not exist. You can simply work out the simple proof of this, that if it works for 0, if it works for 1, it doesn't work for a linear superposition of 0 and 1, and that's an important theorem. So the no-Boundary theorem follows directly from the fact that non-orthogonal quantum states are not distinguishable. You can prove the no-Boundary theorem from the fact that non-orthogonal quantum states are not distinguishable, and prove the other way as well. Okay, so you can complete the table. The last 2 ones, copying weak states can be copied. Quantum states cannot be copied unless they are orthogonal. So it's not sufficient that the states are different. They also need to be orthogonal. Distinguishability, weak states are distinguishable. Quantum states are not distinguishable unless they are orthogonal. So this is my final slide that I want to share with you because it's important. quantum mechanics is very strange. It adds another layer of security. And this is how it works. Consider a string, okay? And let's do a Z encoding, where 0 is represented by upset, 1 is represented by downside. Okay? So that's fine. If you want to learn about the string, you simply measure every particle in the Z basis and you can get the output. But you know, instead of Z basis, I could encode in the X basis, the green basis. Okay? So up is 0, and down is 1. So, child's play, I measure my system in the X basis, all my qubits, and I get the string back. Fantastic. Now I do a for. I mix them up. What happens? Now you see the problem is you don't know which qubit has been encoded in which basis. It's orthogonal states. Fantastic. Z base is orthogonal, X is orthogonal, but now I mix them. Now, if you want to recover the bit values, you need to know which qubit is encoded in which basis, Z or X. If you do not know that information, you will simply randomize the equation. And this, my friend, is the secret of BHU. That's it. There is nothing more in the secret of BHU. You do not know which basis. And if you do not know that, you simply your measurement randomizes the string. Okay? And Professor Mandas will be ready. So, if you want to know more about this information versus disturbance, something it's also very important. It tells you that without disturbing a quantum system, you cannot extract some information from it. And that's another fundamental property of quantum information. So finally, I won't go there. So I want to take this one message home, that quantum mechanics, quantum information is classical information with orthogonal states. If you want to do information processing with quantum states, and you decide that you will do it only with orthogonal states, there will be no difference between classical information and quantum information. But the states need not be orthogonal. Quantum mechanics states are non-orthogonal, even though they could come from very different physical preparation procedures. So classical information is indeed a subset of quantum information. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's thank you very much, Professor Mohammed. So we have time for just one question. You can write in the chat, or you can just ask.
So if you have a question, anything? So maybe I will just add what Professor Mohammed said in the beginning, that IBM has recently published a paper that is more than 400 pages. As you know, the Google supremacy experiment. I would urge all of you to read that paper. It considered the cyclic processor which had 53 working qubits. And it worked very well. But it solved the particular problem, which is of no particular value, except proving that quantum algorithms have advantages over classical algorithms. But that is something you already know. Now, IBM is moving towards building quantum processors with hundreds of qubits. But you must realize one thing, that having many qubits, more than one qubits doesn't necessarily make them beta qubits. And that's very important. Because all these processes will work as long as the error threshold is below a certain level. Otherwise, this mechanism of correcting errors will not work and will completely steal your computation. So, more and more qubits are necessary, but at the same time, you also need to build better qubits. Qubits with very high fidelity, so that the error levels are always less than a certain threshold. So Google's 53 qubits are pretty big. they are very computers. And if you could increase the number of qubits to 65, 70, it's fairly easy to come up with problems which all the digital computers together. Okay, so I think the goal should be just not to make hundreds and hundreds of qubits. Maybe it's good to start working with small qubits but make them good qubits. Qubits that can actually work without, making, or without or at least as long as the error level is less than 2. So that is for designers to figure out. These systems should provide 3 qubits and 1 qubit. You can do a lot of things, but your challenge will be to create 3 qubits. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Bondapatan. We'll now move on to the next speaker, which is Professor Amlan Chakraborty from Calcutta University. So 25 minutes plus 5 minutes of discussion. So I'll give you a reminder after you've completed 20 minutes.
Hello. So yeah, we are back. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful session. I request Dr. Alokesh Ghosh to come on the stage to felicitate Yes, sir, please felicitate and with the memento to Professor Bondapatan. Dr. Alokesh Ghosh, please stay on the stage to felicitate Professor Amlan. Moving ahead with the program, I would also like to inform our participants that 2 of our volunteers are within the crowd. So if you have any questions, you can raise your hand, they'll come to you with the mic. Thank you. Let me introduce Dr. Amlan. So Dr. Amlan Chakraborty is a full professor and director in the A.K. Chaudhary School of Information Technology at the University of Kolkata. He has received multiple project grants in the area of security in cyber physical systems, embedded systems design, VLSI design, quantum computing, computer vision and data science from various national and international agencies. I request Dr. Amlan to take over with the session. Thank you, sir.
So thank you all, and a very good afternoon to all of you, and thanks for inviting me to this wonderful symposium on quantum computing, which is a very upcoming area for many of you, but I started by researching in the Statistical Institute in 2005, right, on quantum logic synthesis, and that inspired me, right, and then went on and on, right, in this domain. So So how to get my slide here? Okay, so I was in a little bit puzzled up that what to present here, because quantum computing in that sense is such a big thing, right, which has come up of the last maybe 20 plus years, right, and also the tools and platforms are now very good. So I thought that what I will try to speak is some of the important problems with which my group has worked over the last 10 years. Right, and just a picture skill view of those problems areas, so that if you are interested, if some of you are interested to connect and to collaborate on those areas, that would be wonderful. So I will start with some of the problems which we worked maybe 10 years ago, right, and some of the recent problems with which we are working. Okay, so that perfectly fits my work area, or the work area of my group at the University of Calcutta, which is from algorithms to circuits and new directions. So let's move on. So I will start with some of the quantum algorithms, which has a tremendous impact, right, in terms of what are the applications. Professor Manu said, and also Professor Shubhra said, that quantum computing has a clear edge over the classical computing, and how does it, right, as it works. Those are some of the snippets I will try to unroll to all of you. Okay, so let's start with some of the interesting algorithms. So graph search, we know that graph search is a very interesting domain of quantum computing, that means in the general computing, because we know that many of the computation problems can be mapped to a graph problem, right? And when we work in a multi-dimensional data space, right, graph is a major handle on which we work, right? And we show here that a lot of good algorithms can be developed in quantum computing platform, right? And we can solve those problems in a better way than the classical domain. So this is a framework which we are building. In fact, this is a thesis problem of one of my students. She will be submitting a thesis soon, and we are trying to make all of our algorithms as a tool for the graph-based search techniques, and try to offer it for open source, right? So what we do, we use two types of techniques, as the Grover's oracular search. Okay, the DFT is also one of the technique, and we also do the graph-based random walk type of algorithms on the graph, right? So let's see that what is the importance. That means I will not go here much. That importance is enormous. As I said, the graph is a network, right? And we can actually look into the different properties of the network through the graph algorithms, and we can actually model a traffic problem, model a molecular dynamics problem, dynamic graph, right? And we can also connect a lot of these network problems, fine, and we can go ahead in solving those. So this is a very important domain to understand, right? It has an effect in a lot of application domains. So the first problem what I introduced is the random walk on the graph, right? If you see the left figure, right, you see what is a random walk means. So this is a random walk on a line, which means that a walker starts from one position of the line. You can consider this as a central position and then randomly moves, right? In a classical system, we have a certain probabilistic move, which is a sort of it's a Gaussian curve, where we actually condense the most of the probabilities in one of the section of the graph, or some of the states are very high probable compared to the others. But when we look into the quantum movement on the graph, which is shown on the right, it has a fast spreading, and the spreading is much faster. In most of the cases, it's at least quadratically faster than what we can have in the standard classical way of doing. So why we do a random walk? Because the random walk is basically, suppose you have it's a graph problem, and you try to work a oracle, right, for each of the data states, data nodes, what we represent as a graph. So the oracle will try to maximally hit all the nodes in a small amount of time, so that you can reach to a pseudo O1 type of algorithm convergence. So that actually helps us to use this type of techniques to actually spread out of the graph and to apply the oracle in the graph nodes. So there are standard models, right? If you see, I'm not getting into this, this text will give you that how there are two operators. One is the quiet operator, one is the state change operator. So the quiet operators, there are a lot of choices are there. You can have a basic Hanomard point, which is a very unbiased coin, right? You can also have a DFT type of coin operations, and you can actually, based on the coin value, you need to propagate or need to change the state of the node, right? You require some sort of quantum operation, so that it's basically modulo 2 operation, modulo 2 arithmetic you have to do, right, using the quantum gates, because they are very good by doing the modulo 2 arithmetic. So you can do the modulo 2 arithmetic, and you can do the addition and subtraction, and you can actually propagate. The only thing is that as in the superposed states, right, you can propagate very fast. Okay. So the basic basic work is that this was a paper which we wrote at Princeton in 2012, right? It was a sort of implementation. It was not only the algorithm, or everything was already there at that point of time. If you look into the paper of Child, right, you can get the the first of kind of the walk on the random walk. We tried to implement it on a simulator which we developed, which will come later, FTQLS at Princeton, right, and show some of the results on different technologies. Okay. So this is a problem what we worked in 2007. We published this paper, and this is a very important thing which is called a cross-domain connectivity. It has a lot of problems, like an and/or network. You can model this. It's called a binary welded tree problem. So this is something that you have actually two graphs, and you have an exit and it's an entry and an exit. And what you need to do, you need to start from the entry, and you have to come out at the exit. Fine. But the classical problem becomes easier if this welding, fine, if it is very regular. So regular welding means you just weld it in a particular regular order pattern. Okay, the problems become exponentially costly if the welding is actually random, right? And that we show here. This is a random, fine, so welding. So our oracle, the oracle circuit which we designed, which is a particular example case, is not a, but for an example case, the oracle circuit is a circuit which actually, going through an adjacency list, you have to develop this oracle circuit, right? And the oracle circuit, once you give a particular point of entrance, right, it will generate the exit encoding, right? You have to encode the graph in such a way that this oracle can give you the encoding of the exit, provided you give the entry point. And then what you do, this is not the full algorithm, this is a part of the algorithm. So that was the main algorithm of the for the oracle, which can actually, so our algorithm was to generate this type of oracle for a generalized welding, right? So we solve the problem in terms of that you can generate this oracle circuit, right, for any random welding. Okay, right, and that helps in a lot of, that means you can see the practical examples of web search in cross-domain applications where you actually start from one domain and you get out of another domain, fine, and the intermediate, get overlaps are there, so that you can model it as a binary welded tree, the two-tree inverted, right, and you can solve the problem. This we actually solved, right, and published the paper in the JETC. Next we move on to this framework. This framework will be available in the public, where that not only random walk, but using the Grover search and basically the Grover search or the Grover oracle, we solve a lot of problems like the KK problem, the graph curving problem, the triangle finding problem, right? All these are published work, right? And we try to build a framework, and then the framework has two channels, right? The one channel is obviously the standard IBM Q devices where we actually experimented, right? And we published the results, right? And on the devices. The other channel was actually multi-value. This is the new direction where we are moving towards. Our group is moving towards. So we have also simulated this in the multi-valued quantum, and we will show that we have the first multi-valued quantum simulator which is developed by my group. Right? I'll come to that later part. So this is a particular framework, and I think that once we make this framework very robust and we test this with a lot of use cases, now this is sort of going to the industry and to the problems that generated, right? We can actually look into some of the problems, and we can try to see that how our framework works in those use cases. Okay. This is the problem. This is the algorithm what we did in 2021, and we received also from recognition from IBM as the Quantum Researcher Access Award, the first book in India, in 2021, where we developed the quantum ant. Okay, so the quantum ant, as you know, that the ant colony is a very good way to actually solve an optimization problem. Okay, so there are two steps in the quantum process. One is you have to spread out the particular. Actually, this has a long history. So in 2018, I was delivering Europe in a lecture, right, and Professor Alfred, Professor Brookstein from University of Technique, and he just gave a lecture of, ant colony before me, right? And when I finished my lecture, he came to me and he said that, Amnan, why don't you think the superposition of the paths, and why don't you use the quantum ant, develop some sort of quantum ant, right? And from then, the 2018, we actually tried to work on that. 2019, we generated some sort of algorithm, and then we tried to place it on the hardware. The hardware was not there, right? Then we moved, then requested IBM that, so how to get it? Then IBM said that you have to show that your algorithm is phenomenal so that you can get the quantum researcher access, right? And then you can get to this hardware. So we ultimately placed it to the IBM, and we showed the power of the algorithm, and we ultimately got that. So this algorithm actually takes the entire the annihilation and the accumulation of pheromone, which is being defined on the quantum superposed path. So here the trick what we did is that we actually encoded the paths for the ants. So the superposed paths were encoded as superposed qubit states, right? And those qubit states are altered based on the annihilation and the deposition of the pheromone, were actually quantum operations which are very similar to quantum amplitude amplification. We have done those paths, we have changed the probability of those particular qubits, which are similar to the paths what the ant chooses in terms of the quantum optimization. That was the trick we played, right? And that worked, and that shows a good amount of gain in the algorithm, right? And this is a paper published in 2021, right? And this is just a skipping. These are some of the work which we are still doing, but a little bit. We are not very much doing aggressively now, because we know that the quantum tools are coming up in a great way from IBM, from Microsoft, and other partners like Amazon. So now our focus is more on how to build the tool. That means how to use the tools rather than to develop the tools. But these still are very good work in terms of, that means how we started developing the CAD in the quantum domain, and many something can still be done. So what we show here is the concept of QCAD, right, which we proposed in multiple sessions. And the way we started is that how we can make the quantum circuit fit to quantum algorithms. That's a major thing. If you have to go to fit to that, you have to go to the technology level. Because when we see the technology level, though now the IBM has given the transpilation option where you don't have to go into the technology, but still you can do the circuit. But suppose we are actually trying to control our quantum hardware very efficiently. So this is the problem. Then what we have to do, we have to come like the same as the VLSI. We start from the very high level design, and we just go to the layout, and then we actually do all the signal conditioning, right? And we see all the type of noises and disturbances. Similarly, we have to see this in our quantum CAD flow, right? And if you look into the quantum CAD flow, this is the quantum CAD flow which we actually settled at Princeton, and based on this new, the FTQLS tool was done, right? And it was also followed by Bremen, right? I was invited in Bremen in 2014, where we proposed this particular tool. The Rolf Eschler's group in Bremen, right, who works with me, some of the papers we have worked together, right? They have also actually used this tool, for some of the reversible computing work. So this is a proposal which actually starts from the quantum algorithm to the quantum compiler, and right, and the way Professor Shubhra said rightly that you have 2 qubit gates. So when we look into the technology, right, you have only single and 2 qubit gates. But when you go to the high level description, right, you can actually go to MCT gates. Right? Now the problem is that how we decompose the MCT to those technology gates, right? And the 2 qubit gates are also varied according to the technology. There are many C0 gate is not available for all the technologies. Maybe CZ gate is available for some technologies. So how do we do this downgrading? So there will be some sort of decomposition technique, but when we decompose these high-level gates in the quantum domain, right, to the 2 qubit and single qubit gate, there is an error threshold. Okay, because decomposition itself, whether either it's a solvent-type decomposition or it's a product decomposition, right, you will see that there is some error in the decomposition. So how to handle the error in the algorithmic space, right, okay, it's apart from the actual error in the quantum space, the decomposition, okay, the logic to technology also has some error. So these all things needs to be taken care, right, in the particular step. So if you see this quantum compiler, right, which involves the MCT, means the decomposition of multi-quantal topology, okay, the PMD, the physical machine descriptions, right, and the FTS means the fault tolerant synthesis, which means that what is the fault tolerance you want to have. So the compiler accepts your high-level input, decomposes them in the logical level, and then takes the technology input from the MCT decomposition, from the PMD decomposition, and from the fault tolerant decomposition, and then okay, generates a particular circuit. This error encoding, if you can do it, means that you are going to the domain of the fault tolerant quantum computing, which is FTQC, which is not still there. We are still in the age of NISQ. But this is a full flow where you can actually optimize your circuit from the high level to the technology level, right? And if you can implement this on a specific technology, right, which we are trying to develop, right, then the platforms will be built so that we can develop our algorithms. Okay? So these are a lot of work. So when we discuss with the people who are implementing this on technology, right, the main challenge is that is how to optimize. So there are some rules which we developed. That, for instance, this is a paper in TVLSI which came in 2012 or 13 it came, where we show certain identities, but the identities are based on the technology, right? So these identities reduce the quantum netlist, right? And I hope IBM also uses something like this in their transpilation, where they use this type of identities, right? But what I'm telling is that because you have to know what happens behind the tool. So the researchers who are starting now, they may be very oblivious about quantum CAD, right? But quantum CAD is still a domain, right? If you want to develop indigenous some sort of quantum systems, right? We also have to develop the quantum CAD because those CAD are specific for the particular technology what we are building. Okay? So these are some sort of optimizations you can do, and these are the rules we found out, right? And these are some sort of ways where we can actually move the gates, right, which are identities, right, and try to form a window, right, and we can do some local optimization in terms of quantum gate operations. Okay, because we know that all the pi operations are not implementable. So we saw that we have to do pi by 4, multiple of pi by 4 operations, right? We go into the phase operations on the quantum gates. So these are some of the rules and some of the constraints we fit into our tool, and our tool generates a sort of it's optimized netlist, okay, right? And that we go ahead, and this paper can that is, you can look into the FTQLS paper, though as I'm saying that most of the tools are now very free flow, right? You don't need to see the backend, but some of the backend idea you can get, right, if you go through these papers and you know that what the technology and that how the high level flow and the technology gets ultimately mapped. Okay. So now obviously the next thing, the quantum error correction, which we have just started, I think a few years, one of the students is doing this work. So obviously we know that presently we are at the era of noisy intermediate state quantum computing, which means that we don't have enough qubits in our hand. Okay, that means our good qubits in our hand, as Professor should rightly said, good qubits in our hand, so we cannot do an error encoding that rigorously. What we try to do, we try to look into.
Hello, excuse me, Professor Chakraborty.
Yeah.
You have 5 more minutes
Fine.
to end your talk.
Fine, I will just finish up within 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. Okay. So this is the Thank you, Professor Bhanu, for reminding me. Okay. Yeah, thanks. So this is where we are, and once we go to the fault tolerant, before we go to the fault tolerant quantum computation, how we can go ahead. So this is a scheme what we propose, which is called an IQER, which recently published in ACM Transaction. It is called Intelligent Quantum Error Reduction Technique. We use the strategy of machine learning. We learn the feature space of all the benchmark quantum circuits, basically 1 qubit and 2 qubit gates on the IBM technology, right? And we try to generate a feature space, right? And on the feature space, when we give a circuit, our prediction okay, tells the error in the circuit, right? And you can fix your error threshold, right? If you fix your error threshold based on the prediction, you can compute the circuit up to that. It's called a circuit cutting technique. That means you can either go the circuit from your bottom to top, or if you are going to top to bottom, right, you can cut the circuit when your error threshold exceeds, right? And then there are circuit switching techniques which are already there. You can actually simulate that, okay? So this is a what we have actually used the machine learning technique, okay? This is the last part I'm telling. This is a work which is called QR Zone, which is recently published, where we have proposed and we have implemented a distributed quantum computer simulator. Right? This is a very interesting work which has been done by one of my interns, and now he is doing PhD in Virginia Tech. Right? And it is a work by BHU who worked with me for 1 year in the internship, and we developed this tool which works perfectly in the distributed computing, how we can use the HPC, like we are telling that HPC can simulate quantum simulators, how we can distribute the quantum task in multiple nodes and still we can get the result of it. Right? And these are some of the works which we have done in multi-valued qubit systems. It's present quantum systems, binary quantum systems. We can go to ternary, and then we can generalize it as a d-array quantum system, right? And if you have a d-array quantum system, it's called a multi-valued qubits, or they are normally called as qubits. Fine. So if we go into the qubit system, we have shown some of the work that in both in algorithm and in circuit, we get certain efficiency higher than the binary quantum systems. Right? I'm not getting into details of this because of limitation of time, but you can go through this, okay, references, and you can get what is there. This is an important paper. This is the C-DAC, which is being built with the collaboration of Nanyang Institute of Technology. So our group and a group from NTU collaborated, and this is the first simulator which actually incorporates both the binary and the multi-valued qubit systems. I don't know what your technology-based implementation ladder, but a lot of European groups have started working on this multi-valued qubit due to their efficiency, right, in terms of the data space it can span, right? Because nowadays you have to work with big data and larger data space you can span with your algorithm. It makes a better efficiency. So something like qubit is coming, and this is a simulator which we have built, and it's a published work which has been published in IIT, and this is a good simulator which also will come public very soon. Right, and this is the last part of work we are also trying to develop. My PhD student is working with PwC, and she is also working with me. She is trying to develop a sort of software engineering process for the quantum. But this is a very initial stage, but if someone is interested, right, they can actually look into the archive paper what we have submitted. Right, and this is also a flow which needs to be come up because we have to now use the quantum platforms. We have to actually start with the business process, and we have to see how it ends up in a quantum system in a standard software engineering process. Okay, so so QDLC is very important, right? And this is the collaboration which we have with Excel Technologies, and that means our university, right? We are actually looking into a lot of applications. We have recently published a paper on quantum random. We have submitted a paper on quantum random generator as a service in the cloud. We are also trying to propose a patent on the particular direction. Right, we are trying to build up the ecosystem. We are looking into the quantum machine learning. We are trying to plan to build up the manpower development ecosystem jointly with ACL. Okay. This is fine, and this is possible. All this work is possible because this is a group of my students. They are mostly placed in industries. One student joined in my group, and they are taken by industry within a couple of years. But this is a good actually. Okay. So thanks to all my students, we have a lot of collaborations. Actually, Venkat also helps me, right? I say that Venkat will provide me this, and it provides me this thanks to IBM, right? That is our principal, or when we started quantum computing on technology domain, right? Okay, IBM helped us a lot. Okay, obviously C-DAC now we started working with C-DAC also. TCS is there with us. Okay. Amazon I missed out. Sorry, Amazon. We are now collaborating on the Amazon Rocket platform, and that is my major. The motivation is now that means how to use the quantum platforms and to try to optimize, okay, from the algorithm space to the tool space, right, and ultimately give a benefit to the business applications what we try to foresee on the quantum platform. Okay, so thank you all. Thanks for giving me the time. I hope that I am on time.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Chakraborty. I think we have time just one or two questions.
I have one question. My name is Gopal Krishna, and my question is, what is quantum cost and qubit cost, and can we calculate this cost for an algorithms or any problems?
Sure. So if you look into our PMD paper, right, which was published in 2013, right, we have actually said that there are two types of cost. One is the get cost and one is the control cost, which can be also equivalent to quantum timing cost, right? And these are benchmarked in time, that means in terms of the different qubits, different qubit gets, right? And also there is a cost in initializing the qubit, okay? So in the SDLC, what I have shown in the SDLC, we are trying to develop a model on that, right? Because the SDLC, an entrepreneur, it's an enterprise will try to first estimate the cost, right, and try to find the quantum supremacy. So the technology is so the data is available now. What we have to do, we have to actually make it a tool, right? So the automated cost is there. Okay, IBM also comes up with a concept called quantum volume. But in each quantum volume, they actually give the details of what are the resources, and you can also estimate the cost, and IBM also gives the cost value for that. Okay, so cost is readily available, but it is not being punched in the tool, right? Because there is a lot of variable components. Once we have a sort of set that these are the things we want to work with, and these are the windows we want to work with, cost can be estimated for a particular technology.
Thank you, sir. One more question I have. So can you suggest few simulators for quantum optimization?
Few simulators for quantum optimization. Okay, there are libraries. There are libraries from IBM. There are libraries from Amazon and Microsoft, right, which you can try. And I think Penny Lane also offers some libraries, which is based on Rigidity. So you can look into the libraries, and you can see that how they scale up with your problem size. The most important problem is that when we try to do the problem and we try to work it out, when we try to give a real problem with a little bit higher scale, then the problem starts. So we have to look into that, and what scales of algorithm can work in the present simulation environment or technology environment at the back end. Okay, but there are good libraries, as I said.
Okay, so thank you very much, Professor Omran Chakravarti, for a very exciting talk. And this was the last talk before lunch. I'll now hand over to the organizers to make an announcement.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ramlan, for sharing your invaluable insights. Sir, I would request you to please wait on the stage for a little more. I request Dr. Alokesh Bose to please present memento to Dr. Ramlan. Thank you, sir. So I would like to inform the participants a few changes in the schedule. Those who have got some questions, they can discuss it with our speakers during the networking lunch and offline. There's a little change in the session right now. We'll have with us Mrs. Sunita Verma from IT. She'll be speaking to us right now. After that, we'll have a talk from Dr. Kenji Subisaki, our expert. Post that talk, we'll have a lunch session. After that, we'll continue with our vertical one. So let me take this opportunity to introduce Mrs. Sunita Verma. She is a group coordinator for research and development in electronics, IT and Digital India Bhashni Division at Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. She is looking after all the R&D activities. She has been playing a crucial role in development and promotion of electronics and IT across the country by way of formulation of policies involving R&D proposals and their deployment and commercialization in association with industries, academia and R&D institutes. She has long association of more than 30 years dealing in R&D work from basic research to product deployment. She has actively contributed in formulations of national policy on electronics. She is also leading the National Supercomputing Mission for development and deployment of state-of-the-art supercomputing facilities in the country. She is also involved in major transfer of technologies that have been carried under her leadership. Ma'am, I request you to take it over and please address the audience.
Thank you. First of all, my apologies for being delayed in this. I wanted to be there in person, but due to other commitments, I could not be here. But I am very happy to be part of this symposium. So, welcome you all, and my wishes to the dignitaries, the chief guest, Professor Vijay Kumar, Director, IGIMS, Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor R.P. Singh, Physical Research Lab, Ahmedabad, Colonel A.K. Nath, ED, C-DAC, Pune, Colonel P. Sai Shankar, VSM, Director Signals, Indian Army, Shri Aditya Kumar Sinha, Director, C-DAC, Kolkata and Patna. I am delighted to be part of this symposium, and I take this opportunity to share with you the various activities which are being spearheaded by the Ministry of Electronics and IT in the area of quantum computing and in fact quantum technologies. So quantum computing is poised to revolutionize the field of computing for the next generation, as it operates based on the principles of quantum mechanics. Unlike the classical computers that rely on bits, quantum computers utilize qubits and hence achieves an exponential computing power. I will not go into details. I think there are all experts sitting here, and we would like to hear from them more. So, quantum computer hold a significant advantage over the classical computers when it comes to tackling the complex calculations. And as India now holds the title of pharmaceutical of the world, it is imperative that we delve into molecular simulation for crucial drug discovery and the research in this area. Harnessing the power of quantum computers can accelerate the drug discovery process, potentially reducing the cost and expedite the availability of life-saving medicines for the global population. MeitY, under the Government of India, has launched several initiatives in the field of quantum technologies. These initiatives are aimed at fostering research activities, establishing cutting-edge infrastructure, and providing specialized training to develop skilled human resources in this niche area of technology. The overarching objective is to expedite quantum computing-led research and development in India and position the nation at the forefront of countries actively pursuing quantum technologies. One such notable initiative is the development of quantum simulator platform called QSIM. QSIM offers researchers the opportunity to explore and develop quantum algorithms and applications. This initiative is a collaborative effort which is involving C-DAC, IIT Bangalore and IIT Roorkee, who are collectively working towards advancing the field of quantum computing. It aims to educate and train the vibrant manpower of the country. C-DAC, Patna and Kolkata have now ventured into the domain of photonics-based quantum sensing and quantum platform. The novel approach is inspired from the functioning of the human brain, and it targets to achieve both efficiency in consumption of power and speed of execution. To further advance the field of quantum technology, the establishment of COE in quantum technology has been undertaken at IIT Bangalore, RRI Bangalore and C-DAC Bangalore. This endeavor aims to create advanced and sophisticated infrastructure specifically which is designed for specialized area of the technology. The COE is strategically focused on two main areas of research and development. Firstly, the IIC is dedicated to the development of superconducting based quantum processors and the exploration of quantum algorithm. And RRI is engaged in the study of quantum technologies through the photonics approach, focusing on the development of fundamental components of quantum communication. Additionally, C-DAC is actively contributing in developing the FPGA-based control hardware for superconducting-based quantum processors. Moving forward, METI also intends to pursue a two-pronged approach. Firstly, to enhance and accelerate quantum simulators by leveraging high-performance computing infrastructure, surpassing the capabilities of traditional accelerators. And secondly, also to establish a hybrid quantum classical framework, combining the power of quantum and high-performance computing environment to facilitate cutting-edge research and development. As you know, that METI is supporting the National Supercomputing Mission as a joint project with the Department of Science and Technology. And what we see in the future is a natural integration of quantum systems along with the existing high-performance computing systems. So this is one of the research areas that is being actively pursued, and we would like more contribution from the researchers in this area. And the notable initiative in the field of quantum communication is the Metro Area Quantum Access Network, MACAN. This initiative from METI aims to establish a dedicated testbed for validating and testing quantum key distribution hardware as well as associated protocols for quantum key distribution. Further, METI is also venturing into the realm of agile and ad hoc free space quantum communication utilizing drones. Drones have shown promising potential as a viable platform for implementing free space quantum communication in aerial settings. This is still at a nascent and research stage, and this is one area which is upcoming and has got a lot of potential in the strategic sector. So I see that we have a good number of participants from the strategic area session. I wanted to be there personally, but I'm sorry, I will not be able to come. I have some other meeting which has come in. But I would like to surely get a feedback on and a take on the discussions that would emerge and the takeaways of the symposium. Once again, I extend the invitation to all the industries, startups and academia to actively engage in collaborative research within the realms of quantum technologies. Under the symposium, I hope that we'll have good collaborations. We can collectively come out with some very out-of-the-box thoughts on how to take this area forward and develop world-class products and technologies in this emerging field and let India lead in this area. I express my gratitude for extending the invitation to me and to be part of the symposium, and I wish the symposium a great success. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for addressing and with your encouraging words. Before we move forward, I have a small joke to make. So, anybody interested to hear a joke? Okay. So, a Higgs boson walks into a Catholic church and the priest stops in there. Anybody knows why? Somebody answered. Yeah. So Higgs boson went there and the priest stopped him. You know what did the boson reply? He replied, "Without me you can't have a mass." So it was supposed to be a joke. So that was to make the congregation a little bit light-hearted. It is not every day that an opportunity like this and a congregation of intellectuals like this happens. I encourage all the audience to take the most out of it. Moving forward with the program, I would like to invite Dr. Kenji Sugisaki, who is an associate professor at Keio University, Japan. He is also a visiting researcher at TCG Crest. Dr. Sugisaki is an experienced researcher who works in development of quantum algorithms for quantum chemical calculations of open shell molecules carrying unpaired electrons. Professor Sugisaki, I give it over to you. Please take the session.
Thank you very much for this introduction. So let me share my screen. So today, how from a computer to quantum chemistry problem. So the title is shown here. So especially I'm going to talk about how to compute the energy difference of two electron states directly on a quantum computer. Such calculation is in the conventional quantum chemistry, such calculation is impossible, but quantum computer is able to perform such calculation. So let me start from the research in chemistry. So research in chemistry is very diverse. So some researchers are interested in the property of biomolecules, or others interested in new materials, or the design, so on, or new reactions. But basic of the research in chemistry consists three topics. I mean the molecular synthesis and molecular design and spectroscopic analysis. But as you know, synthesizing the molecule is very time consuming. So if we can simulate this component on computers, it is very beneficial. And actually such calculation is possible. So in the quantum chemical calculation, we usually solve the Schrödinger equation, that is a fundamental equation in quantum mechanics, to theoretically review the electron structure of atoms and molecules. So in quantum chemical calculation, we use the atomic coordinate of molecules as an input, and then calculate the total energy and wave function of the molecule as the input coordinate. So this quantum chemical calculation can be applied, for example, to study the stable conformance, to search the stable conformance, or to study the molecular properties, or reaction path space, and so on. So if we can accurately calculate the electron space in the structure of atom molecule, so we can perform the chemical research and development in silicon and in computers. So accurate calculation of electron structure is very important in the chemistry reason. But unfortunately, the exact calculation of Schrödinger equation is very difficult and usually impossible for much electron system. Why? Because this is a Schrödinger equation, and Schrödinger equation consists of H psi equal E psi, where H is the Hamiltonian, and E is the energy, and psi is the wave function. And inside of this Hamiltonian H, there are electron-F interactions. So it means that one position on one electron depends on the position or movement of other electrons. So movement of electrons are very correlated. So the situation is clearly specified and stated by Paul Dirac. So here, so he stated that the underlying physical law necessary for the mathematical theory of the last part of physics and the whole of chemistry are completely wrong. So the difficulty is that the exact application of these laws leads to equation much too complicated to be solved. So, in practical, we have to introduce some approximation to solve the Schrödinger equation. So, roughly speaking, the quantum chemical calculation, in the quantum chemical calculation, the ultimate goal is exact solution of Schrödinger equation. But solving this Schrödinger equation exactly is impossible. So we start from the mean field approximation, which is a Hartree-Fock method, and then perform some electron correlate force to recover. Because this Hartree-Fock is a mean field, so it means that there's no electron correlation. So in order to recover the electron correlation, we have to apply, for example, configuration interaction, one couple cluster, one MCSS, and so on. And then the final goal is the flux CI, which corresponds to the numerical base particle base function within a base active space base set being used. And the current state of quantum chemical correlation is something like this. So gold standard approach has been established. But unfortunately, such approaches can sometimes be practical for large molecules because of the rapid increase of the computation cost. And semi-quantitative or qualitative calculations are usually possible. But unfortunately, this is usually, not always, but usually. So quantum chemical calculations sometimes fail to predict experimental results, even qualitatively. But if we use quantum computer to calculate the quantum chemistry problem, what happens? So this idea was proposed by Lisa Feynman, because in the quantum chemical calculation we deal with the motion of electron, which is a quantum particle. So such quantum particle, quantum mechanical system can be simulated by using quantum computers. And the classical approach for quantum chemical calculation was proposed by Alan Guthrie in 2005. In his approach, he stated that the calculation time for energy for atomic molecules scale exponential with system size on a classical computer, but it becomes polynomial scale if we use a quantum algorithm. And the approach proposed by Alan Guthrie is based on the quantum phase estimation. So let me briefly introduce the quantum phase estimation algorithm. Let us assume that we have wave function, and we apply a time evolution operator to simulate the time evolution wave function. And if the wave function given here is an eigenfunction of the Hamiltonian, that this time evolution doesn't change the wave structure of wave function, but just cause the phase shift depend on the energy. So it means that if we can determine the magnitude of phase shift caused by the time evolution, we can extract the energy eigenvalue. So this is this idea. In order to perform such calculation, there are several approaches of the phase estimation, but here I use a Bayesian phase estimation approach. So let me briefly introduce the Bayesian phase estimation approach. The construct for Bayesian phase estimation is written here. It consists of atomic gauge and control time evolution operators, and phase gauge and additional atomic gauge and measurement. So in this case, first we generate the quantum superposition of 0 and 1 state, and then perform the control time evolution. So it means that the 0 state does nothing happen. But if the ancillary qubit is in the 1 state, we apply a time evolution operator. After that, we apply another phase shift operation that corresponds to the reverse time evolution. And finally, we apply atomic gauge and measure the states, the probability to obtain the 0 states in the measurement can be calculated as shown here. So it means that if the epsilon, this is the estimated energy, equal to E, in that case, this probability becomes unity. So by using this approach, we can sweep the epsilon and then perform the quantum many times. And we can obtain this kind of plot. If we fit this plot by, for example, a Gaussian function, and the center of this plot corresponds to the estimate of the E. So in the Bayesian phase estimation approach, we optimize the region where the exact E locates by using a Bayesian inference. But almost all problems in chemistry focus on the energy difference or relative energy. From a chemistry, we calculate the total energy, but in order to discuss chemistry, we have to think about the energy difference. And total energy increases with the size of the system, but energy difference doesn't depend too much on the system size. Because the quantum computer can just utilize the quantum superposition space, we thought that we can calculate the energy difference directly on a quantum computer by using quantum superposition space. So this is this idea. So how to calculate the energy gap directly? So in order to calculate the energy gap directly, I propose a Bayesian phase difference estimation approach. This is the this is the typical Bayesian phase estimation functionality. Conventional Bayesian phase estimation compute the phase difference before and after the time evolution to calculate the total energy. But in order, if we are interested in the energy difference between two element states, we can generate some from superposition state and then perform the time evolution. So this idea is something like this. So conventional quantum phase estimation uses first perform state preparation and then perform the control time evolution. Instead of doing this, in the quantum phase difference approach, we first apply the control state preparation and then perform time evolution. So in this case, we start from the advanced state wave function and then apply a control excite operation to generate the quantum superposition ground and ahead state. And then perform the time evolution operator. Because we apply another reverse excitation operator and then measure the quantum state. In fact, if we apply this approach, the quantum state after the big quantum excitation operator is shown here, and the final probability to measure the flow state is calculated as shown here. So it means that if this delta epsilon equal to E1 minus E0, which means the energy gap, the probability becomes unity. So we can calculate the energy difference delta E by optimizing this delta epsilon so that this probability becomes maximum. And by applying this approach, we can calculate the, for example, ionization energy by using the superposition of neutral and ionic states, and we can calculate some excitation energy. So here. But one question is how to generate this control excitation operator? So let me compare the BPE and BPDE algorithm. In the conventional Bayesian phase estimation, to calculate the energy gap, we have to generate the ground state wave function or excited state wave function and then perform the total energy calculation. It means that the BPE-based energy gap calculation assumes that the some preparation gate for the ground and excited states are already available. This is a basic assumption. Okay? And in the BPDE, we need some, but this excitation operator can be defined as shown here. It means that if the excitation energy calculation using conventional Bayesian phase estimation is possible, in that case, BPDE-based energy gap direct calculation is already possible. This is typical of control excited gate. So in the ionization energy calculation, the control excited.
Hi everyone, my name is Akshat. This is my wife Ayushi. You might already know me from my YouTube videos.
Now why? I'm good at handling money, investing it, but I am not very good at taxation. That's it.
इसे पृथक कर दिया जाएगा.
So the control expectation gate can be realized by just one single key. And the single circuit against just calculation, we can use control key to realize the control expectation. So there are several applications of the DVD, but yeah, I'm going to go about one application. I mean, DVD for the guide calculation, and I get between two different geometries. So this idea to calculate the two energy difference between two geometries is to simulate this kind of evolution. First, like the 0 plus psi A, which is a response of the geometry A, and 1 times psi B, and then perform the kind of evolution. But if we apply the kind of average operator like this, there's no benefit because the rate of the concept is approximately double. So it means that we can calculate energy different directly. So two calculations, individual calculations become only one, but the computation time for one calculation becomes twice. So the computation time is doesn't change. In order to apply this implementation, let's think about HA and HB share the same power string. In that case, the concept becomes constructed by a small number of additional gates. So this shows the conventional kind of operator, control kind of operator, and let's assume the HA and HB are written as shown here, and PJ is a power string, it's the same power string. So in that case, the difference is just on the rotation angle here. So we can apply two control loop RC or two RC and two single gate to realize that this kind of diversion operator. Applying this approach, we can calculate the numerical energy difference directly. So I cannot share my screen. Okay, so by applying this approach, we can calculate the numerical energy difference directly on a quantum computer. And by combining this approach with the version on the BHU algorithm, we can perform the geometric optimization without calculating total energy. So in this case, the version of this green point can calculate energy difference between energy, total energy of B minus A divided by dr. So this calculation is possible on a quantum computer directly. And by applying this approach, we found a geometric optimization for hydrogen molecule as a typical example. So in this case, we start from different initial geometry, but this approach converts to the full scale moment very rapidly. So let me summarize my code. Almost all the problem intend to deal with energy difference between two electric states or electric structures. Because the quantum computer can utilize some quantum superposition states, direct calculation of energy are possible on a quantum computer. In order to perform such calculation, we propose a Bayesian different estimation algorithm for the direct calculation of energy gap. Today I show only these two examples, I mean the ion phase energy calculation and numerical energy gradient, but this approach can be also applied to total energy calculation and the big energy effects, so on. So finally, I will understand all the collaborators, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sugisaki Sensei. We have time for one or maybe at the most two questions.
Any questions from the audience? Yeah, please raise your hands. Our volunteers will reach you with the mic.
So it's a nice talk, okay. And my question is that whether you are thinking that how QPE can be used in error estimation, okay, for the algorithms like QML, whether there is any thought process in that.
Well, you mean that the DPE or the...
Yeah. So in machine learning, we have a similar technique where we try to optimize the parameters in terms of weights, right? And we slowly try to update the parameters and we try to reduce the error, which is a loss function, right? Is there any thought process that we can use a sort of QP based loss function for QML type of algorithms?
At this moment, I don't know. Maybe it's possible, but I'm sure.
I have some thought. I will connect you. Okay, I will connect you later on this. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
So there is one more question from the third.
Thank you, Sugizaki-san, for this nice presentation. So the plot that you show at the end, are those simulated or are they actually obtained from a real system?
All the result associated with is numerical simulation, not on the hardware. Because the functionality for time operator is too deep to execute on the real hardware. So I performed the simulation on the classical computer. But till I perform I don't use the scale vector, but I actually perform the shock to measure. So there are some error arising from shock noise. But unfortunately, all the results are from the numerical simulation.
Okay. And does this map to like the cold atom kind of system, like cold atom simulators? Is there an easy way of mapping your problem to that?
So anyway, in this case, initial state is just a Hartree-Fock scale, which corresponds to the single computation-based scale. So this is equally generally.
I see.
And the time operator is something like this one. So basically, the algebra and Rx and single case and control R-C case are enough to simulate the time operation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's all of this session. I'll hand it over to the organizers.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Professor Sugisaki, for your invaluable insights and sharing your valuable time with us. At this time, we'll right now break for the lunch. I request all the audience that in the interest of time, please reassemble at 3:15. We'll have a lunch break of 30 minutes. And before leaving, I would also request all the participants to give a huge round of applause for our fellow scientists at ISRO for the successful launch of Chandrayaan-3. Thank you very much. I hope you all will network over lunch. See you soon.
तो लंच शुरू कर दिया जाएगा। के उत्थापन के साथ ही हमारे अंतरिक्षयान चंद्रयान-3 की चंद्रमा की यात्रा प्रारंभ हो चुकी है।
As the rocket is soaring through the clear skies, every second moving closer to the accomplishment of the most important milestone in its mission to moon. Every Indian witnessing the launch live is content with the feeling of watching history in the making.
चंद्रमा की सतह पर अपना छाप छोड़ने के लिए चंद्रयान 3 अपने मिशन को पूरा करने निकल चुका है। वर्तमान में दोनों S-200 स्टेप ऑन बूस्टर सामान निष्पादन करते हुए अपनी निर्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं।
S-200 motors thrusting simultaneously, generating a peak thrust of close to 6,000 kilonewtons in vacuum. They are made of HTPV-based solid propellant. 204.5 tons in each strap-on. Close to 2 tons of propellant being burnt each second.
S-200 स्टेप-ऑन बूस्टर्स का प्रज्वलन काल 126 सेकंड का है और अभी घोषणा की गई L110 स्टेज का भी प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है।
Apart from the strap-ons, the core stage has also commenced its operation. This stage, based on combination
200 stages are separated
of hyperbolic Earth storable liquid propellants UH-25 and N-204. Now the S-200s have been separated.
घटनाक्रम के अनुसार इस यान से S-200 स्टेप-ऑन बूस्टर्स को सफलतापूर्वक पृथक कर दिया गया है। यह काम सेपरेशन मोटर्स की मदद से किया जाता है। चंद्रयान 3 के स्वदेशी लैंडर और रोवर में इन नितभारों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। यह अंतर्ग्रही मिशन के लिए भी आवश्यक तकनीकों का
Recording stopped.
For most of our history, human
Thank you.
Dear participants, I hope you all have enjoyed your lunch. We'll be beginning with the session shortly. Kindly be seated at your places.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so we'll begin now. So Bhanu sir is already online with us. Sir, I hope you enjoyed your lunch as well. Sir, are you there? Meanwhile, I welcome on stage Shri Srinivasa Prasanna. Dr. Prasanna has done his PhD at the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Bangalore, followed by positions of a postdoctoral researcher at IIA and a postdoctoral fellow at the Physical Research Laboratory, Ahmedabad. He is an assistant professor at TCG Crest, Kolkata right now. His research interest includes carrying out computationally intensive quantum many-body calculations on molecular systems for probing fundamental physics and performing such computations using quantum simulation for molecular calculations and high-performance computing. Sir, I welcome you on stage. I would also request Shri Ashok Bandhopadhyay to come on the stage to felicitate Dr. Srinivasa.
stronger. This is the pointer. This is the strongest. Okay, well, that's fine. I can use it. So can I start? Okay. Okay, so I'll begin by thanking the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present our works in this symposium. The title of the talk is very general. It's Atomic and Molecular Calculations Using Quantum Algorithms. This is because I'll be talking about research works on 3 different algorithms. 2 which we carried out on gate-based quantum computing framework and 1 in the quantum annealing framework. And of the 2 algorithms that we carried out in the gate-based framework, one was a near-term quantum classical hybrid algorithm. That's the VQE algorithm on the first line below. And the second is a fault-tolerant quantum algorithm, the HHL algorithm that you see in the second. And the one that we used for quantum annealing, or on quantum annealers, is the quantum annealer eigensolver, the QAE algorithm. So I hope to finish as much of this as possible in 20 minutes. Try my best. Okay. So before I actually begin the talk, I'll spend a minute just introducing our center. So I work at the Center for Quantum Engineering Research and Education, abbreviated as SECURE, which is a part of the recently founded TCG Crest Research Institute from Kolkata. So, okay. So we carry out research on both theory and experiment. I'm a theoretician, so hopefully I'll be able to give some sort of a flavor of the work that we do on in the theory group. And on the experimental side, we are trying to build our own superconducting qubit quantum computer. And here you see our team in front of the dilution refrigeration in quantum sensing activities using cold atoms and photonic integrated circuit platforms. We also have a PhD program. It was an MOU with IIT Tirupati for the first batch. Now for the second batch, the MOU is with ACSIR. So with this brief introduction, okay, it's not changing. The slide is not changing. Sure. Okay, thanks. Thank you. So this slide is more like an outline slide for the talk. So you see the algorithms listed on this side and the problems listed on the other side. We'll be mainly focusing on atomic and molecular systems. And when we say we want to carry out atomic and molecular physics calculations on quantum computers, what we really mean is carrying out calculations of properties such as the ground state energies, or for example ionization energies, which are now differences in energies, or molecular dipole moments, hyperfine structure constants, and so on and so forth. But the key long-term goal for us in getting into quantum computing is really to probe new physics beyond the standard model of elementary particles. So we want to basically probe particle physics using atomic and molecular physics calculations. And we want to do this in the framework of quantum computing. So that would be the long-term goal, and we'll talk a little bit about it in the next slide. Of course, we can also carry out spectroscopy calculations, and in the long run, all the stuff that quantum computers get hyperbook, drug discovery, materials, hopefully at some point when the hardware improves, maybe we can do it. We have ventured a bit into climate modeling using quantum computers. The work is still in its initial stages, but we have started getting some nice results, and unfortunately I wouldn't be able to cover it today. Finance is of course something that we have not yet started working on. So, we'll look at each of these algorithms one by one. We'll begin with VQE, and then we'll move to HHL, and finally to the quantum annealer eigensolver algorithm. And hopefully I'll be able to present some kind of an overview of the activities that we do or did these 3 algorithms. So, like I was telling earlier, the primary long-term goal is to basically probe particle physics, but using atomic and molecular calculations on quantum computers. The background is, you are probably familiar with the high-energy particle physics experiments like LHC. But there is also another interesting field, an alternative way to probe particle physics. That would be using non-accelerator particle physics experiments. So they are like tabletop experiments, no, not literally though, but they are high precision experiments. And you carry out those experiments on atoms or molecules, and depending on the property that you're interested in exploring, you could choose your candidates appropriately and so on. But one feature of these sort of calculations is that they always require a combination of theory and experiment. So we could take the time reversal violating electric dipole moment of the electron as an example. All it tells us is that the electron's charge distribution is not fully spherical, and we expect that there is a certain deviation in its charge distribution. That is what the electric dipole moment basically characterizes. But although that's a particle physics property, you could always do molecular physics calculations on a relevant property. In this case, it's something called the effective electric field. Now, this particular quantity cannot be measured in experiment. You need to combine high accuracy relativistic quantum many-body theoretic calculation of the effective electric field with an experimental measurement in order to be able to probe the relevant particle physics of interest. So the moment we say relativistic, the calculations become extremely compute intensive. When we discuss BHU, we'll probably briefly take a look at this aspect. No, it's not switching. Alright, thank you. Okay, so I've just given some example of the kind of molecular candidates that we used to work with on classical computers. And one thing that we immediately see is that it involves atoms like lawrencium or mercury or thallium, which are very heavy atoms. And then you're going to do relativistic calculations. So these are going to be very, very compute intensive and memory intensive. And therefore the promised speed up that quantum computers offer was naturally a nice thing for us to get into. So with this background, we can now start discussing the VQE algorithm. Really what the VQE algorithm does here is that, okay, you have an energy, the expression for the energy function, psi h psi over psi psi. We have parameterized the state, the wave function, with a set of parameters that are collapsed into a single index theta. And the idea is really to be able to minimize the energy function with respect to these thetas. That is, you want to find those set of parameters theta that can minimize the energy for you. And the Rayleigh-Ritz variational principle tells that this is an upper bound to the true ground state energy. So this is the desirable theoretical feature that the V in VQE tells us about. It's variational quantum eigensolver. So if you look at this particular graph out here, the x-axis is not visible here. It's actually theta. The y-axis is E of theta. So you begin with a set of guess parameters thetas. You choose them, and then on a quantum computer you evaluate this function given above. And therefore you get energy corresponding to that initial guess theta. Now what you do is you take that information to a classical computer. It goes to an optimizer like gradient descent, for example, and it updates theta for you. Now you take that updated theta, go back to a quantum computer and evaluate this expression given above, the energy, and then you pass that information back to a classical computer where an optimizer updates theta for you. And this keeps going on till some sort of a convergence is reached and you're at the minimum, and that minimum is the ground state energy that you seek. The rest of the things about VQE that I'm going to present in this slide are details. So of course you need to be able to tell what the Hamiltonian is and what the state is, the form. So the Hamiltonian has these creation and annihilation operators, A daggers and A's that are shown there. They would be transformed in an appropriate way to get a qubit operator which is then amenable to solving on a quantum computer. The coefficients HPQ and HPQRS are input coefficients. The inputs are from a classical computer for that. Likewise, psi of theta is written as U of theta acting on phi reference. The phi of reference is an easy to prepare state. So often we choose it to be the mean field state. And there is an operator U of theta, a unitary, that acts on this phi reference to get you psi of theta. That's called the ansatz. The ansatz that we pick is the UCC, or the unitary couple cluster ansatz. So the mathematical form is given here, but we are not going to get into the mathematics. Basically, pictorially, you could think of starting from the mean field state, and then you consider all possible particle Hall excitations. You enumerate them and then you get an exponential structure naturally. But it's not a unitary operator, so you make it unitary by converting E part t into E part t minus t dash. So basically all the information in psi of theta, those thetas become the amplitudes of these particle Hall excitations. So that's really the UCC ansatz. It's a physics motivated or a chemistry motivated ansatz, as you may call it. but it leads to extremely deep circuits, so one needs to put plenty of effort in reducing the resources so that you can actually carry out these calculations on real quantum devices. I'll very briefly comment on 3 of our recent works on the VQE algorithm. The first is a fairly straightforward one, where we basically tune the different knobs of the VQE algorithm. As we saw, it's a classical quantum hybrid sort of an algorithm. There are plenty of knobs, so to speak, that you could tune. And we studied the precision that we obtained by tweaking these in atomic systems of interest to us. In our second work, we went beyond energies. We calculated what are called ionization energies, because you need to capture the energy differences correctly. If both the energies are captured wrongly as far as their trends go, you're going to get a completely wrong result. So this sort of puts a bit more constraint on the algorithm that you're working on for precision. And we saw that VQE could of course calculate these energy differences very well. The other thing we did was to adapt the boards to handle single valence atomic systems, as opposed to the closed shell systems that were traditionally there when we did this work. The third work is sort of our first entry into making algorithmic modifications. So if we go back to the earlier slide, we see this exponential structure for UCC. So what we did is we rather decided to have a double exponential structure. It of course makes the calculation costly, but what we get as a result of doing this or incurring this extra quantum cost is that we are able to capture a wider range of physics. So UCC in its regular form can capture only what are called weak electron correlation effects. And adapting the algorithm this way allows us to also handle strong correlation effects. So, again the lower part is not visible, but really when we do all these calculations, we want to benchmark them with respect to some standard result that you obtain on a classical computer. We use what's called the FCI method. Basically what it is the best result that you can get within a given single particle basis. So if you're going to perform your calculations using some basis, then within that basis this is the absolute best you get. So the better your agreement for these sort of small systems, the better your algorithm is working. Okay, so with this background I will quickly introduce the relativistic VQE work before we wind up the VQE. By relativistic, what we do is we basically change the Hamiltonian that we saw in the expression for the energy function earlier from a non-relativistic to a relativistic Hamiltonian. So is it a question of just switching the Hamiltonians? Not quite. And this graph sort of shows, so the graphs that are important to us are B and C. And you see that in subfigure B, you're talking about the number of Hamiltonian terms that you get in a VQE calculation. And you immediately see that for the systems that we have chosen, from about 600 odd Hamiltonian terms, you jump to 3000 odd Hamiltonian terms. The subfigure C shows the number of iterations it takes for each of the calculations to converge for the molecules that we consider. Luckily, they are not too different between relativistic and non-relativistic calculations, but there's no reason why they should be so. Now, why are these two graphs important? What does it mean to a practical VQE calculation? What it means is that the number of circuits that you evaluate in your VQE is roughly the product of these two quantities that you see on the y-axis. So again, unfortunately, this is not shown here on the screen, but for the non-relativistic calculations, while you evaluate something like 500,000 circuits, for relativistic calculations, you evaluate as many as 3 million circuits. So this is why resource reduction is important in the relativistic framework much more than it would be in a regular non-relativistic calculation. So this graph basically shows the main result. Again, it's not clear because of the zoom bar. But the takeaway message is that for dipole moments, as you go to heavier and heavier systems, that is from BH to RAH, you see that relativistic effects are so important. They can account for up to 20-25% of the net effects that are captured by the algorithm. So while these relativistic calculations are expensive, they become necessary for certain calculations in order to get accurate results. And the sort of precision we get with respect to FCI that I spoke about in the last slide, it's even up to 0.8% that we find. Of course, the calculations are in a reduced active space. You don't take the molecule head on because we don't have those resources today. So these are 12 qubit calculations, all of the calculations that are shown here. Now, in the last line I've written that efforts are underway for hardware computations. So we are working extensively on resource reduction. Hopefully in the coming months, we would be able to carry out these calculations on Rigetti hardware, for which we got access via the many QCal proposals. And IBM Q, so we initiated a research collaboration with Dr. Kalyan Dasgupta of IBM recently. And we also have initiated a collaboration with Professor Mark Safran from University of Wisconsin-Madison. And we plan to also carry out these calculations on a C-DAC device. So with this, I'll wind up the discussion on VQE and I'll begin the discussion on HHL. So HHL stands for Harrow, Hassett and Lloyd. These are the names of the 3 people who first invented the algorithm. Really what HHL does is solve AX equal to B for you. So there is not even a constraint on A having to be unitary. A has to be Hermitian in general. If it's not Hermitian also you could handle it, but you just double the cost. So instead of solving for X equal to A inverse B on a classical computer, you want to do it on a quantum computer. But of course, you don't want to reconstruct the state of a quantum device. That defeats the purpose of this quantum computer. So you want to rather get a feature of X. So what you see here on the rightmost side is B dagger A inverse B. That's like an expectation value, but it's really an overlap between B and X. And you can design appropriate quantum modules in order to extract this quantity, and that's really what we do. So what we do is we take the couple cluster equations, the same couple cluster that we saw in BQE, except that that was unitary. Here you're not constrained to have them be unitary. You linearize the couple cluster equations, and you see that it can be recast in the form of Ax equals B. And it turns out that the correlation energy, which you really want to capture, I mean, how well you capture this correlation effects decides how good your algorithm is. And that is simply found by using that sort of an overlap expression. So this is the first thing that we did in this book, to identify that HHL algorithm can be used for quantum chemistry, because before this it was either VQE, which we discussed earlier in the talk, or the quantum phase estimation approach, a variant of which Professor C-DAC discussed in his previous talk. So here we see that HHL can also be used for quantum chemistry, but this is a fault-tolerant error algorithm. So this is going to lead to very, very deep circuits. And by deep, what I mean is you're going to have a huge number of quantum gates. And the more the 2-qubit quantum gates you have in a circuit, the worse your result is going to be as the system scales. Because 2-qubit gate fidelities are not great in the scale. So we worked heavily towards resource reduction, and this we have results on hardware. We ran it on the IMQ, Harmony and Area machines. And this was also via the MATQ-Cal cohort 1 proposals. But we realized that it's not only a question of reducing the quantum circuit depth, but there is always implicitly an order of n cubed for an n by n matrix cost that is associated with any practical HHL calculation. So if you're going to work with an n by n matrix and you're going to incur an order of n cubed cost on a classical computer before you even start your algorithm, the purpose of a quantum speedup that this gives could be defeated. So that was also an aspect that we addressed, and to that end, we modified the HHL algorithm to adapt HHL light. So we just appended adapt this side and light that side. Light has some nice acronym that one of our students came up with, but I'm sure you'll be furious with me if I forgot. But what light does is it achieves depth reduction, the thing that we were talking about, and it uses two different approaches to doing it. I'm not going to discuss the algorithm. We use something called multi-qubit fixing using a classical computer. But the philosophy is that if you have control unitaries of this type, this can be an n by n control unitary. You can use multi-qubit fixing, you expend classical resources, and you can convert them under certain circumstances to just unitaries or identities, thereby saving a huge amount of expenses in terms of quantum circuit. The second idea is to basically replace the unitary that the HHL actually executes with a different unitary that does the same job as the HHL unitary, but with some minor loss in precision, but which is very, very shallow as compared to the original HHL unitary. As far as the adapt part goes, it was basically just a clever way of scaling the Hamiltonian in the QPE and the QPE dagger subroutines of HHL. And the whole purpose of this is to completely circumvent the order of n cubed classical overhead. Therefore, instead of HHL, we would recommend that one can use the adapt HHL in the fault-tolerant quantum computing era. That's the last part here. But for the NISQ era, we propose this light module. Now, when we go to late NISQ era, where we can rely less and less on classical resources, but we have more and more classical resources that are increasingly available to us, you could go for a quantum version of the classical algorithm that we propose. So we also propose this in this work. And when we go to early fault-tolerant era, where you can almost take the quantum resources for granted, these are qualitative, of course. There's no watertight border that separates these eras. We propose what's called an LMR-based qubit fixing algorithm. It is an almost completely quantum algorithm. But of course, our numerical calculations could only be done for the NISQ version of the adapt HHL algorithm. So, one important thing in this work is that, okay, when we spoke about reducing quantum resources by paying some price in terms of classical resources, we also have to be very careful about retaining the precision to a reasonable degree, because at the end of the day, these are atomic and molecular calculations, where you want to predict properties, where you want to predict stuff which have to match with what the experiment shows. So, the room for error is much lesser in these sort of calculations. So, we have to take care throughout to ensure that we reduce quantum resources, but also retain precision. And just to give some sort of a flavor of numbers, 536 2-qubit gates reduced to 185 2-qubit gates for H2 molecule in some bases. We don't have to worry about what 631 means, but the loss in precision was just less than 1% in simulation. Okay, so how is this in hardware? So we ran for A matrices in AX equal to B being 4 by 4, and these were 6-qubit calculations, and we did the potential energy surfaces for these 3 molecules shown here, and they agree really well with the linearized couple cluster calculations on a classical computer. So we decided to take a slightly more, or rather much more non-trivial case. So although it appears like an innocent 6-qubit calculation, the depth is still sufficient for us to give a 25% error when we run it on the latest generation area INQ hardware. So it's supposed to be one of the best quantum computers on the planet, and yet this is the sort of error we encounter for a seemingly small 6-qubit calculation, because the depth is completely decided by the algorithm that you work with, and HHL is a deep, it's going to lead to deep circles. So we did error mitigation. We used readout error mitigation techniques as well as the zero noise extrapolation method for reducing the 2-qubit gate errors, and we could reduce it up to 13%. So this is just like a proof of principle demonstration that even on RISC hardware, you could run the adapt HHLite algorithm, and with mitigation you get reasonable kind of results. Okay, so just to summarize the future plans, of course we want to go to properties beyond the ground state energies. This work is actually underway with a PhD student at our center, and we also want to adapt the framework to accommodate strong correlation effects. If you see, we are very much following the same sort of ideas that we plan for VQE, but it's a very different flavor because it's a very different algorithm to take very different considerations. And in the end, of course, we want to include relativistic effects and we want to put new physics. One thing that I wanted to quickly make a note of is adapt HHLite is a very general algorithm in nature. So while what we did is for quantum chemistry, if any one of you are working on problems where you can linearize your governing differential equations and then you can get it to Ax equal to B form, you can always adapt, you can always apply adapt HHLite to it. And it will enable you to reduce resource and also run your calculations on real quantum hardware with mitigation strategies even in the disk era. But of course, for small systems that your problem statement can accommodate. So just thought I could add this. And I probably have 5 more minutes left, so I'll discuss the QAE algorithm. This is on a quantum annealer. So this is the leading alternative paradigm to gate-based quantum computing. And the algorithm of choice is the quantum annealer eigensolver, or the QAE algorithm. So we revisit so maybe I'll discuss the second part of the slide first and then go to the first part. So we discussed the same old energy functional that we saw earlier in VQE, except that we have constrained the wave function to be normalized here. And we use CI. So whenever we expand an n-particle wave function in a basis, in an n-particle basis, then we call that CI. So that's really what CI is, and FCI or full CI means you just take all the basis functions that you get in expansion of your wave function. But to run it on a quantum annealer, which is not a universal quantum computer, you need to convert your energy function into what's called the QBO form, quadratic unconstrained binary optimization form. So there has to be a certain encoding that has to be done to go over from this form to that form. It's again not visible, but it has a capital QII times small qi and then a capital Qij, Qi, Qj. The small Qi, Qj's are what you really want to find. But you see that there's a Lagrange multiplier that's out there due to the normalization condition that we have imposed. So during the analog of iterations, so what you think of as iterations in VQE, you could think of as repeats in the case of quantum annealing. I don't use the word iteration because you don't quite look for something to converge, but you rather pick the minimum from a set of anneals. So for every repeat, you need to be able to update your lambda. Of course, you need to be able to have an encoding scheme that takes you from here to here. But the third is a problem that you might have encountered in gate-based quantum computing already, the lack of connectivity. So likewise on quantum annealers, the topologies don't have all-to-all connectivity. And therefore you have to not work with the QBO in all its glory, but you have to actually work with a smaller part of the QBO called the sub-QBO. But then you have to do several anneals in order to compensate for that breaking of the QBO. So what we did in our QAE work is this algorithm already exists. We first applied it for relativistic calculations. And we decided to calculate the fine structure splitting. That's a purely relativistic effect, so you wouldn't have that property in a non-relativistic calculation. What it really is that you have 2 different atomic states of the same element, same as but different J's, and then they are not degenerate, but they have a small splitting. This small energy splitting is what we want to capture. And we choose highly charged atomic ions basically for a very specific reason. If you want to probe relativistic effects, you need to go to large systems. You will have a large number of electrons, but that would mean a large number of qubits which you cannot handle in the disk era. So we choose highly charged ions when we take out most of the electrons, but the nucleus is still there. The heavy nucleus is still there. So relativistic effects are still pronounced. These are perfect test beds for studying relativistic effects, but at the same time they also have fewer qubits because of fewer electrons. So that's why highly charged atomic ions, the property of interest was fine structure splitting. And we basically improved the workflow in the QAE algorithm, besides of course extending it to a relativistic framework. We found a different encoding scheme called the floating point encoding scheme. We found a new way of updating lambda, which made the algorithm a bit more efficient. And the sub-QBOs were updated based on physics-inspired perturbation theory-based frameworks. The most important takeaway from the QAE algorithm is this third point, where we got an accuracy of 99% on an average on the D-Wave 5000 qubit machine. And if you compare it with the FCI results, I've just called it CAS-CI here, but you could think of it as FCI. It's 0.1 millihartly. So we have achieved a sub-millihartly precision in being able to predict the relativistic fine structure splitting. and that translates to 99% on an average of the sort of ions that we chose. And yeah, the other important set of numbers are this. So this is the largest calculation. So now you can draw an analogy. You go to a gate-based quantum computer, and you cannot have a 180 qubit calculation on a gate-based quantum computer and still get 99% accuracy, right? Because in INQ we saw that even with 6 qubits for HHL, we were struggling with error mitigation and all these other techniques. So quantum annealers sort of offer a very nice pathway to getting accurate calculations, at least in the NISQ era. So this is the main take-home message, so to speak, of this work. And I'll just wind up by talking about some recently published ongoing future works. So we're continuing to work on VQE, different variants and different properties and so on. And one of the very interesting works that we are pursuing is in collaboration with Professor Yasunobu Nakamura from University of Tokyo and Riken. So again, we are doing VQE calculations on real hardware on these machines. This work is almost complete. And two of the works that we recently started is in collaboration with C-DAC Kolkata. This is a part of many QCAL Cohort 2 projects. So one of them is using what are called multi-reference theories, which also help in extending VQE to strong correlation regime, but without having to use double exponentials and all those things. So these offer a very theoretically elegant way of being able to extend the physics scope of VQE. And on a slightly different note, all of my talk was on atomic and molecular calculations, but we are also trying to get into real-world applications. And we picked up this interesting and challenging problem of using variational quantum algorithms to be able to handle traffic flow control. And climate modeling, of course, I mentioned very briefly in the beginning of my talk. One thing that I forgot to mention here is on the annealing front. So we are continuing to work also. It's a startup from Barcelona in Spain. So we got some nice funding when we applied for a project, and we have picked up some very interesting work on quantum annealing. So we are continuing to work on all three directions: gate-based near-term, gate-based fault-tolerant, and also the quantum annealing framework, with the hope that eventually they will all converge towards being able to probe particle physics using atoms and particles. So with this, I'll thank you for your attention.
So if any questions?
It's a very wonderful talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
So for VQE, how many qubits you are using? Results you are showing?
The results I showed were 12 qubit. Oh, okay, I'm not sharing this thing. They were 12 qubit calculations.
Okay. And what you were saying, the error issue is there. So if you go like 25 qubit or 30 qubit, will there be more errors?
Yeah, huge. Because we use the UCC ansatz, and for UCC ansatz, as the width increases, that is, as the number of qubits increase, the depth increases much more. And because the 2 qubit gate fidelities are not great in the NISQ era, even if you were to use INQ, for example, where on good days the 2 qubit gate fidelities can be as high as 99.01% or something, you would still have 1,000 odd gates to handle. And even if you submit optimize to say 30 gates, which is what we are aiming at, you still have to do mitigation on top of it. So those are the challenges that we would face.
Thank you.
Thank you for the session, sir. I request Mr. Ashok Bandyopadhyay to please come on the stage for presenting the memento. I request the session chair, Dr. Bhanu Das, to present some concluding remarks for this vertical.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, so I'll just take a few minutes to make some concluding remarks. We had a very a productive session in which we had four talks. The first talk was by Professor Somsuga Mandapatra. It was on quantum information. Specifically, he spoke about the differences between classical information and quantum information. And he talked about quantum information processing, which is basically quantum computing. And yes, I think the most important aspect of this talk was to show that there are some very basic differences between classical information and quantum information. And as I said, these special properties of quantum information makes it possible to do quantum computing. Then the next talk was by Professor Anand Chakraborty from Calcutta University, and he covered a number of very important topics that are of current interest, talked about quantum algorithms and some important tools for carrying out quantum computing, like graph techniques, which apply to random walks, and we talked about how algorithm for AND colony could be optimized. So that means he spoke about optimization as well, and about quantum gap, quantum error correction. So that was a talk which covered a number of topics. And then Professor Sudhisaki spoke specifically about how quantum chemical calculations can be done using an algorithm called quantum phase estimate. So that one could calculate ground state energies of molecules. And then he extended that to the Bayesian phase difference estimate, and spoke about how that could be used for calculating excitation energies. And he talked about the difficulties in carrying out such calculations because of the large set depth. And he performed quantum simulations using this those two algorithms. The simulations are performed in classical computers. Because these are basically fault-tolerant algorithms, so it's, to do justice to these calculations on it being a fault-tolerant computer, which we don't have now. And I think those were the talks that we had before lunch, and after lunch we had a talk by Dr. Srinivasa Prasanna, a colleague of mine from the Center for Quantum Engineering, PCG Crest, and Dr. Prasanna talked about quantum algorithms, actually state-of-the-art quantum algorithms for calculating properties of atoms and molecules. In particular, he spoke about the variational quantum eigensolver, the HHL algorithm, and where he got very interesting new results. And finally, he talked about the quantum Linear eigensolver, which is the annealing version of the variational quantum atoms out there. And he highlighted the power of this method by calculating the fine structure splitting, which is due to relativistic effects, on an actual quantum hardware, using the D-wave quantum hardware, where you got an accuracy of 99%. So all in all, we had 4 outstanding talks covering different aspects of quantum computing and optimization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Moving ahead with the session, we will now delve into vertical 2, and this is a very important part of the entire symposium, where we talk about application and use cases and effects of quantum technologies for strategic sector in India. I would now like to invite on stage Major General retired Shri Ravi Chaudhary, Scientist H from National Technology Research Organization. My apology is National Technical Research Organization. Sir, please. Followed by, I would like to invite Colonel P. Sai Shankar, Vishisht Sheva Medal, Director Signals, Indian Army. Shri Amit Dubey, National Cyber Security Expert. And lastly, Dr. Kunal Abhishek, Joint Director, C-DAC Patna. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you. Now I request Shri Aditya Sinha to come on the stage for felicitating retired Major General Shri Ravi Chaudhary.
जाओ फोटो खींचे तू। अरे जाइए वहाँ जा यार, बाहर जाते थे वही था। जल्दी जाते।
Thank you, Aditya sir. I request Shri Ritesh Mukherjee to come on the stage to felicitate Colonel P. Sai Shankar and Shri Amit Dubey. Thank you, Ritesh. I request Srimati Meena Desai to come on stage and felicitate Dr. Kunal Abhishek. Thank you, ma'am. Now, let me take this opportunity to introduce the panelists to you. Retired Major General Sri Ravi Chaudhary is an extraordinary officer of Indian Army, earlier with 37 years of accountable experience in signals. The officer graduated with an M.Tech from IIT Kharagpur, and he also holds an M.Phil from Madras University. Major General Sir has served as the Chief Signals Officer, Northern Command, and Additional Director General of Information Systems earlier. At present, he is a Scientist Edge for the last 3 years at NTRO New Delhi and is an expert in communication and data science technology. Colonel Sai Shankar, Vishisht Seva Medal, has been actively involved in development of cybersecurity products for military purposes. His work has received praise from the Honorable Defence Minister Sri Rajnath Singh for his skill and ingenuity in developing the application SIGN, which has been deployed for military purposes. Sri Amit Dubey is a national cybersecurity expert and is a very known face. We might have heard many times on radio stations. He is a cybercrime investigator as well, and a resource person and a visiting faculty to National Investigation Agency, Central Bureau of Investigation, National Police Academy, and other state police departments of Government of India. He has investigated more than 350 cybersecurity cases, crime cases in last 10 years, and has trained more than 8,000 police officers. Dr. Kunal Abhishek is currently serving as Joint Director at C-DAC Patna. He has more than 17 years of experience in research and development in cybersecurity solutions and their deployments across government facilities. He holds an MS in software systems from BITS Pilani and a PhD in computer science in the area of applied cryptography from Bharati Darshan University, Trichy.
Thank you for the introduction and I welcome all the panelists, and it's good to see the audience. Now we are talking about strategic applications of the quantum technologies. As I recall, about 50 years back in school days we used to have essays like Science and Society, where we would say that there was a lot of gap between science and society. Over the years, these gaps have shortened. The transition from science to technology to business, or as in the services we call technology to operations, has been much faster. And more often than not, these transitions take place in the strategic field. As the famous public policy expert Max Weber said that what drives a public servant is the sense of importance. So larger the project he undertakes, greater is the sense of importance. So any technology, the moment it has a strategic application, it picks up faster. And when nuclear energy came with Einstein, people didn't think about how it could power small homes. People thought about how it could create an atom bomb. So, notwithstanding that, we are professionals in the field of strategy. I am personally a soldier turned scientist, and it's a great privilege to have such a distinguished panel talk about it. I will
In my own field, I've been dealing with some quantum communications, mainly not in quantum computing, and I'll dwell on those things later. But it's my privilege first to invite Colonel Sai Shankar, who's been an outstanding signals officer and has done some commendable work during his career, and he would speak to us as the first speaker of the conference.
Jai Hind everyone. Before going to the presentation in particular, there are three ingredients for a good sleep. That is a good food, AC environment and a complex subject. And all the three ingredients are available here. So having said this, I would like to request the audience to have a little bit of 10 to 15 minute attention here and keep their smartphones at aside. No WhatsApp message which you are not going to see, or if you are going to reply, have a listening. So having said this, now coming to the topic in particular, the application of quantum science for defense forces, people must be a little bit mesmerized and amazed how come in such a modern topic and complex topic, why photos of Hindu gods are available, displayed on the file. I am not a researcher, I am not an academician, I am not a scientist, I am a pure soldier as far as brought out. But I understand technology, how it can be implemented at the strategic level for the protection of the country. I am reading the quantum from the last 5 to 6 years, how to implement quantum as a technology for the nation. And when we start reading on it, there are a number of things we don't start understanding, and we try to go deep into it. When we started listening to various professors and understanding, but somehow the answer was never coming. And one of the famous professors, I am forgetting his name, he teaches in MIT, and he says he quote regular incidents of Ramayana, Mahabharata and Vedas. Having taken through from there, I started reading Rig Veda in a few months. And whatever the answers which are not given by the logical equations or complex mathematical problems, you are finding the answers here. So as a session today, I am very proud and happy to see that C-DAC Patna and Calcutta doing a session in Banaras, land known for Rig Vedas and all this. There are a number of outcomes that can come from this session, but two outcomes which I visualize is that we are talking about number of sciences, theories and everything, but somehow the connection between the modern science and the Indian knowledge system is not happening. If I request the audience, wherever they elect professors, scientists, all there, they look how this connection can be made and how that our ancient Indian knowledge system can help us in the development in the field of quantum and how it can take it ahead. That is one of the key outcomes that I envisage. And the second thing is that who are sitting in the audience and the few participants who are watching in the online, if young students who are doing their B.Tech or PhD or they get motivated in the field of quantum, and after studying for the quantum, they don't leave this country and go outside to work some other country and work for this country only. So these are the two things which I envisage as the outcome of this work. Having said this, coming to the topic in particular, we will have a quick overview of the basics of the quantum science, and then we will have a see what are the applications of this and the recommendation. I will express my apology before only. There may be some sentences which I might use or in the slide which may not be directly or maybe right or wrong, maybe something. So we will just. So I will just start with a small video.
For most of our history, human technology consisted of our brains, fire, and sharp sticks. While fire and sharp sticks became power plants and nuclear weapons, the biggest upgrade has happened to our brains. Since the 1960s, the power of our brain machines has kept growing exponentially, allowing computers to get smaller and more powerful at the same time. But this process is about to meet its physical limits. Computer parts are approaching the size of an atom. To understand why this is a problem, we have to clear up some basics. A transistor is just an electric switch. Electricity is electrons moving from one place to another, so a switch is a passage that can block electrons from moving in one direction. Today, a typical scale for transistors is 14 nanometers, which is about 8 times less than the HIV virus's diameter and 500 times smaller than a red blood cell's. As transistors are shrinking to the size of only a few atoms, electrons may just transfer themselves to the other side of a blocked passage via a process called quantum tunneling. In the quantum realm, physics works quite differently from the predictable ways we're used to, and traditional computers just stop making sense. We are approaching a real physical barrier for our technological progress. To solve this problem, scientists are trying to use these unusual quantum properties to their advantage by building quantum computers.
So what is the outcome of this short video is that our human beings are always trying to increase the computing power. After some extent, when we are trying to increase the computing power, the basic principles of the classical physics are not behaving or it is not applicable. So suddenly the answers to this is coming from the field of quantum science. So that is the reason, one of the major reasons why the world has started suddenly moving to the quantum domain. So this is the famous quote, my students don't understand quantum science because I don't understand, nobody understands quantum science. So after this 2-day session, if you have not understood anything on the quantum science, nothing to worry, you are above an IQ level of the major scientist. So you just, okay, I have listened to the lecture, I haven't seen the word quantum, that is sufficient as per me. So why this quantum is coming in again? There are a number of properties in the nature which are not able to be understood by the classical physics, like black body radiation, complete structure of matter, shining in stars, etc. So when we try to apply classical physics to it, suddenly it is not able to make us understand what is happening. But when we try to apply quantum physics to it, we are able to get the answers. I will focus on these 2 words, quantum physics, exotic and counterintuitive. These are 2 most important words in the field of quantum science. Means, first of all, whenever you try to put any logic, the logic will fail, but on ground things will happen. As our brains are functioning, 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Unless and until this equation does not come in, we will not believe whether it is right or wrong. But somehow something happens on the ground true, but we are not able to prove it logically. So these 2 words are associated with the field of quantum science. So in the field of quantum science, there are a number of definitions that are associated, but the 2 definitions which are very, very relevant from the defense perspective. And all the decision makers, if they understand these 2 things, they will be able to apply the quantum physics and to help, which will help them to take the decision. The 2 important terminologies are superposition and quantum entanglement. So let us try to understand this with the example of a superposition with a small example. It is the ability of the system to exist in different state at the same point of time. Means if I take a coin and I flip it, the outcome will be head or be tail. This is what the classical domain says there. But if I exist, like when I flip the coin, it is happening, moving like this, it is having a combination of head and tail at the same point of time. That is the principle of superposition. So ability to existing in number of states at the same point of time is the property of superposition. And one of the famous professors gives this example to quote how Krishna at the same point of time was available at 1,000 places at the same point of time. And we have seen in Mahabharata when he is trying to dance with the gopis and everything, how is able to present at the same point of time at the different places. This was the example of superposition. Now quantum entanglement, it says the 2 tangles are joined together in such a manner so that one state cannot be described independent of another. If somebody has seen the movie Judwa of Salman Khan, they are 2 joined brothers. If some movie like this, the other person will be. This is the classical example. So if we have 2 points, we rub together and keep one point here in Banaras and keep another point in say New York or any place. There is no physical communication, there is no optical communication, nothing. But if I flip the coin here, immediately, instantaneously the coin will flip there. So people ask how it is feasible. As I mentioned, the quantum science is based on the principle of exotic and counterintuitive. The moment we apply logic, it will fail. But things happen on the ground. So that's why there are the number of answers of the modern science is not able to answer, why we have to keep migrating to Rick Vedas and other Vedas to find the answer. Now coming to the application, we have understood the two basic principles of quantum sense, superposition and entanglement. Let us see the application. These are the major applications from the defense or the strategic point of view. Quantum computing. We have seen enough, it has been covered enough by Calcutta University professor, DCG, enough. We will just have an overview. Classical computers, it happens with the help of a state at 1 bit at a time. Whereas the quantum computer happens on the basis of qubits, ability to present at the same point of time but number of position at the same time. That is the power of it. So we will see how this quantum computer is able to get so much of power using this principle. As you can see on the slide, a classical bit can happen in the state of 0 or 1 at a time, whereas a quantum qubit can exit in the state of 0 or combinations of 1 and 0 at the same point. So let us see how quantum computer is so powerful. So I have bought a new cycle, brand new cycle, and I have two friends. One is classical friend and one is quantum friend. They are asking my cycle from the last 10 days, but I am not giving neither one. So the classical friend thinks let me steer it. The combination of the lock is 003 position. So he does not understand quantum anything. He can apply one state at a point of time. So first he will apply 000, then he will apply 001. Like this, he will apply 111. At the 8th attempt, he may be able to break it. But if the next friend is a quantum thief, he is able to apply this all the 8 states of 3 states at the same point of time. 000, 0001, 0010, like this, all the 8 states is able to apply at the same point of time. He will be able to break the lock in 1 attempt. Whereas the classical thief was able to break in the 8th attempt. That is the power of quantum computer. If this is a 64-bit computer or someone. So if I have to break a 256 bit, I require 2 to the power of 256 combination. But however, with the classical I will be able to get 64 bit. With the quantum I will be able to get so many combinations at the same point. I request audience to read the slide. So this is the reason why the entire world has started suddenly moving to the field of. There are various advantages in the field of quantum sense, but from the defense perspective, it is going to break major level of the popular encryption scheme. And if they are going to break popular encryption schemes, adversely Pak and China will be able to hear our communication. So that is the reason that we have to protect ourselves. And if we have a quantum computer, we will be able to break adversely communication. What are the Pakistan is thinking, what is the China is thinking, we will be able to intercept and track it. There is also a paper which said that if we have a good quantum computer, the COVID vaccine would be have in months rather than the years. If it is so powerful, why it is so difficult to achieve? As I mentioned, it applies the principle of quantum, and there is a unique environment that is required to be created. Like a unique processor is shielded with a 50,000 less magnetic field, it requires a good amount of atmospheric pressure, dilution refrigerants are required to achieve this quantum. So these are a few view files. This is the 4-qubit computer. Somebody was mentioning this is almost equal to the size of this auditorium. This is how the system looks like. These are a few examples of other view files. This is the D-wave quantum computer. I think it is from Waterloo University, Canada. Now we have seen quantum computer. Now they are able to, if we or an adversary has a quantum computer, it will be able to break every level of encryption. If it is able to break popular encryption scheme, means I will be able to know what they are thinking, and at the same point of time they will be able to know what we are thinking. If that is the case, how to protect it? The protection and answer again comes from the principle of quantum science only, and that is called as quantum cryptography. It is basically divided into two verticals. One is post-quantum cryptography and the other is the quantum key distribution. So post-quantum cryptography has nothing to do with quantum physics. It is a pure based on mathematics or classical physics. It is based on principles of called as lattice-based cryptography. If you take encryption mechanism which is based on prime factorization, oblique elliptic or cryptography, they are hard problems, but they are not impossible problems. Means if I have sufficient amount of computing power, I will be able to break it. Whereas the lattice-based cryptography, they start with the assumption that it is an impossible problem. Irrespective of the amount of computing power you will be available, you will not be able to break it. That is the power of lattice-based cryptography. And now coming to the quantum key distribution. it is an E distribution based on the principle of quantum physics. People use generally Alice and Bob. I don't like them, so I use Ram and Lakshman. These are the two people who like to transmit the information between two places. And if Raman is an eavesdropper, even the access to the channel, he should not be able to know the information. So, QKD is nothing but a distribution of the key mechanism. It is not an encryption algorithm. People get confused with the encryption algorithm. No, it is not encryption. It is just a channel or mechanism to distribute keys or to generate the encryption keys at two locations at the same quantum time. So what is the use of QKD? But the use of QKD is that we can nearby we can implement one-time pad algorithm. Again, one of the algorithm which is immune to the computing power, because there are two properties. The length of the message should be equal to the length of the key, and every message should have a different key. But since it is we generate data is so much in billions and billions and billions, we cannot have so many keys. But with QKD mechanism, we can try to implement one-time pad or near one-time pad, where you are trying to change key every second or microsecond. So this is a quick comparison of the QKD and PQC. As whatever I can see that the world is moving in QKD in very big manner, and India is also following it. But somehow the equal importance to the post-quantum cryptography should be equal because it is scalable, it is distance is irrelevant, and it is media. There is no media dependent. QKD you have to depend on free space optics or optical fiber. Suppose I have a banking application sbonline.com. There are thousands and thousands people will log in. At that time QKD will not work. At that time post-quantum cryptography will work. But there is a unique combination of PQC and QKD. Both should be together used. Both the domains should be given equal importance, and the research should happen in both the directions. So people said that whenever we start to have any discussion, the first decision is asked by a senior, where is the threat? Is it real? पहले यहाँ का problem तो solve करते हैं, future का क्यों सोचें? But vision comes to us where we are trying to depict what is going to happen in the future and start acting today. We will not going to dig the well when we require water. We will estimate that there is a requirement of water and we will start it. So this is the paper. People have doubts whether China has really cracked it or not. Irrespective of whether they have done it or not, it is going to be a reality. And we have good amount of scientists, professors and academicians within the country who can say, yes, quantum computer is going to be a reality and it is going to threaten our encryption schemes. We have to work on it. Since this is China built first phase-bound QKD system. I will come to the concept of reverse brain drain afterwards. Now we have seen quantum computer, it can break every level of encryption mechanism and it can increase the computing power. So we have seen the protection by quantum cryptography, which is an application of post-quantum cryptography and quantum. Let us talk about quantum sensing. Quantum sensing is one of the output of the quantum sensing is we can do a quantum navigation and close. Today, whenever there are fighter aircraft or submarines, everyone, or wherever we are using, we use GPS for our navigation purpose. In Kargil, when it happened in 1999-2000, American denied GPS, or they were having capability to spoof the GPS. So we started with our own Navic and other system, but somehow that it has not come in the manner it has to come. But if you want to navigate irrespective of the GPS, then quantum navigation is the solution, where it enhances the inertial navigation system based on magnetic and electric field. They will be enhanced in such a manner that you will be able to navigate. So what are the use cases of the quantum navigation? As we have a small example, submarines, most of the time they sit under the sea. But for the GPS lock, they come at regular intervals to the surface. And when they come at surface of the sea, at that time they are prone to detection and they are prone to bombardment. So if there is a submarine which is based on quantum navigation system, it can stay inside the ocean for months and months and nobody will be able to detect it and it will be able to do its role what it is supposed to do. And also today we have missiles which uses GPS and other to navigate, but if we have a dense forest areas like northeast and other places where GPS availability may be restricted or limited, at that time also we can use quantum navigation system to guide the missiles. This is also one important application of the quantum radar. I would like the audience to focus on the slide. On the left side we have a classical radar, on the right side we have a quantum radar. In the classical radar we have a normal antenna which pumps the signal to the aircraft and it detects the aircraft. Suppose I have a stealth aircraft, the normal radar will not be able to detect it. So what I will do, I will increase the power. If the moment I increase the power, it itself, the antenna or the radar station itself is prone to detection and it will lead to bombardment. So what I have to do, I first of all, if I increase the power, I myself is prone to bombardment. But if I don't increase the power, I am not able to detect the stealth aircraft. But if it is based on the principle of quantum sense, that is entanglement, I take two entanglement, one I keep at my location and one the other entanglement I fire towards the stealth aircraft. The moment the qubit touches the aircraft, let it collapse or whatever observe, nothing doesn't matter. Immediately all things will happen parallelly at the ground qubit which is available to me. So this is the property of quantum radar. It has a huge application. I request academic scientists to please focus on this domain also. So these are the few pictures from the open source which claim that China built the quantum radar. How true or wrong, that is debatable, but definitely the amount of papers they are publishing, the amount of way they are working, definitely we should have a focus on it. And last and not the least, quantum sensing, the ability to see around the corners. We have Taj Hotel incident when the terrorists came inside and they were able to do most of the action. Suppose I have a quantum camera which is called, I will have two entangled bits. I will sitting outside near the gateway of India and fire the qubits. It will go inside the entire Taj Hotel to the various rooms and it will be able to get the entire picture. And the troops will be able to take action because now we are able to. So quantum sensing, very ability to see around the corner. On single and small antenna, we have different types of frequency, HF, VHF, VHF. For each type of communication, we use different types of antenna. But whereas there is a ARR USA which says that based on red bug antenna, I am able to generate a radio frequency spectrum right from 0 to 100 GHz. This is also one application which can be seen. So in a nutshell, let us summarize. So what it has a capability, it can break enemy communication. At the same point of time, it can protect own communication. It can detect stealth aircrafts and it will be able to navigate the submarine without GPS. And the ability to see around the corners, it will also help us to do landmine detections. And definitely single antenna for all. So whenever we ask for something that let us work in the field of quantum, the first question will be asked by the decision makers. पहले ये बताओ यार बाहर क्या चल रहा है? So this is बाहर क्या चल रहा है? Environmental scan. So how we will see which technology more relevant or important? We will see between the number of papers it is going to publish. If you see the numbers of papers which are in the field of computing, algorithm, sensing and communication, it has increased tremendously from 1916 to now it is of 2016, but if you take 2022-23, it is increasing day by day. And this is one good example which I want to quote. So what China had a vision that they want to lead the entire world. So they have the number of process and planes. So in one of the group what they said, let us send our students across the world, let them get trained and come back to China and deliver the system. The QKD system satellite which I shown, the China student, he went to Vienna, studied under him, he came back to this China, to the country and he delivered. But in our case, surprisingly, it has happened in the other way. I will give a small example, nothing personal or nothing to it. We pump lot of money to the IITs, produce various academic institutes, they produce world-class PhD students. What happened after that? They go outside the country, work for Rodin Source or PSET, any of the technology. They make the product and they sell back to us. So at the end of the day, we are making manpower, trained manpower for other countries to work. So yes, there is a situation in the nation where we are not able to provide a conducive environment for the people to the work. But it is our nation, unless and until we know the faults, we have to work for the faults to rectify it. And funding, so if you see the international funding, where does India lies? Almost negligible. Recently, 2018, India announced 8,000, but somehow in 2022, it has reduced to more or less. But what I am trying to bring out is that that amount of money is very, very less, which is required in the field of quantum. It is required more. And if you see the statistics of McKinsey report, even as Singapore is the smallest, which equal to a district of India, is pumping around 44 million euros 2 to 3 years. And now coming to the national research, this slide is a little bit old. I might not have included many of the institutes and R&D which are there. After coming here, I have got more enlightened, so I will update my slide accordingly. These are some of the institutes which are working in the field of quantum. So what is the output of the environmental scan at our national level? First of all, we are very, very good in theory.
This concludes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. We are very, very good in theory, but somehow we are not doing in a practical implementation. And on top of it, there is no single umbrella program. Everybody is working in bits and pieces. Somebody working small device and other things. What we require is at the national level a single umbrella program where all the scientists, irrespective of their department, physicists, material scientists, chemical scientists, computer scientists, programmer, everybody should come under one single umbrella with a target and start working. And then only we will be able to achieve it. What I am trying to say, Europe as an entire continent, where the various countries have come together to deliver their European quantum mission. Whereas India, if we can't combine the states, then it is very important to ponder on this. So, this is a quantum computing group. They said that in any crypto suite consists of 3 algorithms: key generation, key distribution and encryption. So generally key generation we do PRNG, key distribution PK and encryption AES. So PRNG, pseudo random, means it is prone to repeat, so quantum computer will be able to detect. PK, as I mentioned, it is based on elliptic curve cryptography and a hard problem, it will break. AES is a block cipher, its strength will be reduced, it will not be broken. So what we did, we replaced PRNG with a QRNG, PK with a PQC and an indigenous symmetric algorithm developed by Amrita University. And then we are going to put in quantum secure VPN. So what I am trying to bring out, we have an indigenous application akin to WhatsApp. It has been developed by using open source over a period of 4 to 5 years. So when we were studying, reading more and more, what is the threat to this application, we saw that if we address a quantum computer, we will be able to break our information. So we divided the application into 2 parts. One is the chat part, which is similar to your WhatsApp chat, and one is the audio video part, similar to your WhatsApp audio video part. So we said that let us first protect the audio video part. If we are able to do it, then we will replicate with the chat part. So we started working in the year 2019 and we implemented it. So it is India's first quantum secure audio video stack. This is the quantum random number generator developed by DRDO, and on top of and this is the view of our audio video, where you can do a group call of 8 people and group person of 1 call. I will also like to highlight we are using ghost curve, which has been developed by C-DAC Patna, and to replace our curve 2519 for generation of the keys. And also I would like to highlight in this part, we have used sets C and RA. What I am trying to bring out is that any academic institute which are there using a CA or RA certificate, please don't use an open source and other, it has been developed by sets, please use it. That is very, very good, it is functional. And instead of using curve 219, please use ghost curve which is developed by C-DAC Patna. People will ask questions. That will come subsequently. First, when you try to implement it, the number of tethering issues will keep coming in. Let us supply. I never said the existing crypto suite should be replaced with this suite. You have your existing crypto suite, you have your curve 2.9, DeFi, everything you have. On top of it, you use an indigenous crypto suite parallel to it. And when the strength will be validated, you remove the DeFi element, you remove the curve 2.9 and use the ghost curve. I request C-DAC to take it further in a much higher level of this ghost curve. And last not but the least, the important thing which is required is the triad between government, industry and academia. Unless and until you will not have this triad, you will not be able to achieve it. We did a lot of study with how US is model or the Europe model. I will give a small example. Suppose US developed an F-16 aircraft. His R&D partner academia is MIT. Now the moment they develop F-18, they sell this F-16 to everyone in the world. Now by selling this F-16 to everyone in the world, F-18 they have an advanced version. And whatever the money they generate, they give back to the academia and they make F-32. And the moment they make F-32, they sell F-18 to everyone. But the problem with our R&D institute is that we don't associate with any of the industry partners. Let them make business, no issue. But the ability of an industry to do L1 and L2 support, the R&D institute cannot. Everybody has their strength. We should be able to focus and harness those strengths. And you have a royalty, let the startup or academia sell this to the government, and whatever the revenue is generated by this selling, they should give back to the R&D partner. In this manner, what will happen, the scientist, he will see that his product is being utilized, and whatever the problem is that he will see out also. But somehow, this triad is missing in a big way. And last and not the least, As per my understanding, after independence, we worked in various fields. ISRO, we have seen a recent example, but we have seen one of the field which we have missed is the IT field. Now, even though I have a good amount of money, even though I competent, I cannot make semiconductor devices. The moment I cannot make semiconductor devices because economy does not support, I am dependent on foreign nation. But nature gives a chance to each and everyone. Whatever the progress that can happen in the classical physics, it has been done. Now, whatever the progress, it has to be done in the quantum. But if we make as a strengthen force and move ahead, we will be able to move ahead. The point which I am trying to bring, if we as a nation invest in this field now, at least my generation and my children, grandchildren and our grandchildren will not be dependent on foreign countries the way we are dependent on it. That's it.
Thank you, Sai. Thank you for the excellent insight into not only the technologies but also how it can be operationalized. Thank you. Now may I call upon Mr. Kunal Abhishek for his talk on strategic applications of quantum. Like to take the stage, you can come here, otherwise, or you can give him this collar mic so that he's more comfortable.
Yeah, so what I would like to do here is a lot of technical systems have happened, and what I am trying to bring out here is something new and what has been left out. The thing is how we can use quantum science and its application in the strategic sectors. I have been in VESI, which is a naval part, and I have seen it closely, and meanwhile my interaction with the Colonel Sai and other defense people are there. So with a technology perspective, I know them and their test. With that view, I have presented this the slides. And in this particular session and panel discussion, I would like to discuss over something called quantum systems and their likely applicability for the strategic domain. I would like to give only the abstract view on it, and my colleagues may be able to add on to it. It is not moving. So most of the technical terms has been discussed. And
the slides seem to misbehave with scientists.
Yeah.
With soldiers, they work all right.
Yeah, scientists looks to be confused, but they are not indeed. So what I would like to bring it here that the two fundamental particle properties like superposition as well as the entanglement has been discussed at length. I don't like to go with this kind of Schrodinger cat examples and all. Just to say that if you don't see what is going inside the box where a cat is placed and you have poisoned it, and whether to know whether it is a dead and it's not dead, the 50% chances are there. Okay, so until you open it, you can't be able to know it. So this is the way Schrodinger in the first thought experiment he has put it across. The second was the very famous Young's double slit experiment, where the Young has told that the only way the single photons can experience interference, which is essentially a superposition, when each photon is allowed to somehow pass through both slits simultaneously. This essentially says that quantum superposition describes the uncertainty of the particles, or particles. An observation is there that, due to consequences of it, that atom cannot be observed in the indeterminate state or being in two places at once. This is something like the earlier professor has told that unclonable theorem, the cloning theorem. So that it says that. So quantum entanglement is just a kind of connection between the two particles, we can say, and which are located at a distance, but they behave not independently. That's what it means actually. Bell's inequality is the famous part of it, where scientists have been working in this direction, but they are not successful so far in that to a great extent. It says that the entanglement is governed by some hidden variables also, and due to this non-local correlation between them. Okay, so now I am moving towards the static applications and all. So let us first see one statement that quantum technology is now looking like a pure science to migrating to engineering experiments. If you see that whole semiconductor industries are basically using the physics, which is essentially a quantum mechanics, and it is based on that, and it is being studied from decades, since decades. So semiconductor-based things are there, which are basically relying on the band structure of the solid objects, which is fundamentally a quantum phenomenon. Wave nature of electrons are also there, which people can use to manipulate the characteristic of silicon, and these are really the research area where people are focusing at. For a static point of view, these things have to be seen very carefully. Then fiber optic telecommunications are there, which is associated with the quantum physics, and atomic clocks in particular. I am saying it because it has been quoted by Colonel Sir and professors also earlier, that the most of the GPS system use clocks which are atomic in nature, which is basically on the cesium atom they are using, but it is on the resonance circuit they are making the vibrations. The problem is that once upon a time, Dr. R. Chidambaram, who was the earlier PSA and a nuclear scientist, he was across a table to me, and he has raised a problem that we don't have in country any measurement as a setup, experimental setup, that we can find the accuracy and preciseness of the clock. So if atomic clocks have been given the 1 second definition of the 1 second, what are the chances that definition is not accurate in terms of the measurement? And the fine gap in that may lead to an attack to our crypto systems or information systems and all. So can we have some mathematical model of it? I was not able to answer anything on that. I told that it is not a simple question. Even the experimental things, we are far behind, and as well as these mathematical things, I will come back to once again to you. But the thing is now what Colonel Sai has told, that the whole naval and army and other air force systems are using the atomic clocks, and they are now migrated after Kargil over to the NAV-IC and all. But solution is you go for a quantum clock, that will be much better. GPS systems are using many satellites, and based on that they are making the relative distance for an object, moving object. And what they try to do is they are making the speed of light as a measurement to mechanism to convert the time to distance. This is the way clocks are working. In quantum, you will have no such things. You have a photon-like, entanglement like things, and the preciseness will be more, assuming that the noise is not there. So these are the other research area where we can talk in detail afterward. Why I am pointing out these points is basically targeting the static sector, where really this defense people should look at. Now I will come back to a question, which is how we can realize a quantum computer. This has been already discussed at length, but the 2 points are there, 2 ways are there. Qubits can be realized by engineering, what we all are doing, or by natural occurrences. With natural occurrences, we need to understand much into that. And engineering, we are somehow we are trying. Even we don't have quantum computer, we are trying to do it with simulation and all strategy. There are 4 main popular strategies we can use: spin, or trapped atoms and ion, photons, and supercomputing circuits, which give you the power supply and all without loss. That is the thing. The 2 essential requirements for building a quantum computer is essentially protection of the fragile state of qubits. That's number one. And we need to control the kind of talk what they are doing or the interaction between the qubits, and that is very much required. So those who are successful in maintaining these two things, they will realize the quantum hardware definitely. So what exactly is required? Well, the point here is the balance of the above two requirements leads to building a quantum system, and as the thing is, there is an impracticability we have seen in copying, reliably copying an unknown quantum state. So it is not that easy to go ahead. So controlling individual atoms and their photons and their interactions could lead to development of simulating complex quantum systems. Those things which I am writing in the red text, this is for the attention by the Defense Committee. What are the challenges we can immediately see and pursue is we can have a qubit system which is moderately high. Essentially, it should be a word size. If you take 32-bit or 64-bit of word size, you can start with 64-bit qubit, 128 qubit, and so forth. And also, as per the current standard, 1 million qubit will be really considered to be a big success. The challenges are there, how you provide the entanglement when the distance is more, because the medium will be absorbing the photons and the the polarization value will be getting reduced, and all those things are there, and of course you need a greater circuit depth. You have to lower down the error and rate and all that are there, and twofold. And the thing is, like, this is very difficult thing. We are non-cryogenic operating temperature for that. Now we are doing some research. We means as a world. I am saying globally it has been that high temperature semiconductor can be developed and all. So like that, the challenges are there, and as a country we are really far behind it. People are working really hard in this direction, and I am optimistic. Down the line we can get something out of it. Then what is next with us? The thing what we are left with, that okay, you don't have quantum accelerator or quantum something like physical things or hardware, you go for a simulation thing, and we have adopted this strategy, but it is very limited, but we can use it to explore things and nature. So some superconducting materials is one thing where we are developing high temperature superconductors, and which can transmit the power from with no loss. So that is the big advantage we are seeing it, because you can use the experiment in the simulation environment very well. Spintronics is there, where you can use semiconductor based laser and spintronic devices, spin based transistor, etc. etc. And with that, since you know the particle, all the communication, how they interact with each other and all, it is easier for us in a simulating environment that you can develop new materials or complex molecules design also. So expand our understanding in this fundamental physics, and especially interactions between them, which is a real challenge. Now coming back to kind of information systems, where we have the question is if suppose we assume hypothetically that quantum computers are there with the people, and how we can deal with, or we can coexist with our traditional system, which is a classical system, how to deal with them. So over the night you cannot change everything, right? So what you need here, that you have to really think about it. The public infrastructure are there, they are giving you web certificate, authentication services, and SSL, TLS, everything is working on that, and then authentication services where SVT systems are required, SVT systems are required there. Those things are really prone to quantum attacks. So you need to use post-quantum cryptography in that case, and look for really hard problems which are difficult for even the quantum computers also. For static purposes, even the mere development of quantum-based system will not be sufficient, because you need to put an element called trust, and for that indigenization of the system is required. Okay, so I have taken 4 examples, 4 verticals where these quantum-based systems can be used for strategic applications. So one is the quantum computation, where you need really to write proprietary algorithms, hardware and accelerators, maybe more things you can add on. And then quantum cryptography, where proprietary algorithms, hardware and accelerator are required, algorithms are required in kind of asymmetric systems and all. And there is a really thing that like kernel size has just attributed like host curve and all. So C-DAC Patna team has done it. What it has been said that there that if your quantum presence is there, you just enhance the prime field size and it will be resistant to more qubits. So that way we are coexisting with the in a hypothetical condition where we feel that quantum computer is there. Then quantum communications is there where you need really simulation lab, testing lab, proprietary algorithms and all. Quantum control chemistry is really where one talk was there, but I feel this is really a challenging field and really workable thing for the defense, because they can come up with the new molecules and all with their specific use cases. I would like to go fast, and I will just like to take the opportunity on this platform that what C-DAC has been initiated towards the quantum-based R&D. So quantum accelerator is there. Many C-DAC centers have been working in that. It is on your screen. Quantum simulator QC and quantum sensor. The Center of Excellence in Quantum Technology, Bangalore, is working in this with IIC and PRI. I run or RRI, which is RI, Urban Research. And Makan is there, which is a DST funded project, quantum network simulators, and agile and ad hoc free space based quantum communication using drone. This has been now spoken about by Sulta Madam. And Ghost V2 version 2 we are trying to make out, where we are now planning to research on isogeny based curve, which will be having hard problem for quantum attacks. So these are the things C-DAC has already initiated. I might have missed a few more also. So it's not working. Okay. So current state of quantum physics, and I will relate it to the defense sector. So following problems are of interest in the quantum physics, where quantum field is all about the study the microscopic world and its particles. Quantum entanglement is a complex phenomenon where majority of the researchers and defense people are looking at. The challenge is how the enormous numbers of particles will be interacting with each other and how to control them. This is really a difficult problem. Researchers are now using artificial intelligence with deep neural networks to understand it better. But what is really strategic people will look at? They wanted to manipulate individual atoms and molecules to lead new quantum technology which is serving their use cases. So what they will get from it, the military and strategic agencies will develop new materials for their use cases. This may be for the warfare.
Kunal, if we can conclude because we are running short of time.
Yeah. So finally, I would like to conclude here only that the focus should be on the fundamental R&D in the quantum physics to realize meaningful strategic application. Self-built, no foreign party should be involved in India itself. So with this, I would like to conclude here, and I am open to discuss. Thank you, sir.
We'll have the discussion at the end. Thank you very much, Dr. Kunal, for the excellent insight that you came up with and your applications. And we are running short of time, and we must make the maximum use of the presence of such a renowned and experienced person as Shri Amit Dubey here, to speak to us on cyber security and applications of quantum physics into this field. Over to you.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir, and good afternoon, everyone. though everybody has spoken so well, so I don't have much to say. But I'll share my experience. I'm not using any slide because I'm given a special session, so I'll speak in my session. I think the last session I'll be taking. I'll be speaking on methods to move from safe to quantum safe. But here, because people have really opened up some very interesting areas of quantum, I'd like to share some of the data points with you to make it more interesting. See, worldwide in quantum, there is an investment of $30 billion. And out of this $30 billion, $15 billion is coming from China, which itself says that China is so aggressive on quantum. And I think Kanan Saab has also mentioned this in the points. Then we have US, we have Canada, we have Japan, Singapore in fact. India has recently started investing in quantum, and we have done a commitment of $1 billion, which is also very large. It's almost 5th largest such commitment globally. NIST has been researching to make us secure against quantum attacks. And since 7 years they have been inviting papers to offer encryption algorithms which can make us safe against quantum attacks. And eventually they shortlisted 2 techniques. One is called crystal kyber, another is called crystal dilithium. And as they claim that, okay, they can make you safe, these are the most safe, secure, lattice-based encryption algorithm, and I'll give you a little brief about it and I'll speak on it. Just a few weeks back, China claimed that we have cracked RSA 204-bit encryption. And what is RSA 204-bit? Entire banking industry is based on RSA 204-bit. Your debit card encryption, your credit card encryption, your IDEM encryption, your VPN encryption, everything is based on RSA 204-bit. So if RSA 204-bit is challenged by few bits of quantum computer, and then we are expecting a challenge for blockchain and then for Bitcoin and everyone, it itself says that we are already late in this, because these kind of surprises will keep coming in future. China is quite aggressive in it. Now whether they have really cracked it or not, it is a debatable question, but if they are claiming, I'm sure they have done something. But interestingly, just last week, I got a news, and I'm not sure whether many of you know about it or not, that somebody has cracked crystal kyber algorithm using AI. Do you know about this? Which was very surprising to me, because 7 years NIST was researching on this thing, and they identified 2 algorithms, crystal kyber, crystal dilithium. Oh, they will make you safe. They cannot be cracked through quantum. Or wo AI ne crack kar diya. This was a surprise to me. When I researched it, I started doing deep dive into it, and I found that actually the algorithm was not cracked. They did a side channel attack. How many of you know about side channel attack? And this is also very important when we are researching about quantum, because quantum will also face side channel attack. We always, because as a researcher, we are too focused. We just focus on that algorithm, that to make it complex, secure, and strong. But I can listen your keyword, if I can record your typing sound, I can tell you your password. Now that is called side channel attack. I can send something through light which is in your room, and I can give you lots of information about your activities. That is called side channel attack. So security cannot be achieved in isolation. It's a mutual responsibility. And that mutual responsibility comes, I was doing a security audit of a bank, US bank. और उन्होंने मेरे से कहा CEO ने कि अमित, you will not be able to find any vulnerability in us because we are quite mature. वो हजारों हमारे क्या कहते हैं processes हैं जो आप break ही नहीं कर सकते. मैंने कोई बात नहीं, give me a week or 3 days, let me research around you, and if I won't find any vulnerability, I'll give you a paper, एक certificate दूंगा आपको कि you are the most secure bank of the world. ठीक है? मैंने 3 दिन से Google किया. क्या Google किया? Not about the bank. I did Google that who are their second party or third party vendors. This is service level. And I found that bank has recently hired a law firm for the legal services. And now my focus was that law firm. I just scanned the law firm email server and I found it was not DMAR compliant. I created a spoof email from the law firm, sent that email to the bank CFO, seeking some confidential document, and he shared. So actually bank was secure, but all of those vendors from where they are taking services, they are not secure. So security cannot be achieved in isolation. And that is the problem that we are facing every day in India. When AIMS ka attack hua, sir बैठे, and I was invited for investigation. And actually sir wanted to know something about digital privacy and all, but we don't have time, so I'll speak little bit, sir, because you have flight I think in evening. So I was invited there and I was investigating. And there was a team of the people those who were managing that system and server. मैं थोड़ा shout कर रहा था उनपे कि आपके पास backup क्यों नहीं था? And why were you not using data diodes in place? There was no adherence to their capabilities. And there was a person who was sitting like this and suddenly he got frustrated. He said, Amit, and he was the IT head of that department. He said, I'm a doctor. And I was surprised. I said, oh, you are a doctor and you are given this responsibility. He said, yes, this is an additional responsibility that I am owning. I don't know all these things. And we assume that we can make our critical infrastructure secure. I am giving you the real facts of our current status. आपने न्यूज़ सुनी होगी recently. A person got some missed calls and he lost 75 lakhs. He just received some missed calls, और 75 lakhs चले गए. तो टीवी वालों ने उसको हल्ला कर दिया. अब तो कोई सिक्योरिटी. You'll have this missed call आएगी और account खाली हो जाएगा. You can't secure yourself. There's no way. Missed call कैसे रोक लोगे? तो आएगी. तो मैं भी टीवी पे था, मैं डिफेंड कर रहा था. मैंने कहा यार मिस कॉल से नहीं गए होंगे, there might be some other reason, just let me investigate. No, that victim is here, he is saying just miss call, nothing else. And then eventually I got that opportunity to investigate that case. मैंने कहा ला भाई फोन दिखा. When I saw his phone, so normally we doubt that there might be some application inside phone which was reading OTP, sending it out. Correct? यही doubt होता है. There was no OTP in his phone, there was no alert, nothing. उसको सिर्फ मिस कॉल है, nothing else. So we checked this phone and there was no application which was, and you can check who all applications are taking your SMS access, right? Settings, permission manager, camera, microphone, access, SMS. You can check there that SMS is being accessed by these applications and there was no application which was taking the SMS access. फिर परेशान, कैसे चला गया OTP? तो किसी ने कहा DCP सेंट्रल दिल्ली के हैं सचिन शर्मा जी. He said, Amit, सभी तो हो सकता है कि there might be some application installed and then it was uninstalled. तो बिल्कुल हो सकता है. So I checked the mobile log. Hello. So when I checked the mobile logs, I found yes, there was an application which was installed on Thursday evening and uninstalled on Sunday night. और वो एक video editing app था. And it had SMS access. So we thought this is the application which was actually stealing the OTP, sending it out. किसने install की? So we checked his location. कि जब ये install हुई तब इनकी location क्या थी? When it was uninstalled, what was his location? We can check this location, right? Yes or no? Can you check your last 15 years of location in your phone? कितने लोग जानते हैं? हर कोई देख सकता है. 15 साल की लोकेशन यहाँ बैठे बैठे देख सकते हो. आप कब आप कहाँ थे हर सेकंड. जब मेरा लैपटॉप होगा I'll show you. Very simple. कुछ चीजें मैं भी यही कराऊंगा आपसे. तो जब मैंने देखा कि when the application was installed and uninstalled, both of this time he was at his home, तो घर वालों पर डाउट हो गया. यार 75 लाख की बात है, हो सकता है पत्नी ने कर लिया उसने. कौन पूछेगा? You can't ask him your wife. तो एक टेक्निक बताता हूँ जिससे आप चेक कर सकते हो कि who has installed application in your phone without asking. आपने पूछना भी नहीं है. अपना फोन खोलो, ब्राउजर खोलोगे उसमें और उसमें लिखोगे myactivity.google.com. It will show you your activities of last 15 years जब से आप स्मार्टफोन यूज करते हैं. Android में you can check this. Every क्या क्या किया आपने, कब WhatsApp खोला, कब Facebook खोला, कब वीडियो देखा, क्या देखा, सब list wise you can see all activities. So we checked his wife's phone and I found जब ये application installed here, at the same time his wife was actually watching something on YouTube, which means she was not able to handle two phones simultaneously. तो ये application किसी और ने install किसने? The next doubt was on his son. बेटे का iPad मंगाया, iPad के अंदर देख. And we found an application, after lots of analysis, there was an application called Discord. How many of you know about Discord? Very good. So, जो लोग नहीं जानते उनके लिए बता दूं, Discord is an anonymous chat. When you are using, Discord is like WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal. But when you are using Discord, nobody will get to know about you. Who are you? It is an anonymous chat. It's not linked with your mobile number, or you can even aloof it from your email IDs as well. तो सारे क्रिमिनल डिस्कॉर्ड पे हैं, सारे बच्चे डिस्कॉर्ड पे हैं, टीनेज, आधे पॉलिटिशियंस भी डिस्कॉर्ड पे हैं, और बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग जो डिस्कॉर्ड पर हैं. क्यों? Because it helps them to keep themselves anonymous. बच्चा डिस्कॉर्ड पर एक लड़की से बात करता था और उस लड़की ने उससे कहा कि 200 रोबक्स पॉइंट्स तुम्हें मिलेंगे कि ये एप्लीकेशन अपने फादर के फोन में इंस्टॉल करो. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो अबाउट रोबक्स पॉइंट्स? नहीं पता? रोब्लॉक्स गेम पता? मेटावर्स? रोब्लॉक्स के अंदर जो करेंसी होती है दैट इज कॉल्ड रोबक्स, जिसमें आप इन ऐप परचेज करते हैं. पबजी की जो करेंसी होती है दैट इज बैटल पॉइंट्स. तो जो मर्डर हो रहा है पबजी के चक्कर में, किडनैपिंग हो रही है, ये सब बैटल पॉइंट्स से भी हो. सिमिलरली रोब्लॉक्स इज ए करेंसी. अभी हमने दिल्ली के अंदर एक रेड डाला, एक बंदा था, उसके फोन के अंदर रोब्लॉक्स गेम था, उसमें 6.5 करोड़ की रोबक्स करेंसी. हम लोग ढूंढ रहे थे हवाला से पैसे जाता कैसे है. इवेंचुअली वी फाउंड इट, तो गेम में खुल जाता. रोबक्स करेंसी से इंडिया से हर साल 3 से $3.5 बिलियन की मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग होती है, और हमें पता भी नहीं. और रोबक्स अकेली ऐसी करेंसी नहीं है. There are multiple such currencies offered every day. New coins are coming. So I see these 3 challenges in future: quantum, AI, and metaverse. And if they are combined together, they'll create much more disruption that you can even imagine. Quantum AI, we have already heard it. Whole neuroscience enabled AI. But then, not for of its positive use. I see more of its negative use. And people have started using it negatively. AI के द्वारा मैं आपकी आवाज जनरेट कर सकता हूँ, आपका 10 सेकंड 20 सेकंड का साउंड दूंगा and I can speak in your voice. It's so simple. There are thousands of tools available. वीडियो भी क्रिएट कर सकता हूँ, you can impersonate your video, and I can create chaos in society. The only thing is, it will happen in this election for sure. अगले लोकसभा इलेक्शन के पहले you will see good misuse of AI in elections. हर दिन कुछ ऐसा फेक वीडियो और कुछ आएगा. And to counter that, beat the technology. There's no other way. We need to build solutions those can help us to detect this. आप एक और एक्सरसाइज में दे रहा हूँ आपको, अपना मोबाइल खोलो और उसमें एक लिंक खोलोगे, privacy.net, privacy.net, या किसी कोई लैपटॉप पे खोल सकता है, यदि इंटरनेट होता है खोल के दिखा देगा. privacy.net/analyzer, ANALYZER, privacy.net/analyzer, ANALYZER, एक वेबसाइट खुल जाएगी. उसको स्क्रॉल करना, नीचे एक स्टार्ट टेस्ट करके बटन होगा. जैसे ही आप स्टार्ट टेस्ट दबाओगे, आपके मोबाइल से बहुत सारी इंफॉर्मेशन चुरा के वो आपको दिखाएगा विदाउट योर परमिशन. और ये वो इंफॉर्मेशन है जो हर इंफॉर्मेशन आपके अगेंस्ट यूज है. जैसे आप देखो कि टेस्ट करो, यही नहीं, और ये वेबसाइट मैंने नहीं बनाई. हर वो लिंक जो एवरी डे यू आर ओपनिंग इन योर मोबाइल फोन, whether it is coming on WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, anywhere, they all can capture this much detail without your permission, and it all is used against you. क्या है information? Your IP address, because they know your IP address, your location. Then they know which device you have used to open it: iPhone, Android phone, Mac system, Windows systems, laptop है, iPad है. Then they know your SIM card, Vodafone है, Idea है, Reliance है, जो है, they'll tell you that. Then your battery status, मोबाइल की बैटरी 30% है, 40% है, they know that. Then your browser version, then your resolution, sequence of information, you can see, right? All this information. 4 हफ्ते पहले सर, I was doing a campaign on Z Business TV पर, और मैंने ऐसे कुछ ऑडियंस में से 2 लोग बुलाए. एक का आईफोन लिया, एक का एंड्रॉइड फोन. आईफोन से और एंड्रॉइड से सेम जगह से, सपोज यहाँ से मैं एयरपोर्ट की टैक्सी बुक करता हूँ, ओला उबर, दोनों से फोन से किया, तो आईफोन ने हमेशा मुझे 20 से 25% ज्यादा फेयर दिया एंड्रॉइड के मुकाबले. और आई डिड इट मल्टीपल टाइम्स लाइव ऑन टेलीविजन, यू कैन सी इट ऑन यूट्यूब. उसके बाद मैंने 2 एंड्रॉइड फोन लिए, एक 20% चार्ज था, एक 80% या उससे ज्यादा चार्ज था. 20% वाले पर मैंने जब सेम टैक्सी बुक की तो 20%, 15% ज्यादा फेयर हमेशा. तो ये पूरा शो हुआ, ओला उबर वालों ने हमें मेल कर दी कि ये कोइंसिडेंस होगा, ऐसे थोड़ा ना होता है, ऐसा वैसा। हमने अगले दिन फिर शो लाइव फिर बुलाया, अल्टीमेटली दे सेड सॉरी कि देयर वाज अ इशू इन आवर एप्लीकेशन एंड वी आर फिक्सिंग इट, बट हाउ कैन इट बी इशू? दिस कैन नॉट बी एन इशू, दिस इज अ फीचर. Every information which they are capturing from you, it is used against you. So ऐसी बहुत सारी nuances हैं जो मैं अभी बताऊंगा जो security के लिए challenges हैं. Quantum, because people have spoken a lot, so I deliberately parked it for my session. I'll speak about quantum also, but थोड़ा माहौल को change भी करना होता है कि वो. So this is my domain. Every day I'm playing in this. एक और जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी है दिल्ली के, उनका मुझे फोन आया एंड जस्ट फॉर लर्निंग एंड दे सेड अमित somebody has recorded voice calls of my colleague और मुझे प्रोटॉन मेल के थ्रू ईमेल आता है, तो आप देखो किसी ने फोन हैक कर दिया. मैं दिखाइए फोन, क्या फोन चेक किया तो फोन में कोई ऐसा रिकॉर्डर नहीं, कुछ नथिंग क्लीन. तो मैं देखता जा रहा था फोन, देखते देखते मुझे एप्लीकेशन मिली उसमें. हमारे फोन में दो तरह की एप्लीकेशन होती है, यूटिलिटी ऐप है, कॉन्फ़िगरेशन एप्स. कॉन्फ़िगरेशन एप्स होती है जो वन टाइम यूज के लिए होती है, जैसे अलेक्सा है किसी घर, डू यू हैव अलेक्सा? ओके, आपने एक एप्लीकेशन इंस्टॉल की होगी जब अलेक्सा लिया होगा टू कॉन्फ़िगर दैट डिवाइस, उसके बाद कभी उस एप्लीकेशन को यूज नहीं करो, बट दैट एप्लीकेशन हैज योर माइक्रोफोन एक्सेस, योर डिफरेंट एक्सेस. सो देयर वाज अ कॉन्फ़िगरेशन ऐप इन हिज फोन, जो चाइना के रोबोट आते हैं कुछ टॉय, आप एयरपोर्ट पे देखोगे तो मिल जाएंगे, जिसको वॉइस कमांड से आप कंट्रोल कर सकते हो, डांस करेंगे और उसके बाद कुछ जवाब भी दे देंगे आप एलेक्सा के. दैट कॉन्फ़िगरेशन ऐप फॉर दैट टॉय. मैंने कहा सर आपने ये क्यों इंस्टॉल किया? अरे बोले हमारा 4 हफ्ते पहले मेरी बेटी का बर्थडे था, बहुत सारे गिफ्ट आए, मेरे मुंबई से मेरे दोस्त ने भेजा, उस बॉक्स पर QR कोड था, स्कैन द QR कोड, आई इंस्टॉल दिस ऐप टू कॉन्फ़िगर द टॉय, कॉन्फ़िगर द टॉय, इट इज वर्किंग फाइन. खुश. मैंने कहा सर वो डब्बा लेके आएंगे? वो डब्बा लेके आए तो आई सॉ कि वो जो QR कोड है, somebody has replaced that QR code with a new QR code, and if you scan this QR code, it is actually installing 2 things in it instead of 1. And the another thing was actually writing on this app, taking the microphone access, recording your voice call, sending it out. So the technology is not important. Important is the way they are manipulating you. How will you check that आपके घर में भी कोई इवेंट है, इतने गिफ्ट है, कौन चेक करता है कि कौन सा किसने भेजा? So sophistication is evolved in these kind of attack vectors every day, and these criminals are now reaching out to manipulate your mind. आज जितनी भी कंपनीज हैं जो आपका डेटा ले रही हैं, अभी एक और एक्सरसाइज करिए, आप प्ले स्टोर पर जाइए, जहाँ से आप एप्लीकेशन इंस्टॉल करते हैं, ओपन दैट एंड देन जस्ट सर्च फेसबुक. फेसबुक सर्च करेंगे, डिटेल्स में जाएंगे तो वहां पर दिखाई देगा कि व्हाट ऑल डेटा फेसबुक इज टेकिंग फ्रॉम योर फोन, और आप स्क्रॉल करते जाओगे और डरते जाओगे, ऐसे ऐसे करते जाओगे. मतलब मैं अभी बता नहीं सकता क्या क्या डेटा वो लेते हैं, आप देखना तभी समझ में आएगा, एंड यू विल बी स्केयर्ड, यार ये तो सब कुछ ही पता है. इस सब आप घर के 14th फ्लोर पर रहते हो तो आपको घर का एग्जैक्ट एड्रेस पता है, टू दैट एक्सटेंट. कैसे पता करते हो आप? उसके बाद लिखा होगा पॉलिटिकल आइडियोलॉजी भी पता है, क्लियरली से दैट आई नो ईच वंस पॉलिटिकल आइडियोलॉजी, कि आपने वोट किसको दिया मुझे पता है, और ये डाउट में नहीं है, वो क्लेम कर रहा है कि वी नो इट. आपका रिलीजियस कितना स्ट्रांग है, बैंड या सॉफ्ट है, आई नो इट. दिस ऑल इज रिटन, दे हैव डिक्लेयर्ड दिस ओपन. एंड देन योर फाइनेंशियल रिकॉर्ड्स, योर लोकेशन, वो तो है ही सब. यही डेटा आगे जाके इकोनॉमी ड्राइव करेंगे. जिसके पास ये डेटा है, दे विल सर्वाइव, बिकॉज दिस डेटा इज इवेंचुअली बी यूज्ड टू मैनिपुलेट यू. आज के डेट में आप गूगल पे सर्च करते हैं कि मुझे एक कार खरीदनी है, दुनिया के किसी कोने में एक बंदा डिसाइड कर लेता है ना, इसको ये वाली कार बेचनी है. उसके बाद जो भी आप देखते हो गूगल पे, ब्लॉग्स देखोगे, यूट्यूब वीडियोस देखोगे, कंपैरिजन करोगे, दे विल टेक यू टू सम प्रोडक्ट, और आपको लगेगा ये तो जेन्युइन है, सब सारा एनालिसिस मैथमेटिकल है, मुझे इसमें आप 2 हफ्ते की रिसर्च के बाद डिसाइड कर लोगे यार कि मैं ये प्रोडक्ट लूँ. क्यों? क्योंकि मेरे पास सारे जस्टिफिकेशन, एंड दिस इज माय थॉटफुल एनालिसिस एंड देन आई एम चूजिंग इट. खरीद लो. जिस दिन आप खरीदोगे उसी दिन वो बंदा बैठ के हंस रहा होगा, कल इसको जूते बेचता हूँ. आपकी कोई भी निर्णय आपके हाथ में नहीं रहेगा. एक भी निर्णय, आपकी चाहते नहीं, आपके सपने नहीं, आपकी ख्वाहिशें नहीं, आप क्या खाओगे, क्या पहनोगे, किससे शादी करोगे, कौन सी पिक्चर देखोगे, कौन सी बुक पढ़ोगे, हर चीज कोई दूसरा बाहर बैठ के डिसाइड यदि करने लगे, यदि हम इस हद तक गुलाम बन जाए और हमें पता भी ना, कमाल की बात है ना, पता भी नहीं, जो मैं ऐसी बता रहा हूँ, डरा नहीं रहा हूँ, फैक्ट है, आप गूगल करना, आप समझ जाओगे। मैंने जो एक्सरसाइज आपको दी है फेसबुक पर देख क्या क्या डेटा मिलेगा, and then you will be shocked. That's why they know so much about it. And once they have quantum, फिर तो वो तूफान मचाते हैं, फिर तो कोई स्पीड का लिमिटेशन नहीं, फिर तो कोई जो भी बैरियर्स क्लासिकल कंप्यूटिंग के हैं सारे सब with quantum elements. So with this I think I can stop here. Thank you so much. It was lovely talking to you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amit Dubey. That was a really eye-opener from you. Okay, so as which is the main job that I'm going to conduct now, I must conclude the session. We started with Colonel Sai Shankar, and he spoke of all the strategic applications that we have. And, he talked about threatening our encryption systems. In the strategic sector, most of us keep talking about air-gapped network. And our air-gapped network are not really air-gapped. They are merely air-gapped from the public service networks by some kind of an encryption. And if that encryption is under threat, then we are no more air-gapped. And if we are no more air-gapped, then the threats you've seen what Mr. Amit Dubey has already told us. So there is a real need to address these issues. Dr. Kunal has spoken about quantum clock for navigation, and he dwelt upon the entanglement phenomena. Now that entanglement phenomena is going to be very, very important, and he talked about the distances to which we want to take it. That would be important. Of course, Mr. Amit Dubey, I don't have to say much. He has such a wide canvas to cover, and he's covered so many things. I am basically have been involved with information warfare, and I've been an information warfare person. And what is information? People say it is data processed, but processed where? Processed through what algorithm? So if your information depends on the algorithm through which your data has been processed. So for me, data analytics and data security have been very important. Most of us keep confusing data with information, and we think if this is what I have understood from this data, this is what somebody else will also understand. It is never so. And as Mr. Amit Dubey brought out, that how can we be manipulated? That data which is being fed to me, it's not that it is not being fed to others. But there is somebody who knows exactly how I will process this data. That he starts working on that data and feeding it to me. So that analytics, a credible analytics and credible data security become extremely important for anyone in today's world. And the security earlier used to be, started with boundaries many years back. Today then we started talking of comprehensive security, which is health security, food security. Today it is coming down to individual security. My money, my bank, my lifestyle, my mental state, everything is under threat, and not by my neighbor or by somebody else, but by another nation state, which is trying to threaten people, which is trying to demoralize the population, or these things would go on. Coming back to technology, that for data security, as we saw, entangled photons is a very credible methodology. Of course, its distance has to be increased. Presently, the theoretical level limit is perhaps 50 kilometers on an OFC. However, we have to go free space, because every time for a single photon source, if you start OFC, if you start using OFC, it is not always commercially feasible. So we'll have to go to free space optics, and there's some very good work being done by the Defense Institute of Advanced Technology, which is in IIT Girinagar, near Pune, where they have set up a new quantum lab, and we have been in touch with them. We have been working on this phenomena. We've done this free space optics, first getting the free space optics distance. We've got it to about 11 kilometers. Now 11 kilometers on Earth's surface means that you can take it to higher towards the space. But it can't be a geostationary satellite base, so we'll have to get the satellites low if we wanted satellite base. So that is where the QB-sat and all come into play. So there are 3-4 technologies we must look at if we are getting into quantum encryption or quantum communications, which is first is the single photon channel, then free space optics, the third is entangled photons, and fourth is QB-sat. Now these 4 things together will perhaps give us some leverage in utilizing quantum for our encryption and for our security. That is where I conclude, and thank you very much again all the panelists.
I feel very much intrigued by the information and knowledge shared by our esteemed speakers in this vertical. Now, moving towards the further program, I would now request Shri Aditya Sinha to come on stage to present the memento to retired Major General Shri Ravi Chaudhary. Thank you, sir. I request Shri Ritesh Mukherjee to come on stage to felicitate and present the memento to Colonel Sai Shankar, VSM, and Shri Amit Dubey. Thank you, sir. I now request Meena Desai ma'am to come on stage to present the memento to Dr. Kunal Abhishek. Thank you very much. I would request these team speakers that they may depart from the stage. For the audience, there is a little bit reschedule in the plan. First thing, the high tea will be served within the auditorium itself. We'll continue with our session. After this, we'll continue with our third vertical. A lot of enlightenment and deep learning. I thank all the speakers till now for enlightening us with their learnings, with their experience and their august presence with us. After this, we have our session chair, Professor Guru Prasad Kar from Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. He is present with us online. Within this vertical, we will be having presentations by Professor Archan Majumdar, Professor Prashant Panigrahi and Professor R.P. Singh. Now, in between, we will have our expert talk scheduled, that is from Dr. Subhash Kak, Padma Shri. He will join us at 6:30 p.m. And now let me take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Guru Prasad Kar. Professor Guru Prasad Kar is a professor in the ISI, Kolkata, Indian Statistical Institute. He has been working there since 1990. His area of research and expertise is quantum foundation and quantum information. He has published for more than 45 journal articles, 2 books and co-authored many papers. Sir, I request you to take this forward and introduce this audience about the vertical. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, I am audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Sir, do you start the session?
Yes, sir, we can proceed with the session.
Yeah, so this is a session mainly based on quantum sensing and especially I thank all the organizers of this symposium for inviting me to chair this session. Maybe I have something to say about quantum information theory in general, but we are running late, so maybe we will listen to the speakers. There was actually 3 speakers, but most possibly Professor Panigrahi will deliver his speech later. So we will start with Professor Archan Majumdar. So Professor Archan Majumdar is at Mission Post National Center for Physics Science. As I personally know, he works in parallel both in gravitational cosmology, and also in quantum mechanics. He started working on foundation of quantum mechanics in 1990s, and after some time started working in quantum information theory and subsequently published lot of important works. He has given leadership in 2 successful DST projects in quantum information theory and successfully organized several international conferences at his institute. He is also involved in the recent development of quantum technology project launched by DST. And as we are running late and there is a talk by Professor Subhash Garg at 6:30. So we have to move faster, and I will request the speaker to finish his lecture within 20 minutes, and then maybe we can take one or two questions. So I will request Professor Archan Majumdar to start his talk. Yeah, it's okay.
So, good afternoon everybody, can you hear me? Okay, so very nice to be here, and I would like to first of all thank the organizers, the C-DAC team from Kolkata, Patna and elsewhere for arranging this very nice meeting. And I come from SN Bose National Center for Basic Sciences. Pointer doesn't seem to point, but anyway, doesn't matter. Because slides are changing, but anyway, never mind, yeah. So I am Archan Majumdar from SN Bose National Center for Basic Sciences, and as it is clear from the title or the name of my center, our focus has been on basic science for the last so many years. But presently, looking at the demands of our nation and society as a large, we have been trying to engage also in applied science and technology. So basically, the title of my talk is Weak Measurements in Quantum Information and Quantum Sensing. And I would like to tell very briefly on the history, the development of this subject. Quantum technologies are now very popular, and as you have heard of the various talks throughout the day, and especially the last session, I no longer need to emphasize the importance of delving on this subject, but the historical development of this subject was actually built up or was founded on two different premises, two different pillars. One of it is essentially information theory, and the second one is quantum physics, or on the other hand, foundations of quantum theory. And in this particular area, foundations of quantum theory, our center, that is the SN Bose National Center for Basic Sciences, has made certain contributions, not today, not since 10 years ago, but for the last 25 to 30 years. So this is our strength and foundations of quantum mechanics, and over the last 10 or 15 years, we have been combining with the information theoretic community to work out certain issues on quantum information science. So as the session title goes, it is on quantum sensing. So I would like to emphasize, I would like to convey to you how basic principles of quantum mechanics or quantum theory is indeed very relevant in this very technologically challenging area of quantum sensing. And particularly the theory of quantum mechanics, that is indeed the measurement theory, how quantum measurements are made, plays the most critical or the most fundamental role in this area of quantum sensing. Okay, so why are we all of us here? As I said, those of us who are here from the side of quantum physics are here mainly because of the following reasons, and it was also highlighted by some of the speakers in the last session. So first of all, we are studying quantum mechanics, and as all of you know, even the students know by now, quantum mechanics is one of the most major important founding pillars of quantum physics.
and it was developed starting from the early 1900s. And what took it paradigmatically beyond classical physics are two things. First of all, the uncertainty principle and the superposition principle. So these are the two elements, key elements. And this led to the so-called first quantum revolution, which we have all enjoyed in our lives. That is, unless quantum mechanics or the first quantum revolution, if it wouldn't have been there, then so many things that we use today, starting from transistors to lasers, in all domains of life, would not have come about. Right. So that was the situation till the last decade of the last century, that is before 1990s. And since 1990s, the birth of quantum information science occurred, and this was motivated by some key foundational issues of quantum theory. The foundational issues which actually the founding forefathers of quantum mechanics briefly alluded to, starting from Einstein, Bohr, Schrödinger, Dirac, so on and so forth. But they came into the technological domain very late, so in the 1990s, and the development, this amalgamation of quantum foundation with information science has given birth to quantum information science, which has ushered in the potential for entirely new quantum technologies. Okay. So in a nutshell, quantum information science can also be classified into various subdomains, and depending on your choice, you can think of different nomenclatures. So here is one possible nomenclature. So first of all, I would say, because this session is on quantum sensing or quantum metrology is an extremely important component of quantum information science leading to technology, right? Second is the idea of quantum networking or quantum communications, and of that also you have heard the importance, and finally also quantum computing. Everybody talks about quantum computing. Okay. But today our focus will be on quantum sensing, and I would like to, the main idea of this talk is to emphasize why basic quantum mechanics or how quantum measurements are done is the essential element behind quantum sensing. So we go into quantum measurement theory and look at it and try to understand what are the key elements. So first of all, what is measurement? So if you make any measurement, your task is to gain some information about any system which is there with you. So in this case, we have a quantum system, and our task is to gain information about that quantum system. So traditionally, if you open a quantum mechanics textbook, which has been written, say, starting from, say, the famous book by Heisenberg, in my view, it was the first treatise on quantum mechanics, so on and so forth. In the last 100 years, there have been so many authors. If you look into how quantum measurements are made, so generally they will talk of they will take the traditional view of quantum measurements, that is, sharp or projective measurements, right? And here we will try to emphasize that no, the measurement theory has actually widened enough, and today we talk not just of strong or sharp measurements, projective measurements, but we also talk of unsharp or weak measurements, and that is which will ultimately give you benefit in technology, right? So the traditional idea of measurement goes as follows. You have the Schrödinger wave equation, which describes how a quantum system evolves, right? So this is a unitary evolution, deterministic evolution, and then if you try to measure something, if you try to find the location of a particle, then you have a Schrödinger equation, and from that the Schrödinger wave function, modulus of that will give you the probability of detecting a particle if you perform a measurement. Now, how is that measurement performed? That leads to the famous measurement problem. So before measurement, only a probability is known, you can't be sure what is there. But after you perform the quantum measurement, the exact result is known. So the question here is, how do we describe the process of measurement in quantum mechanics? So in a nutshell, pictorially, if you look, so for example, this denotes the Schrödinger wave function versus say position x, and before the measurement, there is a probability of finding the particle somewhere in this domain. Okay. So now, once you make a measurement, then the particle or the wave function collapses to a particular location of space, which is labeled by x naught. And the most important thing, or the most fundamental difference between the earlier evolution, is that this process is not unitary. It is not described by the Schrödinger. Okay. So how does it occur? Again, those of you who have studied basic quantum mechanics know about it in a nutshell. So if there is any physical quantity, you can actually expand it in terms of projectors using the corresponding eigenvalues, and the PJ form a projective decomposition of the identity. Okay, and now the point here is that, okay, where was I? Okay, so if the eigenvalues of A are non-degenerate, let us take that approximation, then the ideal or projective or sharp measurement gives you a result AJ, which corresponds to probability PJ, right? Okay. So what are the schematics? You can actually pictorially describe it like this. For example, you have a wave function psi, which describes the state of the system. It goes into a measuring apparatus, and then you have a pointer on the measuring apparatus, which reads out to you various outcomes, possible. So if you want to measure an observable, which is labeled by capital A, then what happens is that after the unitary time development of both the particle and the apparatus, you have some process which is labeled as the collapse process, and you have to have a macroscopic pointer which will enable you to read out the measurement results. So this will, as I said in my last slide, it will project you into a subspace. And so for instance, if you have this AJ eigenstate which enters the apparatus, the pointer will point at the symbol J, right? So whatever state the particle enters in, the outcome will be an eigenstate of the corresponding observer. This for you is the standard measurement theory. Okay. So now we move beyond the standard sharp or projective measurements to the realm of unsharp or non-projective measurements. And as I said, the task of measurement is to gain information. So if the measurement is sharp, you will be able to gain maximum information. But there are certain situations where you do not need maximum information, and on the other hand, what you need is to preserve the quantum state for further applications, or you do not want to disturb the quantum state, right? So there are certain applications, and sensing is one of them, where you cannot get away by performing textbook quantum measurements, sharp measurements. So in those cases, there is a trade-off between how much information you can gain and how much disturbance you cause to the quantum system. After all, every kid here knows that quantum mechanics is governed by the Heisenberg uncertainty relations. So if you measure something, you impart an unavoidable disturbance to the system. There is no way. And in this matter, there is something which is beyond projective measurements, which are called positive operator value measures, or POVM. And these measures are what? In the last slide I told you about projectors, which are P plus P minus. Suppose you have a two outcome measurement, simple spin-off system or polarization of a photon. Then you can take these two projectors and you can multiply by a number, real number lambda. And in addition to that, I can take I as the identity matrix, which labels the complete noisy state, and this will have to add up to 1, so I write 1 minus lambda by 2. So what you end up getting is something called effects, E plus minus lambda, which label for you positive operator value measures. So these are generalizations of standard projective measurements, and these are indeed the objects which will provide you optimality in this game of trade-off between information gain and disturbance. Okay. So let us come to this idea. By the way, I do not have to complete my slides, so whoever is cheering, please let me know when I finish, because the idea is not to just say anything and get away, but I would like to actually convey to you what I know. Okay. So if my friend...
So Arjun,
yes?
Arjun, I would request to finish it in next 5 minutes.
Okay, fantastic.
Because we are running late.
Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, thank you, because I am also in a hurry anyway. So if you have a system which is a two-state one, say psi, which is say some alpha 0 plus beta 1, it can label spin up, spin down, whatever polarization you think, and an apparatus state which is labeled by phi. Then you have a system apparatus interaction. So let me not go through the details of the mathematics, since my friend is in a hurry. Guru Prasad is telling me to finish in 5 minutes. So the whole idea is that If you have sharp measurements, then your apparatus readings will also be very sharp, right? But if you have certain apparatus where the two readings overlap with each other, that is the whole idea. So that can be captured between by the overlap between two macroscopic pointed domains, and for a strong measurement there will be no work, right? So the post-measurement state will be a reduced state, and what you find here is that you can define something which is called the quality factor, right? So I'm not going through the mathematics in details. If anybody is interested, he or she may ask me later. And this precision of measurement G is one for sharp measurement. Okay, so the whole point here is to show that in a work which was done about 6 or 7 years ago, we showed that POVMs indeed, one parameter POVMs indeed provide optimality in this trade-off between information gain and disturbance to the system. Now the point is, what is the use? So at least in the last 5 minutes, let me come to the use of such weak and unsharp, weak or unsharp. When I say weak, I mean weak in a general sense, because weak can also be weak value measurements. So in quantum information theory, there are multiple uses of these kinds of measurements. And first of all, in the domain of sharing of correlations, non-local correlations. Prime example is entanglement, all of you have heard about it. There are other kinds of non-local correlations also. So one of the uses is how you can apply this weak measurements to share entanglement between many parties. Then there are many other things. Okay, so let me not go into all of it. So let us talk of this. The whole idea is recycling of entanglement. All of you have heard about teleportation. Okay, cryptography using entangled states. Now suppose I tell you that entanglement is very expensive. You cannot go on creating more and more entangled states. But I give you one entangled pair, and I tell you that you use it multiple times. You use it with your friend, let somebody else come, let C-DAC Kolkata use it, C-DAC Patna use it, C-DAC Pune use it, let them keep on using it. Is that possible? The answer is yes. We have the theory, not by sharp measurements, but by unsharp measurements. So this is entirely, all of these work which I am citing here are all examples of quantum information processing, including things like teleportation, etc., where you can have multiple observers exactly as I have pointed out. So first entangled state, there is only one entangled state, entangled pair of particles. The first one is shared by Alice 1 and Bob 1, and so on and so forth. Multiple Alices and Bobs can come. But the main point here is that if at any stage somebody uses sharp textbook projective measurements, the protocol is finished. We cannot process further. So in the last remaining 1 or 2 minutes, let me not talk about these details, but let me say, so this idea is not only at a theoretical level, by the way, it has been experimentally verified by 2 groups. This is the work of the Italian group and the other group. Unfortunately, we have to bash the Chinese as we are doing, but in this case they actually verified it. Okay. So there are other forms of non-locality, let me not go into it, and even from the point of view of fundamental science, such unsharp measurements have many interesting applications, because as I said, I come from the background of quantum foundations, and I want to really look into how this theory of communication, for example, behaves. Okay, so can we have communications involving multiple observers? Very well. As the gentleman in the last talk was talking, every place people are attacking. So one day will come when we will need a quantum network which will be able to handle multiple people. Okay, so what is the phrase for that? Complexity, communication complexity, and indeed there is something very basic in quantum mechanics which provides advantage in communication complexity. Again, weak unsharp measurements are important. And finally, again, because my friend Guru Prasad is in a hurry, I cannot talk to you about weak or weak valued measurements, which are also another class of measurements which are not textbook sharp projective measurements, but these are also extremely useful for instance, quantum sensing, which C-DAC has a plan to develop, and we can talk about it later if you are interested. So there are many other areas. Entanglement detection, preservation of quantum correlations through weak measurement, so on and so forth. So multitude of examples, and these preservation of correlations again has some input for quantum sensing, which unfortunately I have no time to tell you. And finally, in the last 1 or 2 slides, because the whole session is on quantum metrology, so very nutshell, very briefly, very heuristically, what does weak measurement do to help quantum sensing, right? So first idea in this aspect is breaking the standard quantum limit. That is what weak measurement enables you to achieve, and this in turn will enable you to do quantum sensing. Okay. So as again, let me assume that all of you know, in measurement theory, especially when you're doing quantum measurements, your precision is limited by the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and so therefore you get something which is called the standard quantum limit. So for instance, if you want to measure the uncertainty of the space delta phi, it turns out to be inversely proportional to the square root of the number, right? But you can do better in quantum mechanics. So instead of standard states, usually one uses optical states. If you actually squeeze those states, that is, these are 2 quadratures in x and y directions. If along one quadrature, if you squeeze the state, then you are able to achieve better precision. And that is labeled by the so-called Heisenberg limit in case your accuracy actually improves. So this is the basic idea behind quantum metrology, which will be applicable if one wants to construct machines, and experiments have been done in this respect. So again, unfortunately, this is an experiment with some Chinese authors, so let me skip it. So let me come to the, I can't seem to avoid the Chinese, but sorry, they have done some work, but the whole idea is that we have to beat them. So India has the traditional know-how, knowledge, fundamental knowledge, and I'm very glad to share with you that many young experimentalists and many different people are coming together from the point of view of sensing, from simulations to experiments, optics and in other domains. And our good friends from the military are not here, so I would have told them that we are already coming together and forming a common unit. So please sir, military sir, thank you so much for your inspiration. We are already on the way and we look forward to more of your help. So finally, let me conclude by this summary, and in this whole summary slide, I think I've been able to touch upon only a very few things. So basically what I tried to emphasize here is that in quantum mechanics there is a very beautiful technique of non-projective, unsharp or weak valued measurements, and they have certain differences of course, but none of them is the standard measurement that we know in textbook. And so basically the whole idea is to minimize, in a certain sense, minimize the disturbance of the system but still extract optimal information. So that is also useful for many things like communication and sensing. And this has a wide range of applications, okay, and I could not point out all of them, ranging from entanglement detection, entanglement preservation, recycling of entanglement, fundamental issues in quantum communication theory, so on and so forth. And modern technology indeed enables practical realization of weak measurements. This has been done in several labs. Maybe it's not so far so much in Indian labs, but people are trying. And RP has also promised me that he will do it sooner or later, and he will inspire others also in the country to do it. And all of this has tremendous potential for, I have highlighted sensing because this is a sensing session, in quantum metrology, which is again very important, and also in quantum communication. So thank you so much for your patience, and thank you Professor Gurprasad Kaur for allowing me to overshoot my time. Thank you.
Thanks, Archon, for your beautiful talk. And now we may take one question at most. Is there any question? Maybe we are running late, so he is physically there. So maybe we can discuss with him directly. So better we move to our next talk by Professor R.P. Singh. So R.P. Singh is a professor at Physical Research Laboratory.
Hey Guru Prasad, just wait, Guru Prasad.
Yes.
Just wait 1 minute. Wait.
Yes.
They have a protocol.
Oh, there is a protocol. There is a protocol. Achha. Okay. Okay,
So I request Aditya Sinha sir to come on stage to felicitate and present the memento to Professor Archan Majumdar. Sir, I request Aditya sir to please remain on stage for felicitating RPC sir. Thank you, sir. Guru Prasad sir, I request you to may kindly take over.
यहाँ से तवा है बोले तवा है के अरे गिर जाए यार
Can I start? Okay, let me start. So, thank you for giving me chance once again to speak from the dais. And if I was pessimistic,
so RPC will talk now. He is professor at Physical Research Laboratory. He is theoretician as well as experimentalist, and some of his areas where he works involves quantum entanglement, quantum space communication, multidimensional entanglement using optical vortices, quantum imaging and quantum cryptography, etc. In particular, Professor Singh with his collaborator has done a beautiful work where the title is BPM92 quantum key distribution over a free space dusty channel of 200 meters.
Yeah.
So I request Professor Singh to start his lecture, and because of time constraint, I again request Professor Singh to finish his talk within 20 minutes.
thank you, Guruda.
Okay, Professor Singh.
So, people have been talking about entanglement since morning. You have heard like Subro, then previous speakers, like Colonel Sai, then Major General Chaudhary, Kunal Abhishek, everybody is talking about entanglement. And Archanda also talked about entanglement. So I will not go into what is entanglement. You must be knowing by this time what is entanglement. It's very strong correlation in quantum mechanical system which you don't see in classical. That's the beauty of entanglement. You don't observe this kind of strong correlation. So how do you produce entanglement? I think people have not talked about that. So you take a laser, you can take our laser, you can take any laser, particular laser, then you pump this laser crystal pump with laser, and this pump photon breaks into two photons that are signal and ion. So these two photons, then you have to measure. Without measurement you can't say they are entangled. So which
variable you want to measure, which variable you want to say entanglement, you have to measure that variable. And after measuring, if they are correlated in that variable, after measurement, then you say they are entangled in this variable. So most of the time we measure polarization because it's easy to measure polarization, but you can measure other variables also. Time of arrival, so they call time entanglement. You can measure orbital angular momentum, then they are called OM entangled photons. You can measure variables in that particular variable they are entangled. They are not like unless until you measure, you can't say they are entangled. And when this photon, one photon breaks into this signal idler, it follows conservation principle. Okay, momentum conservation and energy conservation. Point is very weak. So this is energy conservation, omega Q, omega S, omega I, and this is momentum conservation. This Kp equal to Ks plus. So that is followed, and we are doing good. Like you can see, my student Danny Anwar, as well as like from IIT Kanpur, yes, correct, Anand is a student. They have written beautiful article on this process, how you get entangled photons using this kind of process. And I didn't tell you from the first slide why I was showing so many names there in the first slide, because more than half of the students, they are in US, UK and Germany. And you won't believe what they say to me over phone. I keep in touch with them, that we are not very far behind when it comes to quantum communication. We are doing pretty good. Just we have to keep a little push and we can be ahead of almost everyone. So just little bit push up required, and at policy level, at institutional level, so we can be far. So we are not doing badly in quantum communication. So this is the one of the methods we use in the lab for producing entangled photon. And this is, you can see already we have produced like a prototype entangled photon source, a very small footprint, around 12 inch by 10 inch height and 12 inch length, 1 feet around. And we are making even smaller than. Okay. And what it does here, this is the crystal PP category in oven, it has to be fixed temperature. Then only it gives fixed matching condition. And you pump this 405 pump laser, you pump this crystal, and this SANAP interferometer. So you are pumping and then you are getting two photons of the same wavelength. It can be different wavelengths also. For the time we are using photons of the same wavelength, 8405, and then you measure polarization. You see in laser is there, so you measure polarization. And you see that they are correlated polarization. That's what this called visibility curve, interference visibility, analyzer angle. So you fix one polarization angle in laser. This analyzer is basically polarizer you are analyzing polarization. So you fix one angle of polarizer and then rotate other polarizer angle. So you observe this kind of coincidence count. Here these are the single photon counting module. SPCM is single photon counting module. So I don't know how many of you have seen optics lab. So there are many components involved in that, like polarizing beam splitter. So it breaks into a given light in horizontal and vertical. D means dual. It works for both the wavelengths. So dual polarizing beam splitter. D lambda by 2. Lambda by 2 is like polarizing element. Rotates by like 2 theta. If you rotate it by theta, and this works for both the wavelengths. So and mirrors, they are mirrors and polarizer. Filter is very important when you are doing this kind of experiment. You have to have like a broad filter and very small filter. So interference filter and dichroic mirror, all the things are required. So this, and then finally you require single photon counting modules. So this is very important when you are doing photon based experiment. You require single photon detector, and they are pretty costly. If you are going for 50-50, it becomes even costlier, this single photon detector. And then you measure this polarization correlation, and from that you do the quantum state tomography and you verify that whatever the ideal state you wanted to have, whether you have got that or not, and you have confirmed like it's 97.5, 0.975. So that's what it's very close to ideal entangled state. And this configuration we are planning to send into space for as a payload, quantum payload, which is called quantum entanglement study in space. So we are working along with C-DAC, and this payload will be going the coming update form which is available. That's how you measure. Basically, you measure the coincidence counts, okay? And this coincidence count, n alpha beta, and these are the correlation angles, n alpha beta, n alpha perpendicular, like alpha plus 90, beta plus 90. So you measure these coincidences. We have different angles of polarization. And then coincidences, you measure SPCM, using coincidence circuit. And you measure the correlation coefficient, and you plug in correlation coefficient here, and from that you measure the Bell parameter. And if Bell parameter is more than 2, maximum value you can achieve 2. If it is more than 2, you say the photons are entangled. So that's how you verify the entanglement. So if you go, so what happens? I told you that PP53 crystal has to be kept at particular particular temperature. If temperature is not stable to the 0.1 degree centigrade, this ring size will change. And then if you go back here, see, here this fiber is there, okay? Fiber is being coupled with the photon. So photons which are being coupled this ring, they will not be coupled properly, and you will be getting less number of photons. So that's the problem. So this you see temperature with wavelength fluctuation. Suppose your source is having wavelength fluctuation, or it's not stable, then also ring size will change. If crystal angle, like crystal platform is having some vibration, crystal angle is changing, then also ring size will change. So what we have done, we have used perfect vertex. So you use hexagon and lens combination here, basically, like you do Fourier transform of Bessel-Gaussian beam after this ring, and then you get perfect vertex. Now you see there is no effect of angle variation and wavelength fluctuation and temperature fluctuation. Always ring size is same, and your fiber is getting coupled nicely to the photons which are coming after the downward level. So that way you can make a robust entangled photon source, and that has been published. So idea is that when you have entangled photon, you can do quantum key distribution, and this is like two cities around 2,000 kilometers. You can do that. Is one of the NQM objective, National Quantum Mission objective, being supplied to the quantum key for 2,000 kilometers. So one photon from satellite goes to suppose one city, and another photon goes to another city, Ahmedabad or Bangalore, and then you measure the correlation, and from measuring that correlation measurement you do, and from that you can derive the key. And classical channel is very important to do the post-processing. So both are required, not only the quantum channel, which is where you are sending photons, in classical communication. So what happened, we wanted to have this light-based quantum communication, and I submitted proposal to principal scientific advisor, rather they were called, Ashok Supro is also there. In 2015 itself, we submitted full-fledged proposal with all the budget, all the timeline, but still it has not been finalized. So we were pursuing at all the levels. Nothing was moving. So 2019, DST announced this QUEST project. So we submitted this proposal, free-space quantum communication, road to satellite communication. And there we proposed that first phase we will show for 200 meters plus. The second phase will be having portable ground station, and if whenever satellite is ready, we can do for satellite-based quantum. That was the idea, that was the proposal. So first phase I was given like substantial amount, around 7 crore, and we have completed all the objectives of first phase. And then second phase funding we completed in 2 years. It was 3-year project. Then they committed that they will be giving second phase funding, 150 crores, but it never came. They told when NQM is coming, and it will be taken along that. So that's how things move. Anyway, so in that DST project, we have achieved quite a bit. And there we have shown BB84 quantum key distribution using weak coherent pulse phase as well as single photons. And then BBM92, that is entanglement based protocol, that also we have done. We have done along with C-DAC end-to-end of audio and video files for 300 meters. Then we have given a new protocol, coincidence detection protocol that gives higher key rate compared to BBLT4. And then we have analyzed he was Sri Amit Dubey was talking about side channel attack. So we have analyzed side channel attack for source side as well as detection side. Both sides we have analyzed side channel attack, how you can use the information if your system is not ideal. So how you use information and how you can take into account while you are making the key or distributing it. So then it's not only like photons, you can use continuous variable also for quantum key distribution. So that also field quadrature, there you measure field quadrature. So we are working on continuous variable quantum key distribution also, and they are better for metropolitan area network because it can easily integrate with existing quantum, existing optical communication system. So that is the idea. So we are working on continuous variable quantum key distribution as well as DV, discrete variable quantum key distribution. So this is the setup, field experiment you can see at PRL at Thalkis campus. Okay, we have done for 35 meters as well as 200 meters. This is the reflector because we have only 2 buildings, so we wanted to have 200 meters. So we put reflector there in other building and we got 200 meters. So we compared this 35 meter and 200 meters. What are the losses in atmosphere, aerosols and other things. And then we have counted that and then we submitted paper and got published also. And here you can see the entangled photon source sitting there. This is like Alice, you can say Ram, Lakshman, Bob, you can say Lakshman, and then these are the 2 cabins, and that's what we do. So I will not go into this detail. Basically, you measure different random correlation basis you measure. So this is horizontal, rectilinear basis and diagonal basis you measure. So horizontal, vertical, and diagonal, diagonal, and if both measure in the same basis, then you get the key. Okay, otherwise you discard. So that's how you get it. So beauty of this entangled photon source when you are using for quantum key distribution, you don't require this random number generator, quantum random generator, because that task is done by beam splitter because you are using single photons, pair of single photons, and when single photon goes to beam splitter, you don't require it will be randomly it selects the photon, so you don't require random number generator. So that's a very good point about entangled. So that's the scheme here. You see, this is entangled photon source, this rectangle sitting there, and you have both sides these 4 detectors, and side RAM and Lakshman side, Alice and Bob side. That's the standard terminology literature. And then you have launching optics and collecting optics at the other side, and then you do the time synchronization, and from there you should have time records. Okay, then you can say whatever is whether both are visiting the same thing. So that's what you do, and then from there you get the why is going well. So that's what it is. Again, you measure the visibility, you measure the bell parameter. So we have measured for 200 and 300 meters this bell parameter, and photons remain entangled. We can go for higher distances also, not a problem, because we don't have building in our campus so far. Otherwise, we could have gone for kilometers also, not a problem. We can go for 15 kilometers. So that's why this time thing is very important. You have suppose 200 meters around. So you have to take into account this delay is 648 nanoseconds. So if you are even off by 0.5 nanoseconds, you will not get this coincidence count. This delay thing, exact delay thing is very important, suppose. So then only you will get it. And these are the parameters. You see these diagonal elements, they will form the key HS because you are producing entangled photon HS plus VV. So if VH is there, H is there, V is there, V is there. So that's how. So that's why these diagonal elements give the key number key, and you combine them, so you get 4.5 kb. This is the quantum meter rate, 4%. Okay, and then finally you get secure key rate after doing this error correction and traversing. In error correction, you count up the side channel. So this is the effect of atmospheric parameters, you measure the aerosol extinction coefficient, atmospheric extinction coefficient and scattering coefficient. This is negameter inverse, so that's how. And this is the PM 2.5 particular material below 2.5 micron size. So this is the concentration of a particular material, and this is the scattering coefficient of atmosphere. And you see clearly the effect of atmosphere on the key rate. And basically what happens, like key parameters follow the atmospheric channel. So if you are doing satellite-based quantum key distribution, as a byproduct you can have atmospheric information also. You can have parameters about the information. This is a very great advantage because climate studies are becoming very important climate parameters. So when you are doing quantum key distribution as a site, you can get atmospheric parameters. And it's not only that, like you are doing photon-photon entanglement, you can have continuous variable entanglement. Okay, here we are measuring continuous variable entanglement in position and momentum. And when you want to verify this position and momentum entanglement, you verify this kind of uncertainty relation, conditional uncertainty product. It says like xi xs. If you know the position of x, what is the uncertainty measuring idler xi? If you know the momentum of signal photon, what is the uncertainty in the momentum of idler photon? And this product should be less than h plus by 2, then you say they are entangled in position and momentum. And this is like transverse wave function for SPDC photons, and this is the momentum correlation length, sigma plus, and position correlation length that we can measure. Using this EMCCD, you have like palm beam, non-linear crystal, type 1, collinear, collinear photons, SPDC photons. And then you measure in position space as well as momentum space by changing the length. Like once you take 50 millimeter focal length and once you take 100 millimeter focal length. 50 millimeter focal length because 200 meters, it will give position correlation. If you use 100 millimeter focal length, it will give you momentum correlation. These are the parameters, some of the parameters in the experiment. So that's what, and you keep like you reduce the intensity of your laser pump laser such that per pixel you don't get more than 1 unit. So here you can see is 0.04 photons per pixel, so that you can do the correlation properly. And then you take millions of frames and basically you do the correlation of different frames. Like this is IIS, same frame. Okay, you are correlating ILIS. So it is correlated as well as uncorrelated. And then uncorrelated, like different frames are now correlated. So you do this, and from that you get position and momentum, join this probability in position, momentum, position space and momentum space by changing the length. And that's the Gaussian distribution, you can see. And this is basically in x direction, signal lidar. This is momentum. Ks is momentum, x is position. So you see this correlation. Okay, and this you calculate, and we get very less value compared to 0.5. So it means like photons are correlated are entangled in position and momentum. So it's continuous variable entanglement, and it has application in imaging, quantum key distribution. There are so many applications, sensing and everything. So that's what we have done. Then you can change the like shape of the beam and the
Professor Singh.
Yeah, I'm through.
Professor Singh.
Yeah.
You have to finish in next 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, I am too. I think this is one of the last things. Yeah. So then you can change the shape of the beam. Accordingly, entanglement also changes. Okay. You get anisotropic entanglement. Basically, you can see that like momentum how it is changing. Okay, and one is constant. So that's what you get entanglement, and for a particular beam shape, palm beam shape, entanglement dies. Okay. So this beta, and that's how the entanglement changes when you change the asymmetry like palm beam. So you can see there are number of modes which are entangled, and number of modes gives higher resolution when you go for imaging. And anisotropic entanglement, what is the advantage? Suppose you have two-dimensional information and you want to suppress one-dimensional information, you want to have just one-dimensional, so you can have very well using the anisotropic entanglement. So this is one of the advantages of anisotropic entanglement. And we are getting ready with the satellite payload for quantum key distribution. Okay, this is optical ground station block diagram. We are working along with C-DAC, and this is the future plan of work. Okay, we have to study effect of turbulence and how to mitigate the terrestrial communication, and we want to simulate conditions for downlink and uplink for quantum communication, development of device independent. We have done like semi-device independent, but we'll be going for device independent completely. Then entanglement swapping and quantum teleportation, that will be used for quantum repeaters and quantum computation network. And then we are experts in structured libraries. We have been working for quite some time. And we want to use that for quantum computation, robust quantum computation. And then we are working for photonic quantum computing also. New lab is coming, and this can be very promising candidate for quantum computing. Thank you.
Thank Professor Singh for beautiful talk, and I am not taking any question because we are running very late. But if I want to summarize the talks of these two speakers, first speaker, Professor Arjun Mujumdar, spoke about a very important thing, this weak measurement or POBM concept of quantum mechanics and its various implications. And Professor Singh shows us how actual entanglement can be created and can be used for communication as well as to see violation of Bell's inequality, which will imply non-locality, and which again has implication for device independent cryptography. So I thank both these speakers once again and close this session and over to the organizer.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, over to the organizer.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I request our Professor R.P. Singh to wait on the stage, and I request Aditya sir to please present the memento to him. Thank you, sir. Moving ahead with the program, we now have with us Dr. Subhash Kar. I know him more because he is an alumnus, a notable alumnus from my college. I regularly read his blogs and readings and other social media posts and take interest in his writings. Dr. Subhash Kar is a Regents Professor at Oklahoma State University in Stillwater, USA. His research is on AI, quantum computing, archaeoastronomy, and history of science, and he has also written extensively on the social impacts of AI. He is currently a member of Indian Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Council. His most recent work is a theory that physical space has dimensionality of E, Euler's number, and he has used this to propose solution to the missing dark matter and dark energy problems. His work has been showcased in the popular media including Discovery and History channels, PBS, Public TV in Europe, and in several documentaries on science and art. He is the author of 30 books. He was awarded Padma Shri by the Government of India in the year 2019. Over to you, sir. We are eagerly waiting for your talk.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this invitation. I take it that can you tell me how much of time do I have to speak today?
Sir,
how long?
So it's a 30-minute session as you had agreed to.
Okay, fine, that's fine. Okay. Much, and I got to hear the tail end of the previous talk, and it's very interesting to see all the advances that are taking place in quantum computing in India. Now, as for my talk, I was asked to speak on the larger questions of the interface between quantum computing and the motivating issues related to consciousness. And where does that come in? Well, one of the reasons why people started going into or trying to look at quantum computing was, well, the brain can do certain such things and the silicon machine cannot. And it's possibly because in the brain you also have quantum computing. So if you could construct machines which are based on quantum computing, then you would have computing power which is beyond what the capacity of current day, say, AI machines is. Of course, when it comes to computers, they can do numerical calculations much better than human beings can, but they are not as good as at AI, although, as we all know, recent advances based on huge language models have created a situation, for example, use of ChatGPT, where we can really do things that we didn't know could be done before. So, are we going to have the slides as well, or if not, that's perfectly fine. I've sent in some slides. So what I'm going to do is talk just without the slides. And I looked at this question many years ago. The great American neuroscientist Carl Friedman in the 1990s, he held a conference and he wanted me to speak on what my views on all this were. And I wrote a paper which is of course available on the internet. It's called The Three Languages of the Brain, Associative, Really Organizational, and Quantum. So the point I was trying to make was that while computers deal with associative information, but the current computer model is not reorganizational. The brain is reorganizational based on what we do and based on what processing is done. The brain actually reorganizes its own architecture. Now that is something beyond the Turing machine model, and therefore this is something that we cannot see computers of the immediate future being able to do. And then of course I also argued that the brain also does quantum computing, and until such time all this is done together, we would fail to match the capacity of humans as far as cognitive processing is concerned. Now, subsequent to that, in the 1910s, I think it was 1915, sorry, not 19, 2015 or so, 2016, DARPA in the US set up a committee and they organized many week-long workshops at different places in the US and one in Cambridge. They invited people from different disciplines, including physics and computer science and neuroscience, and some of their own managers, to look at the question of when is it that computers will become conscious. So here what I'm talking about once again is the interface of quantum computing and computing in general and consciousness, because certainly consciousness is something which goes beyond what computers can do, and the question of why is the neuron machine conscious while the silicon machine is not, is of great consequence. So we met at many times and what the ultimate conclusions of this committee, some of the leading scientists in the US and Europe, was that they were, well, it was sort of divided. Those who came from the algorithmic background, they thought that possibly computers will eventually become conscious, because once the complexity of interconnections within the hardware that we have of machines crosses a certain limit, then computers will become conscious, while the others, many of whom were from quantum computing area background, thought that computers will never become conscious. And the logic behind that was that quantum computing paradigm is based on the intuition of or the interpretation of the many worlds interpretation, which looks at reality more as objects which are interconnected, while the more dominant and perhaps the deeper interpretation of quantum mechanics is the standard Copenhagen interpretation. And in the Copenhagen interpretation, consciousness and physical reality are two sides of the same thing. In other words, physical reality cannot explain consciousness. They are like two sides of the coin. Physical reality is one, consciousness. The observer is always away from the observed. And if you look at that perspective, then quantum computers will always fall short. And then there is another question to which I've given some thought, which is that in quantum computing, the error correction problem or the error correction systems that have been proposed work on logical bits. And the logical bits come after the qubits have been replicated, as in the very first circuit here, the encoding circuit, and then they are sent over the channel. But there's no thought that's been given to correction of the encoding process itself, because it's not quite clear how that can be done, because as we know, in error correction you need to have a reference, and therefore this, even if everything else was dissolved, this would be a problem, and this I see as a big big obstacle. And therefore, in my view, I'm a kind of a pessimist in the implementation of quantum computers. But of course, that doesn't mean that we should be doing this work, because the research of physics and other questions are going to have other payoffs. Now, let's go to the next slide. If we can, yeah. So this is the difference between the Copenhagen interpretation and the many worlds interpretation. That in the CI, what we are dealing with is not the actual physical system, but rather our information about the system, which is very different from the MWI, the many worlds interpretation, where the whole idea is that we are looking at physical reality as it is. And this philosophical difference is something that one needs to keep on returning to, and perhaps in some sense people who work on the violation of Bell's inequality, etc., and deeper implications of entanglement too. But this is something that's always a good corrective. The next slide, please. Okay, if the slide is not available, it's no problem. Now, what I have looked at recently is that perhaps we need to consider problem from, an out-of-the-box perspective, and that might give us certain insight, which would help us in taking the quantum computing enterprise also further on. And the perspective that I've looked at is that of information or optimization of information. First of all, we know that nature is optimal, and so if we are looking at the construction of quantum systems, perhaps the perspective of optimality would be helpful. Now here, let's look at representation of information itself. Now, we can show, and it's a very straightforward mathematical theorem, that binary is not optimal and ternary is, if you are using logic. And in fact, in the 1970s, there were even efforts to create computers, classical computers based on ternary logic. They are some more efficient than binary logic. And if ternary is more efficient, then possibly considering that question as well in the quantum computing projects, may open up new space for further understanding or resolution of questions that were not quite clear earlier on. Now, it so turns out that if one's prepared to not stick to integer logic, then yeah. So this is the efficiency of coding. The most efficient is E. Of course, it's not an integer. It's slightly more efficient than ternary, as you can see. In bits, it's 0.531 compared to 0.528. And as you see binary, this is the table at the very end. Binary is 0.500. So binary is substantially less efficient than ternary, and E is optimal. So the whole question of what implications E might have, and one implication in the next slide is that it leads to, and this is not, we are not considering here actual representation, although that can also be done, but that's a deeper question. But here we are looking at it from some distance, the larger issues that arise out of it. And one implication of non-integer dimensionality, because here we are talking about dimension, binary dimension and ternary dimension, and E is non-integer dimensionality, is fractal behavior. And fractal behavior, as we see, as we know, shows up in all kinds of systems, in natural systems, and we are talking on the next page, or next slide right now. Yeah, so this is of course efficiency, and if you go further down, you'll see that this fractality shows up in all kind of nature, even in constants of physics. You find this fractality leads to, first of all, what's called the first digit phenomenon. If you look at natural numbers, you'll see that more natural numbers start with the digit 1, and that's more than those that start with digit 2. This is the first digit phenomenon. Probability of numbers starting with 1 is log 2, and starting with 2, this is the probabilities. 30%, 17%, 12%, 9%, etc., etc. And we see that these numbers are all over, fundamental physics constants, geomagnetic field, geomagnetic reversals, Fermi space, telescope fluxes, pulsar rotations, etc., etc. So this is something else also that one needs to look at, the first digit phenomenon, and see whether the way we are looking at physics problems or problem of quantum computing could benefit from this. Now, in last 2-3 years, I've gone back to the whole question of, yeah, and you can stick at this table, at this diagram for some time. I've looked at the whole problem of what if E is optimal, E is 2.718, can we say that space itself is three-dimensional, and of course our minds are three-dimensional, or we see reality as three-dimensional. Can that solve certain problems, and ultimately, of course, could that also be useful perspective in considering quantum computing itself? So considering and doing this, I've published a whole series of papers, and you can Google E-dimensional universe, and you'll find all these papers which have appeared in journals such as Scientific Reports, which is a Nature journal, and then including journals from India, Indian Journal of Physics, and journals in the United States. And I've shown that if one were to consider reality as E-dimensional, and our representation of it as three-dimensional, then we can explain a lot of things. First of all, we can explain gravitation itself as a consequence of E-dimensionality, E-dimensional substrate, and this solves the problems of dark matter and dark energy. As we know, right now, dark matter and dark energy, for which there is no lab evidence, are supposed to be 96% of the cosmos, 28% dark matter, 68% dark energy. Dark matter to explain the anomalous motions of stars and galaxies, and dark energy to explain the fact that a few billion years ago, the expansion of the universe started to accelerate, and for that they postulated dark energy. So this is a total of 96%, and there's another 3.5% which is the interstellar dust, so 99.5%. So current physics can only explain 0.5% of reality, showing, using the view that reality is e-dimensional, and we perceive it through our senses and through our systems as three-dimensional. We can solve all these problems. These problems get resolved, and the whole question of first of all, we don't need either dark matter and dark energy, for which, as I already mentioned, there is no evidence. And then we also are able to show why about 4 billion years ago, the expansion of the universe started to accelerate, but in a few 100 million years, it will decelerate, and therefore the view that universe will not die a cold death, that this expansion will keep on going on forever and ever, that problem is solved. Now, another problem on which a paper appeared just last week in the General Theory in Biosciences, which takes the same view of reality as e-dimensional. I've looked at coding of biological information, and there is, as you know, all of modern sciences, maybe 90% of modern sciences after the 1960s are focused on biology, explanation of biological systems, medicine, everywhere is based on the genetic code which was discovered in the 1960s, and we know how the 4 nucleotides of RNA, DNA and RNA are mapped into the 20 amino acids. And the codons are 3 units long, so 4 to the power 3 is 64. So there are 64 different arrangements of the nucleotide sequences which are to be mapped into 20 amino acids. Now, if an engineer were given this task, they would say, well, for redundancy, let's assign 3 codons to each of the amino acids, because then each, this mapping will have equal error correction protection. But nature doesn't do it this way. And in fact, in nature, the mapping is, for some, there is no redundancy at all. 1 amino acid to each 1 codon, and for some there are 6. There are certain amino acids for which there are 6 codons. So why should you have this extreme non-uniform coding, and for which there has been no solution at all for the last 60 years, and it's been assumed that maybe it's sort of random, and people have sort of tucked it away under the carpet, so to speak. So I've given a total solution to it using 8-dimensional coding, and you can look it up on the internet, just appeared last week, and we show that this e-dimensionality, which leads to fractal behavior, leads to a behavior where the distribution must be like, as you know, as I mentioned before, the first digit phenomenon, and that first digit phenomenon is also equivalent to, for those of you who know it, is Zeek distribution of languages, which is where if you look at any natural language and you look at the probability of different words, and you look at the word which is most likely, it has a certain probability. Then the second most likely word in the entire language corpus or in a book will have a probability about 1/2 of the one which is most likely. The third most likely world would have a probability of 1/3 of the maximum, and so on, 1/4, 1/5, etc., etc. These are all long tail distributions. So I've been able to show that all this completely describes the non-uniform distribution that we have. So now, with this as background, what I would suggest would be interesting is, first of all, for all the researchers to explore these questions further or review them. I have another more striking paper appearing later this month on the genetic code. So one that some of you might want to explore are implications of e-dimensionality. But this apart, as somebody who comes from India and who's also studied the Indian consciousness tradition, because right in the beginning I said one of the motivations for doing quantum computing was to explain the mystery of consciousness. And as we know, all the Indian sciences focus outside of those which look at the outside sciences, look at what is considered Atma-Vidya. In fact, the Vedas themselves are Atma-Vidya, and Atma-Vidya means the science of consciousness, and there are a lot of lessons in the Indian tradition, and consciousness is perceived not as something which is emergent on physical system. If you look at all of Vedanta, and if you look at Vedanta from its core text, which is the Brahma Sutras and the Bhagavad Gita and the Upanishads, all the argumentation in Vedanta is that consciousness or the Atman is outside of the body. Atman is para, which means transcendent, which is quite consistent with the Copenhagen interpretation, and the logic behind that, as we know, is that the creator, one of the two creators of quantum mechanics, namely Erwin Schrödinger himself, is a Vedantin, and he, in his autobiography, claims that he was inspired by Vedantic ideas, consciousness as the observer being always outside of the physical system. So there are, in my view, and I've also written on it, also for the leading journal called the Journal of AI and Consciousness, where I've argued in papers, first of all, why consciousness cannot be physical, and therefore this gives us a certain perspective where this could also be useful. First of all, now you might say, hey, how can this be brought into useful, because isn't this a very general abstract idea? Well, and this is how I'm going to close my presentation. If physics and even quantum computing are at a stage where there are lots of obstacles, certainly physics has a crisis related to this 99.5% missing reality, for which postulates of dark matter and dark energy for which no evidence exists have been made. So how might physics be able to proceed further, and likewise, how could there be a breakthrough in the paradigm of quantum computing itself from where it's stuck right now? Well, in my view, the breakthrough would take place by bringing in the observer to a more central place. You know, 1900 itself, if you look at relativity theory, the observer was given a more central place, and the speed of light was related to where the observer stands in relation to the physical system. And then the observer came in even further in the whole framework of quantum mechanics itself, because there is this divide between the observer and the observed. But since then, after the 1940s, there has been this attempt to explain physical reality in terms of objects alone, sort of pushing the observer to the background, as in the MWI, many words interpretation, which I think is limiting, and perhaps one needs to go back to CI, and we bring in the observer much more by bringing in entropy in a more fundamental way, because entropy represents something to do with observation, because it's a property of aggregates. It's not a property of an object. And I think that could be more productive. And in fact, my work on e-dimensionality itself is bringing this in some sense, because I can also tell you what the motivating factor or what the inspirational factor for all of this research was. 7 years ago, I translated the Kanada's Vaisheshik Sutras, and this is about 500 BCE, and it's very sad that Indian physicists don't read Kannada, because there's some brilliant stuff out there of use even now. In addition to 2 of the 3 Newton's laws of motion, it has a lot of other stuff, including discussion of observers, which you can read in my translation called Matter and Mind, which is published 6 or 7 years ago. It has also almost verbatim representation of Newton's third law of motion. In Sanskrit, Kannada says, karma, karya virodhi karma. Your action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Karma is reaction and karya is action. But what's interesting is that Kannada there says that, look, Akasha is real space, but Dik and Kal are space as our mind sees them. So he says Dik and Kal are a product of the mind, or manas, while Akasha is what reality is, one of the 5 Mahabhutas. So the intuition that took me to in this direction was that, well, physical reality is Akasha, which has a certain dimensionality, which is E, while how we represent it, which is in our minds, is 3-dimensional. So there is a separation, E to 3, which is what gives us a lot of possibilities. So if one can also do something similar in quantum computing, I don't know in what sense. I did write a paper a couple of years ago, which is in the Journal of AI and Consciousness, where I looked at the whole problem of neuroscience, and I applied this, and I was able to show that there would be 25 different cognitive agents within the brain, given what the size of the brain is, which is very interesting, because using philosophy, we do know that at least the Sankhya system of philosophy that we have, one of the 6 darshanas, you have 25 tattvas. So there are lots of ways where all these threads are coming together, and there could be breakthrough ideas, because these ideas have not been considered before, and they are based on sound mathematical logic. This E-dimensionality is based on a mathematical theorem that E is superior and E is optimal, and nature always follows optimality. In fact, for example, you can explain dynamics or physics itself using the idea of least action, which was done in the 19th century. So these are ideas which, it appears to me, can be very, very productive and can provide an edge and an advantage to people who are doing out-of-the-box stuff. And this is certainly an out-of-the-box thing with potential, which could help India perhaps go ahead of the others. So with this, I'll stop. Thank you very much. I don't know how much more time I have. If there is some more time, I'll be more than happy to respond to questions.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening session. If there are any questions from the audience, please raise your hand. Yeah, so we have one question from Professor Aarti, sir.
How do you see the future of neuromorphic computing, which is getting quite mature, combining with quantum computing? Like, suppose you combine neuromorphic computing with quantum resources, single photon and single photon CPUs, along with neuromorphic computing. What do you see the future of that?
Well, Certainly, if one can use resources much more efficiently, or quantum resources, and there are some stuff done, well, possibly. But as we also know, quantum resources meaning well, you can access much more information if that's what you're looking at. Storage of information itself, as we know, is getting less and less expensive, and we see that in these deep language models, Chat GPT, etc. These things don't really cost very much. So that, but still, if you can bring in some quantum resource in some sense in a certain situation, maybe that would be helpful. And certainly worthy of further investigation.
Thank you, sir. Now, Director of C-DAC Kolkata and C-DAC Patna. Sir, we have one more question.
Thank you so much, Professor Kar. It was a wonderful session and I learned so much. In fact, the theory that you have mentioned about observer and the thing that you are observing, Drashti Viveka, the Siddhant that we follow from, I think, from Bhagavad Gita as well, and one Upanishad. I'm just forgetting everything. So I was also actually connecting these two dots, though I could not reach to that level where you have mentioned it beautifully. My thought process was, so if there is some other consciousness in our body that we say that it is observing everything as a witness, and we are just AI sort of a thing. A body is just, you can think about an AI plugin which is managed, but this consciousness is different. Then where does it reside? Like how does it sustain? And how do you consider it as a energy? How do you perceive it eventually?
Very, very good question. And the Vedic model or the Upanishadic model is that consciousness is transcendent. It's para. It's transcendent. It's not a product of the physical system. So consciousness is viewed as light. In Vedanta, or Kashmir Shaivism is also one aspect of Vedanta. Consciousness is called, in Bhagavad Gita, Maheshwara. Krishna says, I reside within each person as Maheshwara or Ishvara or Shiva. So Shiva is viewed as light. Consciousness is light. Our minds are where this light falls. So consciousness illuminates the context of the mind. So we are all, consciousness is one, and Schrödinger also writes about it in his essay, What is Life, that for the average person it's very difficult to understand how consciousness could be one, but in reality consciousness is unity, which is what Vedanta is all about. Consciousness is unity, but our minds have multiplicity. Because it's like the sun, there is only one sun, but the sun can fall into a million different pots of water and that disk will shine there. So it's the same image, same idea, that consciousness is one, it's that light, which is why you have the statement, Shivoham, I am Shiva, which means I am that light. So the light falls into the brain, into the structures of the brain, illuminates that, and then there is this sense of self, of course. But the whole idea is, in fact, I have another paper and you can Google it. It's right now as a preprint, where I argue using mathematical logic, and there are two theorems there. And the title of the paper is No-Go Theorems for Machine Consciousness. I argue that there can only be one consciousness, because if consciousness was a consequence of complexity, as a lot of people, computer scientists who are doing consciousness research in the West imagine, or some neuroscientists imagine, if it was a product only of complexity, that once the machine became more complex than a certain threshold, suddenly the machine became conscious, there is a contradiction. Because then this complex system could be part of a larger complex system, which will also be conscious. And therefore, you would be confronted with the paradox of a conscious system within which there is another conscious system which cannot be, which is logically impossible. And in fact, this is an argument which is very similar to the argument by many of the philosophers within the Vedantic tradition that you cannot have nested consciousness. And therefore, there can only be in the entire universe one consciousness, because since the universe is governed by laws, in Sanskrit of course Rita, there are laws, there cannot be any scope for freedom of action, and that freedom, if there, at all there is freedom, that can be assigned only to the entire system, which is certainly the idea that we have in the Vedic framework. So, to my mind, as someone who's looked at both these aspects, both from the neuroscience aspect of it, the quantum mechanics aspect of it, the computer science aspect of it, and examined the Vedantic tradition, both the standard Advaita Vedanta as well as Kashmir Shaivism, which is also a Vedantic tradition, you find that it all hangs together, and it hangs together not only from the perspective of, okay, it gives us a good feeling, this is beautiful, that tradition was so lovely, but I think more significantly that it gives us an opportunity to make fundamental scientific contributions at this particular point in time, because science is confronted with fundamental crises, and these crises are emerging, having, the whole positivist perspective interpretation of quantum mechanics, which I think was beautiful by a lot of people in the West who raised in the object paradigm of reality, which is the Western traditions, came up with MWI and pushing MWI, and I think that has fundamental limitations, and that is what is led to the current crisis. So I think, as a scientist, to those of you, to others, to all of you as scientists, I think not just for philosophy, although that shouldn't be discounted, but for the ability to make real scientific advances from where we stand now, is an opportunity to bring in this perspective of the observer. We don't have to use the word Vedanta. Some people are very allergic to Sanskrit terms, so we can just bring in the observer. Let's bring in the observer. Let's bring in entropy, and once we do, or let's bring in optimal dimensionality. So we are only talking about mathematics, and this is the advantage that we obtain from there.
And I'm just taking one more minute, sorry. But sir, so you claim that consciousness cannot be created?
That is the standard view, that's both the Vedanta view, and that's the paper which is under review in a journal right now. But you can read the arguments, and these are all mathematical theorems. And I also have a paper called The Limits of Machine Consciousness, where I argue that consciousness cannot be created by any machine. And it's very, very simple, really. Let me give the argument in one sentence. If there was a machine in hardware and corresponding software, hardware can be mapped into software. So it's an algorithm. Just imagine, can you write an algorithm and suddenly that algorithm would become conscious? No, that's not possible. So, because the hardware can be mapped into software. So ultimately it's just an algorithm. A machine will never be conscious. And a lot of people, of course, in the West also, some of the leading guys, I know them, guys and gals, and people do recognize that this is indeed absolutely clear that machines will never be conscious. So to that extent, we are really aligning, people are aligning with the understanding and the arguments and discussions that have been a part of the Vedantic tradition. In fact, I should also add that the whole question of the interaction of consciousness and the physical system, which my late friend, the great Indian physicist, George Sudarshan, in a paper in 1970s with his student, argued that you can influence the physical system by observation alone, which is called the quantum Zeno effect, and it's been demonstrated in the lab. You can actually steer a physical system simply by observation. And this is something which was done in the Vedantic tradition centuries ago, and it's called the Drishti Srishti Vada. The whole idea is, why do you need Shiva or Vishnu or anybody, whatever you conceive of, the deity, to control reality, because reality is governed by laws, by rhythm, by laws. So the answer to that is that by drishti alone, srishti is done. And in mathematical terms, you might say, well, these are obscure terms. We are scientists. But in mathematics, well, you can steer probabilities without modifying the framework. Let's say the quantum mechanics framework, axiomatic framework, you have certain probabilities, but probabilities can be changed, which would change the dynamics of the physical system. So that's how you can relate mathematical framework and mathematical conceptions to this most outstanding, extraordinary insights that are a part of the Vedic tradition. Now, of course, a skeptic would say, how is it possible? We believe in progressivism. How is it possible? Well, all of our knowledge exists in our consciousness. And somebody who meditates or looks into one's own consciousness to the extent it is possible can access extraordinary knowledge. And that's also, of course, true in all creative tasks. Creativity cannot exist within the framework of knowledge because you are inside the box. All creativity requires your going outside of the box. And that outside of the box cannot occur while you are awake. And for that, you have, for example, in the Mandukya Upanishad, the whole idea that in this Swapna Avastha, that's where this Atman, because in the Swapna Avastha, you are not controlled by the physical living world, which constrains your consciousness, and all of creativity occurs either in dream, as in the famous story of Srinivas Ramanujan, who would see the formulas in his dreams, or in anybody. You have a dozing off, you have a trance, there is a vision. It occurs, or even Roger Penrose, when he speaks about how he got the idea of irregular times, the solution of the tiling problem. In every such creative task, it occurs sort of spontaneously, and that again ties up with our ideas of consciousness.
Thank you so much, sir. This is such a beautiful discussion. I can keep on asking questions, but we have limited time, so I'm stopping myself. You are really awesome. Thanks a lot. Thanks for all your messages and learnings. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sir, so now Shri Aditya Kumar Sinha, Director C-DAC Kolkata and C-DAC Patna, would like to thank you for your session.
Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. We have changed twice, but still you have agreed to deliver this talk. It was very interesting, such a complex topic, sir. And I can tell you, sir, this was the one-star attraction for the people to join for this conference, this symposium, sir. I wanted to listen to you on this consciousness part. Sir, you have beautifully described about the various, the various perspective, the wide spectrum perspective about the right from Vedanta, Atmana, Brahma, all those aspects and all. And you also have given this scientific dimensions, and also talked about it can be possible to have a upon this on the mathematical perspective. So these are some of the very, very important learnings of what we have. And being the country where these kind of things are being practiced in since years, and one thing I just came to my mind that many of such things are there in Indian scriptures and Vedic things, and old manuscript and all, the first thing that we have to understand those scriptures are very different. So first thing we'd like to have to how can we simplify this? How can we simplify this structure so that a common man can understand that. So this is one aspect that is coming to our mind, and if you're able to understand those kind of writings and those kind of knowledge which has been created thousands and thousands of years ago, if you are able to understand, demystify those knowledge, those information, certainly we would like to progress more on this very, very complex topic, sir. And thank you once again, sir, for giving us a wonderful talk. And looking forward to have your whole mentorship with those who are interested to work in this particular domain, sir. And I myself is also very much interested. I read twice the book written by Sir Roger Penrose. Hardly to understand many of the such things. Maybe through this lucid kind of, the way you have talked today, we may have progress towards that. Maybe start reading more on that, sir. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you for your time, sir. And looking forward to meet you somewhere in person. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. We also have one question in the chat box. So the question in the chat box is, how can we revive Kannada's realism? How can Kannad's knowledge?
Oh, well, please, I have this book, it's on Amazon.in, it's called Matter and Mind. I have the entire book translated. Just go and read it and you can write on it. Whatever is valuable, it's absolutely incredible. Matter and Mind, Amazon.in, and I've kept it just 99 rupees, or it's free. You can download it for free. You know, for Atma Nirbhar, you need Atma Vishwas. Have faith, Atma Vishwas. You don't have to necessarily be looking over your shoulder. Be confident, and these are amazing resources that we have. Absolutely incomparable, extraordinary.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope that resolves all our queries. The participants were very much enthusiastic about this session. Now, moving forward with the program, I would like to close this part of the session with a quote from the Nasadiya Sut, the last stanza, where the Rishi says, and it raises the spirit of inquiry. Who really knows and who can swear how creation came, when or where? Even Devas came after creation's day. Who really knows and who can truly say when and how did creation start? Did he do it or did he not? Only he up there knows, maybe, or perhaps not even he. With this, we move forward to our next session with Professor Prashant Panigrahi. Let me take this moment to introduce Dr. Prashant Panigrahi with you. Professor Prashant Panigrahi is currently the director of IIT Kolkata. He works in the Department of Physical Sciences. He earned his PhD from University of Rochester, New York, and thereafter he joined University of Illinois at Chicago and University of Montreal as postdoctoral fellow. He has taught at University of Hyderabad and Physical Research Laboratory, Ahmedabad, before joining IIT Kolkata. His research interest includes quantum computation, quantum information dynamics of quantum many-body systems, physics of cold atoms and molecules, nonlinear dynamics, quantum field theory and wavelet transforms. He has been ranked among top 10 Indian science personalities by Scientific India for social contribution in 2017. He actively publishes and he has authored over 500 articles in various national and international journals. Professor Prashant Panigrahi, the stage is all yours. Please take over. Thank you.
Are my slides visible? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So slides are also visible?
Slides are not visible yet, sir.
How do I make it full screen? Yeah, it's visible. Yeah. Can you make it full screen from your side?
Yes, sir. It's not
Anyway, it's okay. I mean, I think it is visible, and since I make it brief.
Sir, the slides are not visible. Would you please reshare it?
Yeah, let me do that. Yeah. Yeah, let me do that. Now is it visible?
No, sir, it's not shared yet.
And now it's there. Yeah.
Yes, sir, it's visible now. We are sharing the screen with us.
It's visible now, okay? So,
Sir, your screen is visible, but your slides are not.
Right, sir.
I think he has the slides.
Yeah, you have the slides, sir. Can you display?
Yes, sir. If you let us, we can proceed with this. We have the slides. We can share from our side.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so thank you very much. Yeah, I thank C-DAC for giving this chance, and it's starting at 7:30 just to keep the timing correct. So we have heard about very many interesting talks about measurement and its efficacy in determining a quantum state. Now, regarding sensing, I'll talk about these continuous variable states, because so far we have seen the so-called states involving qubits, which are discrete states like polarization of light in two states of a quantum system. But the so-called cat and kitten states, although have been known for quite some time, they are used in quantum as quantum resource. It's quite new. And you are familiar with cat state. Schrödinger has introduced and made these cat states very famous. So if you look at mathematically, they are very simple objects. Superposition of two Gaussians. Kitten state, as the name implies, actually superposition of four Gaussian states. So mathematically, quite simple. But it's quite amazing that simple states show such profound behavior in terms of sensing. This I learned from a very nice paper of Jurek, Nature 2002, and since then I have been amazed by this, and only of late experiments have been shown to verify what was pointed out earlier. So this is the thing, and it's very useful for sensing because you can achieve something called Heisenberg limit, namely maximum information you can extract with minimum error. So called Heisenberg limit. Okay, so now let me proceed. Next slide, please. Yeah. So I will don't bother. There are quite a few experiments now which have been able to generate this cat and kitten states. For example, starting from Taiwan, Professor Lee's Lee's group to many places, MIT and others, and Yale University, for example, have been able to generate these states in a routine manner, cat and kitten states. So they are now being used as resources. So if you really look at it, these so-called Gaussians, which are harmonic oscillator in quantum mechanics, have been very familiar with us. But their use has been very difficult. Because how to produce them, how to control them, and how to use them has not been very clear. So in quantum computing has so far been more or less limited to very simple systems. Hello? Okay. So as I go along, and
sir, you are audible.
I'm not audible. Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
I am not audible or audible?
Audible.
Okay. So there was something in the background. So let me, as Professor Karp was mentioning, Sudarshan has been one of the founders of quantum optics. He particularly brought out a beautiful connection between classical and quantum world to the so-called peak function. Now, if you see his contemporary Grauer, who was awarded Nobel Prize, also generated similar kind of ideas. So, Sudarshan, for example, introduced this described laser light using so-called Gaussian function. Many of you would think that laser is quantum mechanical, but actually laser is a very classical object. That was George Sudarshan. And after that, properties of non-classical properties have been a goal of study to quantum optics community since the early days of quantum optics. So now let me, next one please. Next slide please. Yeah. So what is this cat state? This is a superposition of two Gaussians. What is alpha? Alpha is actually a Gaussian, just a Gaussian function. To be very precise, it is exponential minus x minus alpha whole square. And so you general cat state is the one where you have superposition of two states, which are exponential minus x minus alpha whole square plus some phase, which is exponential I theta times exponential minus x plus alpha whole square. If you take, for example, the first one, the Gaussian function, we have been playing around with it since early days of quantum mechanics. For example, it is well known, this family of Gaussian functions, which are exponential minus some x minus alpha whole square, properly normalized, has equal uncertainty. Delta x is equal to delta y in switchover units. Now, squeeze state, you see mathematically is a very simple object. It is exponential minus x minus alpha whole square divided by some beta, some number. So, as expected, it will squeeze either making the uncertainty in coordinate small or uncertainty momentum small. So, main thing is, although structurally, mathematically, they are very simple object, but production of the same have been very difficult. For example, when I was doing my PhD, the squeeze states were being produced by Mandel in Rochester with the aim to use them for gravitational wave detection, because gravitational wave needed to be detected with very accurate value of delta x, very small displacement when a gravitational wave passes through. So that was the reason squeeze states were generated and studied extensively. As you know, gravitational waves nowadays are being detected through interferometry, which again taking reports to light. for simple CAD state. Now, as I mentioned to you earlier, this so-called kitten state is a product of the value of CAD. So you can see I have taken very specialized kitten state. Displaced oscillators alpha and minus alpha superposition plus I alpha plus minus I alpha. You may wonder why I alpha minus I alpha. I will show you as we go along that this gives it a very special structure and it will be visible in the so-called Wigner terms. Now, at a formal level, Sudarshan, for example, introduced them in a very nice way. They are eigenstates of the annihilation operator. People who are familiar with quantum mechanics should know harmonic oscillator annihilation operator is the one which defines the ground state. The ground state is such that A on 0 is equal to 0. That's where everything starts. But these objects are eigenstates of annihilation operator. It needs a little bit of thinking that can there be an eigenstate of an annihilation operator which can be physically meaningful? And you see, we have been talking about quantum mechanics, Fermi chain operators with real eigenvalues are physically measurable. Hamiltonian, Hamiltonian, angular momentum, they all come from Fermi chain operators. Here is an example of non-Fermi chain operator A. A is not equal to A. Yet, this state is actually measured. It's worth reflecting that, how it is possible. So, CAD state is actually very easy to check that, it's an eigenstate of A square. Kitten state, eigenstate of A4. So, mathematically, they are very well structured. And main point is that studying the physical property, using them as quantum resource and producing them. Of course, expectedly, production is the main point. Now, of this, this Yale University results I was mentioning to you, they have used it for error correction, CAD code. Why they get used for error correction? Actually, you can see that if there is a slight error, this CAD state, let us assume exponential I theta to be 1. So, CAD state is an even superposition, alpha plus minus alpha. Now, if there is an error, it may result in a parity, namely alpha minus minus. These two are orthogonal. So, therefore, if a state changes character, it can go from even to odd state. If you add a proton, it will go from even to odd state. And they are easily distinguishable. So you know that the error is happening. So if you go to the original paper, you will find out it's based on this code parity. Because the error will change the parity of the state from even to odd. Easy to detect. Now, next one please. Alright. So where is the situation right now? Now I was mentioning to you the middle paper, please see, stabilized CAD in a driven or in a cavity called tolerant error syndrome detector. You can find out if error is there or not, then basically parity. So look at the first name and last name. Shruti Puri, Professor R.R. Puri's daughter, and Stan Gibbin, who is a very well-known person in quantum Hall effect, and now has moved to circuit QED, and he is sort of the person who through this mathematics of circuit QED, IBM has realized is quantum computers. So the mathematics and science behind quantum computers is largely due to sample. Now, of late you will find out that last year, and quite a few breakthrough results. All optical, CAD code has been implemented, and there was very recently heard that 1,000 superposition of 1,000 Gaussians have been achieved in Tel Aviv University. And so people are actually doing experiments, realizing these things experimentally and showing they're practically useful. So we are, as I mentioned in the beginning, so far we are familiar with only qubits, product of qubits. But going to continuous variable, which was very familiar to us in our quantum mechanics days, only beginning now. For example, if you see this two product of two Gaussians, just two Gaussians, namely in wave functions in the x and y direction, in principle they can be entangled. That's the only thing which you understand. Thanks to the result of Professor Simon in math science and C-DAC, Zoller and other persons in Europe at the same time, only product of two Gaussians, exponential minus x 1 minus alpha whole square plus exponential minus y minus alpha whole square. Product of two Gaussians. Simple product. You have to take superposition so that they are entangled, non-factorizable. Only that non-factorizability, namely entanglement, we understand. Beyond that, no more progress. You can see lot remains to be learned, particularly in the entanglement plot and use of quantum. disposed. The states which are super continuous variable states because they exist all over the space. Whereas qubit are only two variables. Okay, next one please. Okay, so and physically if you see, they look like a simple double wave potential. Look at, for example, R.T. Feynman's, Richard Feynman's book. You'll find out he deals with this kind of states in the outset of double wave potential, which is very familiar. So that's the reason earlier nobody was giving them very much importance because they are simple Gaussians. Squeeze Gaussian is a Gaussian with a non-trivial width, and superposition of Gaussians, a very simple thing to look at mathematically. So people are not giving much importance to it. Only when quantum information processing, quantum development came, people studied them carefully, particularly through Wigner function, and found out amazing properties. I myself was very surprised when in 2002 I read the nature paper of Zurek that the superposition of four Gaussians can lead to ultimate sensitivity in sensing, namely hypertrophic. It could explain the soft Planck structure. It is something called soft Planck I never heard before, and that could explain origin of quantum chaos. A very simple paper, not involving anything beyond cosine, sine, and Gaussian. Explaining so many things was very amazing to me, and to see the phase-space plots, so-called phase-space interference, my eye opened to a whole new domain where instead of interference in real space, interference in space-space was physically meaningful. I mean, since then it has been an amazing thing to pursue, and although very simple to deal with, conceptually very difficult and very nice to understand what is going on. Okay, now, so next one please. Okay. Yeah, so now if you see, I was mentioning to you, generation of heralded optical cellular cascades by photon acquisition. See, people have gone to a level, this is from this group in Taiwan, Kwani plus 2023, June 23rd. In fact, they have cited, we have done work where you add one photon and see what happens. And it changes the character of this cascade very categorically in a very different way. And fortunately, this experiment has been done in Ray's lab, and they cited our paper. So you can imagine it has gone to a level where single photon addition can change this state. You may wonder how is it that's possible. What really happens is that the parity changes. Wave function becomes odd or even. So they are very easy to show different character. So therefore, this counterintuitive thing of changing a big state by just adding one photon can be understood in terms of very big changes occurring in addition of one wave. And this is experimental, very nice paper. You can take a look at it. Which are just now came out. Now, people are taking big objects like microgram mechanical oscillators and creating solutions. So this now and many other, for example, this I told you about 20 qubit cellular cat state. Their behavior, that was I think this experiment I was mentioning is right. So there are many experiments. I have cited our photon-added cat state, how does it look in phase space, and how the statistic sense is there in this paper. Next one, please. Okay. Now this is the one I was mentioning, very recent result, very beautiful result. That 1000 photons cat state. Not only they created it, they could measure all its properties, and with millisecond coherence time, you can actually use it for information processing. You may ask what kind of information processing? Information processing, again as I mentioned to you, you can see quantum chaos. If you please take a look at Jurek's paper, which we have cited, as you increase in more and more states, you will find out possible origin of chaos. If not, better determination of parameters, physical parameters, much more accuracy. So now, as you see, superconducting quantum memory. Where from superconducting coming? Because these cat states are actually produced on IBM type of superconducting qubits. Using superconducting qubits, we may ask, superconducting qubits are actually like two-level systems. How did we use it to produce these kind of things? So for that, I request, please take a look at this paper. It happens. Fortunately, mathematics is not very daunting here. They are understandable mathematics, so that's the reason very readable. Next one, please. Okay, so now as I told you, that what is the so beautiful property of these states? For that, we have to go to Wigner function. From the early days of quantum mechanics, Wigner pointed out that quantum mechanics may look very counterintuitive if you look at the wave function. But he defined a function called Wigner function, which is defined with a phase space in X and P. There, this is just a function. Now, where from quantum comes in? Because this function is not a probability, it could be negative. Every probability has to be positive. So the negativity is where the quantumness lies. But not all states are negative. For example, look for quantum in that sense. Look at coherent state, which is a laser. And you see coherent state, it's just a simple Gaussian. You go to x and p, one axis is x, one and p, you will find out it will be still a Gaussian. So the plot which they have shown here is actually high density. It's still a Gaussian. Squeeze state, nothing very spectacular. One axis has been squeezed. So uncertainty around this will be very small. And mathematically it's just a Gaussian with a width. Other fellow is more uncertain. So one uncertainty compensates for the other. So the product remains same. Here delta x is equal to delta p. Both of them are equally uncertain. And this was from the early days of Heisenberg, who showed quantum mechanics through a thought experiment is endowed with uncertainty. And he took recourse to a microscope which has light, namely wavelength. So later on we know that quantum shows both wave and particle behavior. So now we see that state. See the picture, what we find is that they can use Gaussians localized at alpha and minus alpha in the x space. But in addition, you see in the p domain, in the momentum space, there are interference. Interference, the black is low value, it is from 0 and high value. So the interference in momentum space was what people discovered in the 80s. And that was something new. Now, Jurek, for example, pointed out, why only this, you go to so-called P10 state, the ones which I pointed out to you, where it was from a 4 Gaussian, localized at real space minus alpha, plus alpha, momentum space at again plus alpha minus alpha. So x and p are treated on equal footing, that's why you see a phase space. And you see this beautiful interference. And beautiful interference is leading to a very high value at the origin, and these people are zeros. So that is where Jurek's contribution lies. Then he tried to figure out what the area of this object, inside these 4 zeros, what is the area. We found out that the area is less than Planck's constant, h bar. And since the early days of statistical mechanics, the basic phase space has the unit of area which is called Planck's constant. So physical meaning of Planck's constant is area in the phase space. That was invoked in the early days of statistical mechanics. Without that parameter, you cannot do statistical mechanics. Because statistical mechanics involve phase space integration, dq dt. It has to be divided by constant h bar. When Planck gave his thing, that h bar found physical manifestation. And it was expected that nowhere in physics we find area is more than Planck constant. But here is an area which Jurek points out very nicely in that nature paper, found paper from Japan, that this is less than Planck's constant. And then he asked, is it physically meaningful? He pointed out that yes, this will lead to any small shift you do here because of the zeros, this vector function implied, and through the wave function, that they become orthogonal. That as Austin was pointing out, orthogonal wave functions are physically distinguishable because of the orthogonality, just like I and j are two axes, I dot j is equal to 0, they are 90 degrees to each other, so they can distinguish. Same thing here, if the two wave functions are orthogonal, you can distinguish them. That was Jurek's contribution. He pointed out that you shift x by some amount, the vector function reveals physically that the wave function become orthogonal. Same thing happens with delta. And he estimated that that shift is such that it is precisely Heisenberg limit and happens only for P10 state. So the space-space interference giving rise to a area smaller than Planck's constant is responsible for accurate measurement of variable cell delta x, delta p to the fullest possible, namely Heisenberg limit. Is it experimentally verifiable? Answer is yes. For the cat state, which was verified in 2006, there is a very beautiful later paper. And P10 state, for example, many people, for me, plus many other people have shown, these are actually physically realizable, and you can actually find delta x, delta p much more accurately using these states. That's the reason people are very, very much want that these states to physically realize in a controlled manner, so that they will be able to do it for metrology and sensing. So for quantum metrology and quantum sensing, the session of this session has relevance because of this. Next one please. So now a bit more formal, delta x delta p for coherent state in suitable unit is over 1 by root 2 for delta x is equal to delta p. Now, typically if you find, for example, in the regular experiments, you find out that uncertainty would be 1 by root n. Okay, so now this is your standard short wave limit, and Heisenberg limited one is exactly 1 by n. There is a slight mistake here, 1 by n. And what today pointed out, that is achieved because of some formal reasoning we pointed out, let's not get into it, and that was essentially because of the soft Planck structure. And the zeros of the function which he manifested there, they made the states discriminable, and you can actually distinguish between them. Okay, next one. Okay, so you can formally calculate. Calculation of these things are not very difficult. Coherent state people have calculated left and right. When you do that, you find out that 1 by n bar, this is the Heisenberg limit, 1 by n bar. That is achieved for cat along certain directions, like either x or p. For theta, both x and p. That is the greatness about the theta state. But as has been pointed out, quantum states are superposition. And to maintain superposition, you need good coherence time. I told you that this Israeli experiment produces these kind of coherent states in big amount, in lot of them, and coherence time is reasonable time to many communities. Next one please. Now for example, next one. Okay, so now when you look at for example, single photon, what kind of things you expect? One thing as I pointed out at a very crude level, what you find is that there's some amount of squeezing that goes on. If you look at linear function, you find out one axis gets squeezed. Now, other thing is that there is parity change. Okay. Now, then what you find, statistics, for example. For example, if you know, Sudarshan pointed out that if you take a laser, it is described by Poisson distribution. What does it mean? You take a laser, find out how many photons are there, in every frequency regime. So if you find that if you define that in terms of an average number, n bar, it sort of gives you like E minus P, it for n by n. P is the average number n bar. Okay, which is related to alpha. Alpha is the average number of photons. So it's a Poisson distribution. It's expected that classical thing is Poisson. And then of course things happen, people pointed out to the page, the state may be quantum, but sometimes it may look classical. So there are subtle aspects to it which needs to be very carefully understood. Now how do you create these kind of states? Basically to create them, you need, for example, optical case that you have to, it's quite an interesting and involved object. Only one interesting point there is, you should have an arm of your optical instrument where nothing should happen, namely it should vacuum. So for the first time in my life I saw, when you produce this kind of states, you really need and get to produce vacuum. And what you may ask, what is vacuum? You have one arm of this optical instrument which is producing the states, which where nothing is given, completely empty, and that is actually vacuum. So that was an eye-opening experience. You see, you have, we people have learned vacuum, A on 0 equals 0, A dagger on n creates n particle state. But to see that that's kind of things you need formally to produce that and everything. Study these kind of things, mathematically very attractive. But next one please. Okay. So now, for example, as I told you, you can be phase space. When you go to phase space, you find, when you add a single photon, what happens? For example, gets squeezed. So one fellow gets elongated. And the zeros also, the amount, you can see here, there is a deformation in the domain where it is negative. Negativity is basically quantumness. So quantumness lies here. Negativity of the wave function, how it gets affected. Squeezing is of course true, but this quantumness primarily lies in the negativity of the wave function. So here, this is the squeeze state, sorry, this is the cat state. So there was, it is negative, showing it's quantum, and you are single photon, something happened. This one is photon subtracted. You may ask, so what do you mean of photon subtracted? So actually, these kind of things have been seen experimentally, and this was first pointed out by Girish Agarwal and his student Tara. It was verified experimentally in UK, because of which got his Royal Society, fellowship of Royal Society. and mathematically very simple, but experimentally very difficult. But people are realizing photon subtracted. Next one, please. And photon subtracted squeezed vacuum. So now the concept of vacuum comes in. That's what I was pointing out. All sorts of things you can do. Actually, people are doing it. You can add, you can squeeze. Squeeze means mathematically make the Gaussian get equal to it. But physically, how do you do it? That is a challenging thing. So, but it is mathematically simple. It's worth rewarding if some of you can take a look at it. Very beautiful, simple objects where physics becomes clear by computing only delta x like that. Yeah, next one, please. Next one. Yeah, so these are the optical experiments I was pointing to you. Beam splitter, which Professor R.P. Singh has been pointing out. N is the measurement, and they partially reflected, partially transmitted. This is the production mechanism of CAD state. And you take squeeze state. Without squeeze state input, you cannot get CAD state. You may ask why the squeeze state is necessary. There is a very nice simple paper of Simon and Mukula, which is not published. They pointed out that squeeze state has, as I told you, quantum nest. That quantum nest can be converted into CAD state. You see, squeeze state is one Gaussian, but having some width, something like exponential minus x minus alpha square by beta square. And the CAD state is a superposition of states. So you see, quantumness of one kind can be changed to quantumness of other kind. And when you only measure, you see on the right hand side, the measurement is done. Once you measure in the normal basis, the other fellow which is passing through here, the reflected fellow you measure, the fellow which passes through immediately collapses into the CAD state. So measurement plays a very, very key role. Okay, and then what you do, how to produce data, you see. Then start with these fellows. This fellow is, for example, momentum, real space, momentum space you see, localized, real space localized, take it 50-50 beam splitter, and again measurement. The moment you measure on one hand, the fellow collapses to that state. That is the mechanism. So at the physically, mathematical level, deals with a simple squeezed Gaussian, one Gaussian, exponential minus x minus o square by beta square. Beam splitter and measurement. And then feed these things, keep on feeding, you will produce more and more things. But it's triviality, non-triviality lies in the measurement. The measurement in the sum, this is n, is not easy. Okay, next one please. Yeah, next one. Okay, now you can do more things like my student Arman from books which was taken. D is for displacement. You have exponential, you have exponential minus alpha a dagger, exponential alpha a dagger minus alpha star a. Then the other mathematical object is squeezing, which is s, which is exponential some parameter r or beta a square minus a dagger square. So you are dealing only with a dagger, which comes to equal 1, or a square and a dagger square, nothing more than that. And there is a very beautiful group structure into it. A and a dagger is equal to 1, gives rise to something called Heisenberg group, and this squeezing object gives rise to something called SU11. So optics people have been studying SU11, SU2 and Heisenberg algebra representation quite extensively, and these are the only things that you need to produce this kind of objects. And you can play around and try to, when you create, you have to make sure that what you have created is very close to what you really want. So how do you kind of so-called very close to? For example, you have created a CAD state. Is it really a CAD state? So something called fidelity comes in. So let us see next one, next page please. Yeah, so ignore function, the mathematical definition. You don't have to go into it. Just take your wave function, rho is psi hat, and then this object what you take is a function. There is no quantum mechanics. When you deal with it, the xp are taken as regular numbers. There is no commutation required, just regular numbers. Minimum function w is a function of x and no, because linear was put up with this non-commutative. And this beautiful object is described like this. So you take a displacement, as I told you, carry pi, plays a very key role. Which are mathematically very beautiful structure, displacement and carry. So when you find out, for example, any changes of which you can measure them, this kinetic plays a very key role. So anyway, it has very, so quantumness lies in negativity of this. Yeah. The next one, please. So again, this is the thing to which I would like to highlight. Jurek's one. Jurek, very simple, beautiful paper. I could not imagine that you can get a nature paper with just Gaussian and cosine and sine. And what the meaning of, physically I alpha. So if you take a look at this object, for example, exponential minus x minus I alpha whole square, if you do Fourier transform, you will find out in the real space if it is I, in momentum space no I will be there. It will be exponential minus p minus alpha whole square. What does it mean? It means that the momentum is now localized. If it is alpha, it is located near alpha with a distribution. If it is I alpha, it is located near momentum alpha. So you see, it is located around this near momentum alpha, but with a spread. That spread is because of quantumness. So I in real space is no I in momentum space. If it is localized in coordinate space without I, it is localized in momentum space with I. That is the physical inventory. So this simple factor of I creates beautiful interference pattern called K-space, which was actually, if you are curious, you will realize it was actually first recognized by Wigner's supervisor. Okay, so some of you which are curious, check all which it is first recognized by none other than supervisor, at Richard Feynman. Yeah, next one please. Okay, so now you create more and more states. People are going. For example, people created this object like cat and kittens are very subtle. Any small change will destroy them. Now people found out states which are more robust. This is one of them I have shown here, which have been shown experimentally. It's on the 1905 correctly. So and if you compare it with Fock space, here is Fock space. Fock space also shows similar behavior. Next one please. It's always good to look at this kind of text, in the Wigner function, because Wigner function will tell you real quantumness. So here, where are the zeros? For example, in this case, you see, n is equal to 1, n is equal to difference is 0 here, I value here. And they are parity, they are difference in parity. So they are orthogonal. So this 0 here, non-zero here, is one which makes them easily distinguishable and can easily find them. So there is no light here. Now there is more light. In case of light, the optical states, it is actually light. No light, more light. Easy to discover that. Yeah, next one please. Okay, so now what you do is that you would like to find out what is the frequency, what is the distribution, mode distribution. They are made out of, go to your domain, they are made out of eigenmodes. So mode distribution. So it was George Gerson who pointed out that in case of laser, namely in this case just Gaussian, this is Poisson statistic. Poisson is static. Any deviation from that is 1. So explicitly you can calculate how these objects are distributed in terms of mode. Yeah, next one. This is for the Picken state. And then, for example, you compare it with regular states. For example, if it is Picken state, first excited state, see how they behave. So you see this overlap function is the one, if you can find, it will give you the amount of the wave function psi in the M component. So that is how, for example, you try to estimate, how good is your state, how much spread it has. For example, here you see, towards this side, everything is full. Only emptiness is here. Okay. So this is what actually experimental people do. Next one. Yeah. So although I have, so this is called fidelity. So when you create something, these are squeezed, displaced states, number state. So you create a number state, displacing squeezed. Why are you doing it? Because these are experimentally doable. And when you do it, you produce cap and kitten states. How to check you have produced them or not? Is fidelity. You see 99% up to 99%, 90% accuracy, you have created these kind of states. And then you can use them for your quantum metrology, quantum sensing. And that is the kind of thing which is gravitational wave focused. Yeah, next one please. Okay, so now, I mark it from our level, you shift, some amount by this delta. When you shift by delta, it could be along momentum direction or it could be along coordinate direction. Now, as I told you that if the shift is such that the produced state is orthogonal to the original state, that means you will detect that thing exactly. Because the orthogonal states can be distinguished. So here is, a original state slightly shifted and original state overlap. See, this is what will tell you, this overlap, he will tell you how good this displacement is in terms of measurement. And then of course you have to be very careful because these are concentrated states, they have a lot of modes, and then you try to see, for example, how much you can actually experimentally measure. So fairly tedious thing that is what good papers are available. But once you do it, you know at a physical level, states when they are orthogonal, they are distinguishable. Next one, please. Yeah, more detailed parts. Let's not get into it. There is paper in the archive if some of you are interested. Now, next one, please. Yeah. How do you, for example, what the Hamiltonian behind these kind of things? To find out, for example, you may ask at a thing I am telling you, but physical levels, but how do you create them? So if you real coordinate and momentum are what we use them for calculation, but if you ask quantum optics people, they will say these are quadrantures. They are like electric field magnetic. Okay? Just like X and B. So in terms of oscillators, for example, if there is a one mode, one single frequency, it is omega 0 A diagram. Then there is a two-level system which you represent them in terms of sigma matrix, sigma Z. So you couple them. Optics. People have been doing it, these are kind of models. These are kind of things which circuit theory uses to product qubits. Now these are the models which we have studied extensively. Some of them in certain limits are solvable, but numerically you can easily find out. So these are the models which are actually used for modeling this kind of production of cat impedance. Yeah, next one. Now once you produce them, you look at average number, statistics which tells you the fluctuation, how the number of data fluctuates. So these are just for the sake of formality. But what you try to see is that how accurate is your thing, number of fluctuations. You see del square n by n bar square, number of fluctuations. If it's not stabilized, then these things cannot be very useful. Okay, so for example, a single photon will arise only from small coherence. So number of fluctuations should be stabilized. These are the kind of precautions what our experimental colleagues do, and they are able to actually measure these things quite accurately. Yeah. Next one. Okay, so I think I'll stop here. I just wanted to give you a flavor. So basically, just to highlight that linear function is a very simple objective study. Most of these tests which we use for quantum, continuous variable quantum computation are easily tractable in terms of Gaussian functions, their superpositions, easily viewable by hand. I still work out things in hand and get results which are obviously good quality things, and some experimental colleagues can see them. So therefore, if some of you are curious, please take a look at them. And single photon addition can change the character. So they can be useful for sensing. They are Heisenberg limited in the sense that it can measure things to the maximum extent possible. So could be useful for sensing. We are actually using them for that purpose. I think I'll stop here. Thank you for your offering me a chance to give my talk here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there any questions? Already late, you people are hungry probably.
Thank you very much, sir, for the enlightening session. We have some questions from the audience. I request the volunteers to please provide the mic.
Yeah, Professor Kanigai, very enlightening talk, and thank you for the talk. It's more of a comment, okay, that just like you presented for the sensing, the use of cat state and kitten state, for computation also, cat state can be used to do GKP and other states, okay? And as a, like, I am representing someone from a quantum computer startup, okay? And we are actually working towards development of cat states, which is one of the resources that is there. So it's very nice to see that synergy, and maybe we can connect and take that forward. So just wanted to check that.
Sure. I would love to discuss with you. You can send me an email and my mobile number, you can get it from Munmun. I love to discuss with you. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Is there any more questions? I think we are good to go. Thank you very much, sir, for an enlightening session. We are glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Now, moving forward, I would like to inform the participants that as per schedule, the session of Safe to Quantum Safe, Cyber Safe to Quantum Safe, Mr. Aman Dubey, is to be scheduled tomorrow. We are not going to schedule it today. Okay, so tomorrow at 10 o'clock we are going to schedule that session. I hope you all have taken something from the sessions which were held today. Tomorrow we await more exciting sessions, 2 panel discussions, fostering quantum synergy between academia, R&D and industry, and the other one is exploring quantum frontiers, collaborative insights from India and international representatives. We look forward to see you tomorrow, and before we end the program, let us end with what the G20 logo has. The symbol, the sign, the logo has a quote within it. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Ayam nija paroveti ganana laguchetasam udari charitanam tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Which means that this is mine, that is yours. People who are narrow-minded think like that. People who are broad-minded consider the whole world as a family. This should raise a spirit of inquiry, a spirit of togetherness and a spirit of collaboration amongst all of us. We have gathered here for sharing knowledge and sharing our experiences for betterment of the society and the world as whole. We should keep this in mind, and with this I take a leave from you, wishing you a very pleasant stay in Varanasi and hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you.